time he's gonna be like, yeah.
But everything is here. Oh, maybe I must call the lady there by us.
Yes, please. Thank you.
With no sugar. Serious? No sugar? No sugar.
I want to lose weight.
No sugar.
I want.
No.
Serious.
Why are you
Since
drinking
when?
sugar?
Since
Why are
when?
you having sugar?
No sugar.
Since when? Are you on
Only
venti?
egg. Morning. It doesn't matter, sir. It's fine. Thank
Are
you.
you on venti?
Yes, it is.
If you venti, when I can.
I'm not bending. I don't just don't like sugar.
And to the fridge. Teresa, something.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 3 of the 4-day series between Western Province and the Titans. We're just going to give the listeners and watchers a bit of a roundup. So after the first day, the Titans found themselves 374 for 4. Today was a run-making day for the Titans. They continued in that rich reign of form with the bat and made 647 for 7. Well played hundreds by Ayakamani and Vishen Pillay. They put on a partnership of 199. They eventually declared on that score, and then Province came into bat and started quite brightly. They were 49 without loss, with 2 academy batsmen, Kaplan and Smith, showing their abilities, but they lost Kaplan on that score, and then Simon Harmer came into the attack and he changed the complexion of the day for the Titans once more with the ball. Got a couple of wickets towards the end, and Province are now 107 for 3. With captain Sabaya Hamza still there on 32. He is 7 short of 5,000 first-class runs, and that will also be his highest score against the Titans. It's 39. And the other end, Kamanzi is 7 of 26. So a big day for the ball for the Titans, and the Province will want to hope that they can bat most of today.
Thanks so much, Tim, for that introduction. And the players come out onto the field to join umpires Dennis Smith at the Weinberg end and Abdullah Steenkamp, who has been standing at the Kelvin Grove end for the 2 days of this 4-day match so far. And as Tim explained to you, the deficit for the Western Province is 540 of that massive 647 for 7 declared by the Titans, their highest score in the 4-day competition since franchise cricket started, and certainly in Division 1, setting a new record which one feels will stand for quite some time in the 4-day game. They also were able, through the run rate, to score a significant number of bonus points, which will assist them as they seek to rise up the log here on this in this 4-day series, which so far has seen the Lions dominating at the top of the standings. So it looks set to be a beautiful day here at Newlands, the southeaster pumping here as it does in the Cape, and we have a day which should be good for batting.
It should be a good day for batting. I suspect the pace will not be all that troublesome, but as we said, with much of yesterday, Simon Harmer was going to be the key for the Titans.
Corbin Bosch first up from the Kelvin Grove end, and as one would imagine, a lot of talk and chatter from the Titans first up in the field with that what looks invincible score of 647 for 7 on the board. They're going to be attacking most of the day. They will look to their seamers to extract whatever early movement there might be this morning, but one senses it's going to be mostly spin for today.
Fairly conventional field for a fast bowler. 3 slips, backward point, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a square leg next to the umpire, and a fine leg. So it's a fairly conventional field for a fast bowler.
As one would expect, as you said, Tim, on the early morning on the 3rd day here at 6 Gun Grill Newlands, as Corbin Bosch once again comes towards us from the Kelvin Grove end. 3 balls there pretty much in the right spot to begin with. That wasn't the case necessarily all day yesterday when the Titans had the new ball.
You can already see Corbin Bosch is bowling half a foot fuller than he was yesterday. He's realised the error of his ways where he bowled far too short yesterday, and the 2 academy guys made him pay. So he's learned his lesson from yesterday.
He's in once again. Oh. That one a lot closer to the off stump of night watchman Yves Kamanzi. And so you may be wondering, if you are watching, why Kamanzi is out there with Hamza. The answer to that is that when the wicket of Mo Valley fell for Western Province with their score on 95, then it was decided with about 9 overs left in the day to send Yves Kamanzi in to both assist Hamza and protect Verena.
He's certainly given a decent account of himself last night when Simon Harmer was getting the ball to turn square and causing all sorts of problems. Certainly, even if he gets out in the next half an hour, he's done the night watchman's job.
And one feels if he can stay there for a significant amount of time, it will forward the cause of Western Province to be able to bat through this day, which is going to be essential for any kind of thought of survival in this match.
Absolutely true. It's the end of that over. Still on 107 for 3. 34 overs gone in this innings.
So a maiden to start the proceedings on what is going to be a day of attrition, one feels, here for Titans bowlers. And first up, surprise, surprise.
No surprises there. No surprises. They know that their main weapon, not just in general terms, but particularly on this slowest wicket, is going to be Simon Harmer. He got plenty turn last night before the close of play. It will be very interesting to see how he gets going today.
It will indeed, and I'm not sure, Tim, if you did see whether it was the light or the heavy roller that came out this morning ahead of the day's play.
Unfortunately, I did not.
There was turn on offer for the Titans' premier off-spinner, and significant amount of that yesterday.
Absolutely. He's got an attacking field, a slip short leg and a backward short leg, so plenty men around the bat. Middle and middle off up, so there's enough in the middle and middle up to entice the batsman to go for that one over the infield if he so chooses.
Captain Zubair Hamza has a massive role to play here today if 6-gun Brewer Western Province are going to dig themselves out of this hole that they find themselves in. And his first run of the day, as that one is played down to the man who is at a shortish long leg. How do you have a shortish long leg? That sounds like a really interesting one, but that's pretty much what it is. And they're off the mark, or would you call him probably a bit of a backward square leg there. First run for Western Province this morning to the captain. Zubair Hamza moves on to 33.
Interestingly, he had a deep point for Hamza. That man has been put away for Kamanzi, which is understandable. This run got a thickish outside edge. Really good delivery. Kamanzi did the right thing coming forward, but in these trying circumstances, I think it bounced just in front of the closing fieldsman.
And that might might have carried to that second slip.
That second slip was now on his knees. End of a very productive over from Simon Harmer, showing his full array of skills to both the right and left-hander.
So Yves Kamanzi having his captain Zubair Hamza out there, we know yesterday from the discussion we had with David Brooke that Yves can bat. He's in very much the start of his first-class career. But he has already shown promise from a batting point of view. He bowled quite a few overs yesterday at the Titans batters.
Some really good pace coming in here from Corbin Bosch. Obviously been told by his captain to let it rip, don't hold back at all. Gonna give him a good 5 overs from the Covent Grove end.
Let him work up a bit of a head of steam from that side, bowling into the wind, maybe hoping that he's going to get whatever movement there may be early in the morning off the pitch. And that's really well played by Hamza, too short and down the leg side, and first boundary of the morning.
Lovely shot. Got outside the delivery, made sure he got over the ball, rolled his wrists, so he was always in control of that shot, was Hamza. Just had a quick look at the visuals over on that slip chance of Harmer in the previous delivery. It definitely did carry. So that's certainly a chance gone a begging so far for the Titans.
A lot more purpose around the bowling from Corbin Bosch this morning, hitting areas that he wasn't consistently hitting yesterday, apart from that one that went down the leg side. He's been reasonably good, short of a length, perhaps a little bit too short still. You'd like to see him bowl a bit fuller, Tim? He
was fuller in the previous over. This one he seems to be reverting back to type, which is what he likes to do. He likes to bang it in, but that's a bit better.
Yeah.
But a little bit fuller, bit more accurate. But Hamza solidly in behind it.
So to the right-hander, 2 slips, a man at almost a 4th slip. That man at that backward point position, sort of 75% of the way to the boundary. A man at extra cover mid-off, wideish mid-on, and they've just put a man out on the boundary in front of the railway stand on the leg side, and a man at fine leg. Oh!
Great bouncer, absolutely snorter from Corbin Bosch. This one, it banged in, but banged in hard, and it followed Hamza. Hamza he actually dropped his hands, but that didn't stop the ball hitting him above his chest shoulder area.
Almost seemed to turn his back slightly on that as it came towards him.
That will certainly hurt.
It will. He'll be taking that shiner with him as he goes to play for South Africa next week, selected for the one-day international squad against the Netherlands.
This one a bit fuller, loud appeal by the bowler. I suspect drifting down towards the leg. Corbin Bosch is aghast at the fact that it wasn't given on his knees. Can't understand why it wasn't given. Typical fast bowler fashion.
From our viewpoint here, this is the way that it was played, and the reaction from the slip cordon. Not much support. Titans are going to have to get that chorus going a lot better to persuade Abdullah Steenkamp to give anything out one feels today.
Western Province move on to 113 for 3. 6 off that over. Hamza's on 37 not out.
And it will be Hamza to face Simon Harmer, who's in from the Weinberg end.
Nicely forward there by Hamza, squirted in behind square on the offside, and they scamper through for a quick 2.
Good running from the captain. Realised in that previous over, Yves Kamanzi probably needs a little bit more time to have a look at Simon Harmer this morning. Played back to a couple of those deliveries from Harmer. Was shade fortunate to get away with a drop catch, but they all count.
This one a little bit too straight from Harmer, but there's a close infieldman on the leg side, and there's no run.
Field for Harmer, slip, a leg slip, forward short leg, deep backward square. A man in short at mid-wicket, and short mid-wicket, a man at a deep mid-wicket, a man quite deep at long, at mid-on, shortish mid-off, and a man on the backward point boundary. Very interesting field. Oh, Zubair Hamza feel he missed out on that one.
Indeed, a little bit too short, and when you get a delivery like that from any bowler, you need to make it count, much like the Titans did in their innings. This one, lovely ball by Harmer, held it back slightly. The previous ball was a bit faster, held it back, got Hamza coming forward, but Hamza didn't get to the pitch. That was the key. Got a toppish edge and a nice catch there from the short leg. Really good piece of bowling there from Hamza. Just enticed from Harmer, just enticed Hamza, and Hamza was not able to smother the spin that time.
Yeah, that catch very well taken by Jordan Herman there at that forward short leg, and that is the end of Zubair Hamza. 39. He didn't get past that 39, Tim. Off 73 balls, 5 fours, 1 lovely 6 into the northern end of the railway stand yesterday, and Simon Harmer strikes with his 3rd wicket of the innings so far, and this may well be a turning point for the Western Province team as Carvarena comes out losing their captain at with the score only on 115. One would hope, from a Western Province point of view, in the dressing room, that Zubair Hamza would have been able to bat long today.
Indeed. It will not be music to his ears that he did manage to get to 5,000 first-class runs. That's small comfort in this fixture. He would have wanted to bat at least until tea, to put pressure back onto the Titans bowlers. But he's gone, and Province are in a little bit of a bother.
So Carvarena comes to the crease. 49 first-class matches, 21 50s, 500s, 75 innings, 373 runs at an average of 53.5. A really good first-class average. Highest score of 216 scored here for the Cobras against the Warriors in the previous season. That 216 not out in the midst of the COVID pandemic, while teams were playing their last season of franchise cricket, and he will have to eclipse that score of 216 not out in this innings should the Western Province team want to put a big score on the board.
This one not very well played there by Carvarena, way away from his body, just moving his hands, not moving his feet at all, getting himself in a real quandary there. Carvarena his average against the Titans, which he will hope that he can continue, is 65, and he's made 155 against them. So he has a good record against the Titans.
Thanks, Tim, for those stats. As he is developed into one of the premier batters for, if not the premier batter at the moment for this Western Province team, together with his captain Zubair Hamza.
Corbin Bosch still persisting with the around the wicket angle, trying to get that ball to straighten and get an edge through to the slips that he's got, which is 2 at the moment.
So it started off initially with the 3 slips to Yves Kamanzi this morning. In fact, going back into 3rd slip from that sort of 4th slip position. There's quite a big gap between 2nd and 3rd slip though. That's a wayward delivery, and Kamanzi does the right thing. Just leave that one alone. You can only get yourself into trouble if you play some of the shot at that, something like that.
Yes, that 3rd slip was hovering around gully position, and then sort of the last couple of seconds just rushed over in that, as you say, sort of 3.5 slips position.
So looking at the field, we'll try and pick out the players for you as well as we go through the day.
Good bouncer there by Corbin Bosch, and bowling with some real steam now. They often say that from the Covent Grove end that you have a sensation of running uphill. It doesn't seem to be affecting Corbin Bosch.
So we have Elgar at 1st slip, Palmer at 2nd, Grant McQueen at 3rd slip, at backward point. Trying to see if I can see who that is. Looks like it might be Yves Kamani. Aya Kamani. Yves Kamanzi, who's batting.
Solidly in behind that delivery. Doesn't look flustered with the situation, does Kamanzi. He seems quite confident in his ability to stick around, give Carl Verena some support.
So we have Sibs Makanya at backward point. We have Aya Kamani in the covers.
This one is driven. Was a little bit too full there by Corbin Bosch. Was there to be driven. Didn't quite time it, Kamanzi. So it's no run.
Makanya, that man doing the fielding in the covers in the point region, and we have Kamani, as I said, at extra cover. Junior Dollar at mid-off. Mid-on is captain Neil Brunt. Short leg, we have Jordan Herman, who just took that excellent catch in the previous over, and down at long leg, Jivishan Pillay.
This one is a lovely line, just outside that off stump, just outside in that corridor of uncertainty that they often say. Kamanzi, very, very, very fortunate not to get a thin edge through to the keeper.
End of the over, 115 for the loss of 4 wickets, and a maiden over there for Corbin Bosch, and looking a lot more comfortable this morning, hitting his lines and lengths better to the night watchman for 6-gun Grill Western Province, Yves Kamanzi, who has made a good account of himself so far. He'll want to stay there as well and bat long if he can. The longer you're at the crease, hopefully for him, the longer he can actually make the most of this opportunity.
While Simon Harmer will want to keep bowling at the right-handers. He's having a field day so far.
Yeah.
He's able to bowl his tight lines in that sort of wicket-to-wicket channel, getting those edges towards the short leg field spin. Leg slip.
Carl Verena, no stranger to pressure. He has also toured with the Proteas in India. Oh,
Carl is playing back. Carl is playing back. Very, very fortunate not to be out in that delivery. Beat him all ends up.
he was indeed. And yesterday, Daniel Smith getting caught on the back foot by Simon Harmer. That one a little bit shorter from Harmer here gives Verena the opportunity to go back and see that one easily onto the bat. Daniel Smith just after having played forward so nicely, just getting caught on the back foot to one that skidded onto him on the line of leg stump, and the youngster, after what we saw was a very well played 43, having to trudge his way back to the pavilion.
This one too full from Harmer, driven on the offside, but straight to the fielder, backward point.
Verena yet to get off the mark.
This one is much better from Hamza, comes right forward, smothers that spin, gives it no chance to turn, and that's the end of that over. Much better there from Hamza that last couple of deliveries.
Yes, that's in hope more than judgment. Hamza, unfortunately,
Sorry.
back in the pavilion. If one is a Western Province supporter, it's all right, Tim. So 6 gun draw Western Province, having scored 8 to their overnight total this morning in the 6 overs that have taken place so far. So it's been a bit of a grind for them, and one of those was a boundary from Captain Hamza. Oh,
Lovely delivery again, Corbin Bosch bowling round the wicket, getting the ball to straighten as he bowls towards Kamanzi. Kamanzi plays inside this one, goes through to the keeper.
so Tim, we're going to see Simon Harmer operating unchanged for this first spell, first session, do you think, from the Weinberg end?
Yeah, I think he's gonna bowl pretty much until lunch. I'd be surprised if that wasn't the case. This one, Kamanzi is wafting that delivery outside the off stump, not moving his feet, just letting his bat do the talking and getting himself into all sorts of trouble, and nothing shot really.
Yeah, he's struggling to get bat on ball at the moment, and that might be just troubling him a little bit. Perhaps needs to take his time.
The ball by Corbin
Yes,
Bosch,
of course.
and it's way over the head, and in fact it's a wide, signalled by the umpire. He bowled two foolish balls, went through to the keeper, plays and misses. Fast bowler gets frustrated. What does the fast bowler do? Bowls a short run.
That's his second wide of the match so far, Corbin Bosch. He bowled one of those last evening with the new ball. Getting very exuberant there in his attempt to bowl something different to the batter, and another quite expansive play and miss.
Yeah, Kamanzi driving at a delivery where the drive was not the option. The option there would have been to get back and across, perhaps cut it. Trying to force the issue now, Kamanzi. Both the bowler and the batsman are trying to force the issue. The moment it looks like it's only a matter of time before Kamanzi gets out.
As that one is too full from Corbin Bosch, and it is played beautifully through the covers.
And this time Kamanzi getting over the delivery, hitting it for 4.
Was a very good looking shot, maybe slightly away from the body. It was there to be hit, whereas the previous deliveries may well have been better leaving them on the bounce. Bosch is extracting some bounce from the Kelvin Grove end. Oh,
that is now the third play and miss by Kamanzi in this over alone. This one was held back a little bit by Corbin Bosch. Just full of a shorter length. Good line again. Trying to get his slips into action. Slips are ready for that catch. Should it come?
So Elgar at first, Harmer at second, and Mokoena at third slip, accompanying Gian Klute, and that's a good stop in the third slip position by Grant Mokoena, diving away to his left-hand side. And it is the end of the over, 40 gone. 120 for 4. It's a very symmetrical looking score at the moment. Run rate exactly 3, and there are still 97 overs left in the day here, on a day that should the Titans bowl through the entire day, we will probably have a 5:30 closure today because they are going through their overs quite quickly this morning. 7 overs already, and not yet half an hour gone in the day, in the morning.
Nicely bowled there by Simon Harmer, but well covered the spin there by Verena. Covered the spin nicely, choosing to come forward. One a little bit flatter and a little bit shorter. Verena works it to the leg side, and it's a close and field spin. There's no run. Solidly in behind that car, Verena.
Verena yet to get off the mark, and as yet not faced a delivery that I can remember from Corbin Bosch. Oh,
this one just short of the short leg. Wasn't able to spot the spin that time. Was Verena got a inside edge, but fortunately for him, it didn't carry to the short leg.
It's almost a carbon copy of the dismissal of Zubair Hamza earlier in the morning, and that was very early this morning. Hamza having played a very nice flick down the leg side off his hips against Corbin Bosch, only adding 7 to his overnight total. And receiving one from Harmer that he came forward to, popped a bit off that slightly short of a length line. Jordan Herman taking a very good catch, low down at the forward short leg position, sending Captain Zubair Hamza on his way for 39. And Western Province now, after 41 overs, 120 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Corbin Bosch continuing the Kelvin Grove end. Certainly wants this wicket of Kabanzi, you feel? Has had him in all sorts of trouble this morning. Once again, another play and leave. Another ball that doesn't find the edge. The bowler is frustrated. He's beaten him all ends up in the spell. Hasn't found the edge.
Yves Kamanzi will be telling you he's definitely bringing the bat inside the line to those ones. Yeah, must be Tim in the last 2 overs alone, probably 7 or 8 deliveries that have just gone past the edge. It seems like it can't be long before that edge is found, and one of either Klute, Elgar, Harmer or Mokoena could well be in business for the Momentum Multiply Titans, who have put a huge amount of pressure on the Six Gun Grill Western Province team by putting on a record 647 for 7 in their first innings at Newlands, having been put into bat by Western Province captain Zubair Hamza at the start of day 1.
This one, I think he gets the edge, he does indeed.
Oh dear.
Umpire gives it out.
Oh dear.
This one was a little bit shorter,
Oh dear.
played outside the off stump, away from his body. Got an edge there, did Kamanzi, and he's off, but he did the night watchman's job.
Yes, last night coming in for approximately 9 overs, and he did protect the middle order and his captain Hamza. He looked very unhappy with that decision, though, Yves Kamanzi. We have our back to him, and he indicating to the umpire that that ball actually did not hit his bat before he is taking a very slow walk back to the pavilion, having played and missed a number of times. I'm sure he's feeling very unhappy and unlucky that he was given out over what he feels is perhaps one that didn't hit there. Didn't hit the bat. But, be that as it may, it's on the scorecard. And he did do his job. That's what he was sent in to do. Scored 11. Did that protection. Did protect the middle order, Verena, last night, and it took a lot of the strike away from Zubair Hamza. Hamza yesterday evening with some good running at the end of the overs, as we recall, which is exactly what you wanted to see from the captain, to make sure he protected himself. And now we have Aviwe Ngujima coming in to bat for the Six Gun Grill Western Province team, who have lost 2 wickets this morning for the addition of 13 runs in the 8 overs that we have had so far. Not the start they would have wanted this morning.
Absolutely not.
And
They would have wanted to have the night watchman go early, and Hamza and Carl Verner to bat together for a long period of time. That would have been the plan.
Oh,
This one, a full effort ball by Corbin Bosch. So much of an effort that he goes and he falls over, hits the pitch.
very experienced Aviwe Ngujima joining Carl Verena at the crease now, and this is going to be a crucial partnership for Western Province, or if they are going to put a big total on the board here. Aviwe Ngujima in 4-day series cricket, Division 1 career record, 40 matches, 62 innings, scored 1,628 runs with the highest score of 112 for the Cobras against the Knights in Bloemfontein in the 17-18 season. 200s, 950s, and if ever there was a chance or an opportunity for him to score 100, this would be a good time for him to do it.
Nicely left. Corbin Bosch is bowling with some real pace and venom in the spell. He's really enjoying the contest, unlike the Western Province batsmen so far.
So Tim has stepped out, and joining us now, David Brooke. Welcome, David. A very good morning so far if you're a Titans supporter. If you're a Six Gun Grill Western Province supporter, not such a good morning. losing Captain Hamza and night watchman Kamanzi within the first 35 minutes.
Morning, James. Thanks very much. Yes, it's been a good start by the Titans this morning. Simon Harmer, we predicted Simon Harmer would bowl most of the day from the Wynberg end, with the pace bowlers rotating on the other side, and it's been a good start for them. 2 big wickets this morning, removing the night watchman and removing Zubair Hamza. Zubair Hamza going to 5,000 first-class runs. He needed 39 runs at the start of this innings. Okay. Unfortunately, he didn't go past that, so it's a scant consolation for reaching 5,000 first-class runs, and he'll have a big role to play in the second innings to try and save this game for Western Province.
And depending on the progress that the 2 batters at the crease make for Western Province this morning, may well depend on will probably depend on when that second innings could be starting. As Clive Rain off the previous delivery gets off the mark, he's exclusively faced Simon Harmer this morning so far, and off the mark now in a bit of sort of, not they say scratchy fashion, but off the outside half of the bat down to a vacant third man area for 2.
I see you donning your Leicester City
Indeed.
shirt. You're an avid supporter of Leicester City. A big game coming up this afternoon for you guys against the table toppers, Chelsea.
Yeah, it is. It's a massive game for Leicester City this afternoon, and I will possibly have one eye on that, or an ear on that. Yes, at 2:30 this afternoon, South African time, 12:30 GMT. The Chelsea travel to the King Power Stadium on Filbert Way for that all-important Premier League match.
Have you been to?
I haven't been
Leicester,
been to Filbert Way. I was at Filbert Street, the old Filbert Street, a number of years ago, and a family over there who were season ticket holders at that time. Other members of the family have frequented Filbert Way and the King Power Stadium a number of times.
Back in the Martin O'Neill era there?
Yes. Well, I was there in 96. I was actually there in 1996 to see Liverpool beat Leicester 3-0, a Patrick Berger hat-trick, which right in front of us. We were in the behind the goals on that particular side.
It's a little bit different there these days at the King Power Stadium there.
Very different. Filbert Street, really, the home of Leicester City for so many years, and beautiful ground now at the King Power Stadium, with soon-to-be expansion of the stadium.
And the training ground as well, I think as well.
Training ground, I think is now at Seagrave, that has just been put up, multi-million-pound investment by the owners, King Power. And so the Thai duty-free chain, who've owned the club now throughout the last decade or more, and it took them from the ignominy of being relegated into the 3rd tier of English football for the first time, and to the Premier League title in 15-16. So yes, we're looking forward to the game this afternoon. Hope Leicester can get something out of that. That's a really, really good bouncer from Corbin Bosch.
Yeah, Corbin obviously played here at Newlands last season for the Cape Cobras, and he gives it his all. We often see him falling over in his run up, in his follow through, but that's purely because he's giving it his all. And as a pace bowler, sometimes you can lose a bit of control, but his captain's giving him free rein here to run in, steam in. I need 4 over spells, 5 over spells maximum. Rotate the quicks, because you've got Harmer and Neil Brunt can bring himself on when he needs to give his main spinner a bit of a breather.
Yeah.
So it is looking very good for the Titans lineup. As a fast bowler, when you've got 647 runs on the board, you can afford to give away a couple of boundary balls if it means you're able to keep your attacking field in place.
And he has been able to extract some bounce from this wicket early on today. The ball 43 overs old, but he's into the wind here at Newlands. He's coming in from the Kelvin Grove end, and he has looked a lot more impressive this morning. As you say, David, when you have got that massive total there, you can do that. As this one is really well played by Mgijima. Gets on top of the bounce, rolls the wrist over it through the vacant I would say mid-wicket region, and man at a wideish mid-on can only walk to the boundary in front of the sponsor signs to pick that one up, and Mgijima off the mark with that 4.
Yeah, nice positive start for Aviwe. He plays a crucial role in this middle order for Western Province, has done so for a number of years, has kind of come, various positions, whether it's number 5, 6 or 7 or even 8 sometimes. He plays a crucial role, has come more to prominence, that he's taken on more responsibility with the ball as well.
Yeah.
So he's a genuine all-rounder these days, offers a lot. And the nice thing is with both him and Kyle Verreynne is that they won't go into defensive mode, and I think that's important. You still have to put runs on the board.
Yeah.
Kyle is one of those kind of batsmen where before you know it, he's on 30 not out after not too many deliveries, and he keeps the scoreboard ticking over. Doesn't do anything flashy, just does his job, but make sure that he doesn't let the bowler settle. And if they can see off Simon Harmer, that they will take that as a positive sign.
Yeah.
The sooner they can get on, a Neil Brunt, for example, that would be a good sign for them. But they won't be overawed. No. Coach has told them bat long.
Yeah.
Is spinning. Simon Harmer is extracting a lot of spin from this side, from the Weinberg end.
He's got was quite a lot of bowling that the Western Province bowlers did around the wicket from the Kelvin Grove end. So there are some footmarks there for Simon Harmer to exploit. And anybody thinking about going back to a ball that is pitched up or even just short of a length here from Harmer is going to be potentially in trouble. It's just that length, which is the length of uncertainty that he gets you, deciding whether should you come forward or whether you should go back, and that has been the undoing of a couple of the Western Province batters already in this particular innings.
Verreynne has got a very uncomplicated stance at the crease. He's not fidgety. His bat is very close to his pads, and it's very uncomplicated.
Yeah.
It is the kind of stance that is. He can play spin very well with that kind of stance. He doesn't have a high backlift, and he's got a very tight technique.
Takes his guard now against Simon Harmer and picks that one early. Picks the length, is able to easily turn it into the leg side to the man there at a short mid-wicket, and that is Sibs Makanya. I'll give you the field for Simon Harmer in his next over. Tossed up by Harmer, played into the offside but doesn't go past. That's Captain. No, it's not Captain Brunt. That's is it Bosch?
Chris.
Is it Morris on the field?
That's Neil Brunt.
That's Neil Brunt. It's Captain Brunt who came in. It does seem as if we are going to have a bowling change, and it is going to be the captain himself bringing himself on with his left arm spinners. Yesterday, taking the wicket of Yassine Valley, who got one to bounce a bit on Valley yesterday. Caught at first slip by Dean Elgar late on in the day. and that was quite a blow for Western Province. That third wicket falling at 95 yesterday. The story of the day so far is that 6 Gun Western Province have put on 19 on their overnight score, and for the loss though of 2 wickets, Captain Zubair Hamza caught well at a forward short leg off the bowling of Simon Harmer, caught there by Jordan Herman. He made 39 and in the process went to 5,000 first class runs, and then not too much later, just watch this one. Not too much later, Eve Kamanzi was given out, caught behind by Gian Kluter off the bowling of Corbin Bosch, who has looked quite incisive from the Kelvin Grove end this morning.
There's a shadow of a helicopter or a plane comes over the field. Not ideal when you're taking strike for Ngajima,
No.
but he dealt with that relatively well.
He did.
Would have been interesting.
Right over the pitch. Wasn't
Right
it?
over the pitch.
Yeah, as the ball was in flight. So yeah, very interesting. As some brave pigeons do start to make their way onto the field, just in front of the grandstand to the north of the Oaks. Neil Brunt is coming in from the Kelvin Grove end with his left arm orthodox spin.
Normally, Harry the Hardy dog comes around December, January time, just in time for the New Year's Test match. He knows that there's an important game coming up. So when we see the Hardy dogs around, then we know that the Test match is around the corner.
And we are looking forward to that New Year's Test, South Africa versus India at Newlands, at 6 Gun Grill Newlands on the 3rd of January for the New Year's Test match. One of a number of games that are going to be played down here in the Cape, followed by one-day internationals and T20 internationals shared between 6 Gun Grill Newlands and Eurolux Boerland Park over that period of time. So the score at the end of the over, 126 for 5 after 46. Neil Brunt just getting through a very tidy over there, David.
Yeah, he's a solid bowler. He's not going to be as attacking as Simon Harmer, but yes, next week the Titans they stay in the Cape. They play the Rocks next week, where spin will come into play there as well. So they'll be looking to not necessarily burn Simon Harmer out, but Harmer's used to the English conditions where you play a lot of games, and it's something that we spoke offline about yesterday, about the amount of cricket that the county game plays. In county cricket, each county plays 14 games, 14 first-class matches in the season, if I'm not mistaken. And in South Africa currently, we only play 7 games. Which, if you look at a 5-year period, that's 35 less games. That Aviu and Ngajima keen on the single, but Kyle Verreynne is sending him back. No need for that.
No.
The last thing that Western Province need right now is a potential run out.
Quite rightly sending him back.
Yeah.
The man at 45 on the leg side, that's looks like Amani down there.
You're not going to take a
Quickly
quick single
in.
to Aya.
No, you're not. No.
Dean Elgar's hat goes flying there. A bit of a breeze on the ground.
Yeah.
Newlands is never one to be still at all times. It is quite a wind tunnel sometimes inside the bowl of the stadium. And it's going to be interesting to see how the new development changes things. But it's aesthetically a lot more pleasing.
It is. It really does look a picture. Newlands at the moment, with the new development to the north west of the ground. If those of you that know Newlands on the Kelvin Grove side. Yeah, Herman there actually head down, took his eye off the ball.
Yeah, it hit him rather than. Sometimes you never know, they stick. You put a hand out there, you get lucky sometimes. But there it was almost, he was saving himself rather than going for the catch. But you never know what can happen there.
Yeah, you don't know.
Yeah, so I think come the newest Test match, however many supporters we're allowed into the stadium, we'll be able to see a new view of the ground. It's something that will take a bit of time to get used to.
Well.
The old snake pit, Castle Corner will be back in play. So, we're looking forward to that. And yeah, the supporters coming in, there will obviously be certain regulations and COVID vaccine regulations in play, but that'll all be communicated closer to the time. We're hoping to get as many supporters into the ground as possible. We're planning on a daily basis from an organisation point of view, and we've just got to make sure that we've got all the protocols in place, and there are a lot of them. People sometimes don't realise what goes on behind the scenes too. Generally, without even before COVID, the planning that goes into a Test match, it's a year's in the works. It's an iconic game, and then coupled with that, there's the one-day internationals and the T20s coming up. So that January 3rd to the 22nd, I think, or the 21st is an extremely busy period for cricket in Cape Town, not only at Newlands but at Boland Park as well. We're hosting the Indian cricket team. Obviously, there's going to be billions of eyes on our cricket, which is great. Cricket South Africa have done a fantastic job to secure that tour, which I think is it's one of those iconic tours that we want to see on our shores every few years. The likes of Kohli in town is always an attraction.
It is indeed, and one knows from previous history that you can expect, should the conditions and should the COVID protocols allow, that we'll have a full house here at Newlands on the 3rd of January. It will be a really great occasion, really well played shot there.
Yeah, that's good from our view in Gajima. Just playing with the bounce, playing with the angle, knowing that if he gets a first slip, it's going to go down to the boundary there. Well played. That's his second boundary. He moves on to 8, with the score moving on to 130 now for 5.
So yes, David, I think that's something that we would really good to talk about is just around the preparations that one has to make for an event such as this. With the Indian tour, massive interest, as you say, from the subcontinent. That's another good shot into the covers. Picked up there by Kamani, and they go through for a single, which brings Carverena to strike at the Weinberg end for the first time in his innings.
It's true. He's done well to deal with Simon Harmer on the other end.
He has
facing the left arm spinner now.
And we haven't seen much turn from Neil Brunt. Maybe a little bit more, bit of bounce. In fact, it was that we got Valley out yesterday evening. Verena will want to just set his stall now against the left arm orthodox spinner, as he's about to face his first delivery from him now. Just going back and punching it out into the offside.
Quite deep there at cover. So easy single there for Carl Verena. And
it's on the point of the amount of first class cricket being played. Somebody like Aviwa Ngujima, for example, you talk about only having 35 first class matches over a 5-year period. I mean, debut 2014, 2015. He's been in the Cobras setup for some time now. Only 40 matches at first class or Division 1 level, as we call it now, but previously franchise level. It just goes to show how little first-class cricket is actually being played.
And that I think is the difference. Let's look at a guy like Zubair Hamza. He's played since 2016, 2017. He's played 30 first-class matches. Yeah. When he made his Test debut a couple of seasons ago, he would have maybe only been played 20 or 15 first-class matches. Compare that to an English county cricketer coming through the system, and let's say he's played 3 years. He's already close to 40 first-class matches. And that in the long run is not necessarily good for. That's well played by Carl Verone. He just kept soft hands, kept it on the ground, took a quick single there, and that's the difference. When we want to compete and try and become the number one test nation in the world again, we've got to look at our system and say, are we playing enough cricket? Time-wise, there's the general season. In the past, there was home and away, and where there were 6 franchises, and then there was 10 first-class matches. I would like to see that at least kind of 10 coming back into play. That's well played by Ngajima again.
And Harmer's line just straying there on that one. Length also not a great delivery from him, giving Ngajima the chance to get off strike, which is probably where you want to play Harmer from.
Absolutely.
He's just the last few deliveries not quite on the spot. That's a much better delivery from him. Well played by Verena, and this is going to be a war of attrition out there today. It seems already 15 overs in the day as we approach the end of the first hour. And so only 7 first-class matches to be played in this division, David. Four home matches and I think it's 3 away matches. Just looking at the provincial 4-day series playing conditions, and so with most of those matches being played in a condensed period of time within the next couple of weeks, and that's short and wide from Harmer. It's a teaser for the fielder from Covey. Does really well, Captain Brunt, who is running out to the extra cover boundary, and he prevents the boundary from being scored. Another 2 runs to Verena, who is trying to exert some authority over Harmer now, and trying to punish whatever is there.
If we look at the likes of Björn Hendricks, who seems to have been around for a long time in the local game, he's only played 54 first-class matches, and somebody in around the world, whether it's in India or in England or Australia, they would have played close to 11. That we're talking close to 100 first-class matches. You would think. So that's the kind of statistics which is not good for our test team.
No.
We want our youngsters, when they. We've seen guys like Mike Hussey who have made their test debut post 30, and he's got over 100 first-class matches before he's made his test debut. We're expecting our young players to have only played 15 to 20 first-class matches and come into the test arena. Zubair was thrown in against James Anderson, Stuart Broad. He made his debut against Pakistan, if I'm not mistaken. So it's tough for youngsters. It's a lot. This is where you learn your game. Not everyone is like a Kagiso Rabada who plays a couple of first-class matches and is just ready for the international stage. From a batting point of view, this is where you learn your game against on the dirt of the 4-day game. And you learn your skill. You get tested at this level, and 50 odd games stands you in good stead. Once you make your test debut, you feel that you're a lot more ready.
We're playing on every ground in the division around the country. It's also an opportunity to play on different surfaces, experience different conditions. You have also 7 home games, which give you the chance at home to build your build the way in which you're going to be working or visualizing the innings that you're going to be playing. The conditions better at home. So it is gives the opportunity. We were talking a bit about it yesterday on air off air, to make maybe make 6-gun Gordon Newlands a fortress for the Western Province team playing home games. That was way too short and really well played by Ngajima.
It was an odd height that, and he kept it. He did well to keep that on the ground, but dispatching the bad ball, that's what you need to do. But I remember when batsmen also like to challenge themselves on different surfaces, different grounds. I remember a couple of seasons when Janaman Malan was part of the Cobra setup. Part of his, learning was at Northwest, where batting on the coast, in Cape Town, etc., in PE is a lot different to batting up there in the north. Yeah. And he wanted to challenge himself, and batting down here for a number of seasons had improved his game no end. You often, some batsmen can get accused of staying up north and being comfortable on the bouncier wickets. Yes. They're easier to bat. Yeah. A guy like Tony DeZorzi as well. My Carl Verheyen's actually walked there. The umpire didn't actually give him. It did look like it's well taken there.
Yeah, very well slip. Taken. And that is, if you're a Western Province supporter, that is disastrous. As Carl Verheyen goes back to Simon Harmer, just bounces a little bit on him, and is off the face of the bat, goes down to the man at that leg slip position, and Carl Verheyen has to go back to the pavilion as the drinks are coming out onto the field. We will be describing that innings from Verheyen and that dismissal for you straight after the break. But just to give you his numbers, caught by Grant McQueen, well caught, very low down off Simon Harmer, 6 of 38 balls. He was just trying to build that innings. Carl Verheyen spent quite a lot of time at the crease, and first ball of the 51st over sees 6 Gundrill Western Province going 6 wickets down, the total on 140. And we'll be back in about 2 or 3 minutes at the conclusion of the drinks break, when Tim will be joining David.
Okay. Welcome back everyone to the cricket after the drinks break. Simon Harmer to continue. Not one nicely in behind it by Carl Simmons, the new batsman. Carl has got ability with the bat, David.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a very attacking batsman. He's a positive player. He's a genuine all-rounder. And for the first time in his professional career, at least, he's getting a run of games. Obviously, with the absence of George Leonard, that's a brilliant bit of fielding from the captain Neil Brunt there, leading the way there. A good shot by Simmons, but not being rewarded for that.
For once, Harmer drifting down the leg. This one much more on the money, but nicely driven there by Carl Simmons. Very nicely down the ground for 4. Got over the ball, drove it nice and straight. So he's off the mark. Profits are 144 for 6. And a ball to go in the 51st over.
Yeah, Simon Harmer's sniffing a 5-wicket haul here. He's enjoying himself out there. Oh, and that was almost it.
Talking about enjoying himself, and lovely ball out of the off stump. Thickest edge there by Carl Simmons. Wide of the slip fielder. Close in. And they scamper through for a quick 2. Simon Harmer is currently on 710 first last wickets.
That's a decent amount of wickets.
710.
That's got a rate up there with one of the more prolific wicket takers in first class cricket, in domestic first class cricket. The deficit is sitting still at 501, and that's what scoreboard pressure does.
Yeah, we said it's not a difficult pitch. It's quite slow, but it's the scoreboard pressure that's done the talking, along with the superb bowling by Simon Harmer. Neil Brunt continuing from the Covent Grove end.
We haven't seen Junior Dala this morning as yet. Is he even on the field?
I haven't seen him on, have we? I don't think he's on the field either.
Might be a little injury that he's carrying at the moment, but we'll see about that.
Nkotima has always been a fighter, even when he started his career. He's always been a nuggety sort of cricketer, willing to stand up when things get tough. And this is certainly a tough situation.
Yeah, I think some of his best cricket has been played when he's had a clear role in the team. In the 2017-2018 season, he was the Player of the Year at the Cape Cobras, and in that season he had a clear role, that number 7 role, a really important role that he played. He had some key innings that year. I remember that year very well, and he was always just a little couple of overs with his medium paces, but he's turned into a genuine all-rounder. The previous coach, Ashwell Prince, was a big believer in making him a genuine all-rounder. He started bowling off-spin. I remember a game out at Boland Park in a limited overs game where he was extremely effective. He was man of the match that game, took 3 wickets, hit the ball out the park as well. So it's his genuine all-round ability which has been a big asset to this team. One of the unsung heroes of this team, doesn't get the credit that he often deserves.
A real team player.
Absolutely, and in the change room as well, he's one of the senior guys, well respected amongst his peers.
Simon Harmer continuing to Carl Simmons. This one down the leg side once more from Simon. Whipped off the leg by Simmons nicely. Go through for a quickish 2.
It's crazy to think that Kyle Simmons has only played 5 first-class matches, and he's played for the emerging team. So and this
He's
is
been about a long time.
He's been around, and he's always been spoken of. And technique-wise, you can see that he's a proper batsman. The guy can bat, and I think this run in the side will do him the world of good. He's a crucial part of this team, and if he can contribute with the bat and do what he does with the ball, that'll be a huge asset going forward for Coach Saleh Nakadin and his team.
Most definitely. Players mature at different times. He's now 27, 28. So maybe this is just him maturing when the time is right for him.
You know, sometimes players just need to be backed. That's well played, actually. That just popped up a little bit, but he played that with soft hands. The short leg and the slips are looking to get into play here, but he's doing well to keep them out so far.
The second slip was on his knees, waiting for that low catch. Nicely driven there by Simmons. They go through for a very quick single. Timed that really well. So it's actually a little bit of a risk there, but manages to go through for the quick single.
It was a confident call, so he went straight away. Fielder needed to move a little bit to his right, so there was no danger of a run out there. But positive play there from Simmons, and he moves on to 9.
Province just one short of the 150.
It's going to be interesting to see whether Mkhlali Mpungwana does come out to bat. We can try and see if the young man is padded up there. There was talk yesterday that he wasn't able to bowl, but he would be able to bat.
Simmons just making his mark.
But I think the responsibility is going to be on these two batsmen to try and bat as long as possible. Wayne Parnell spoke yesterday about just doing the basics well for certain periods, breaking it down, don't think too far ahead, and that's going to come into play now.
Yeah, the only significant partnership has been the openers of 49. Province do need a partnership.
And that's the 150 up for Sixgang Royal Western Province with a single down the ground to long on by Kyle Simmons. That's come off 53.1 overs, 6 wickets down. Abiyu Mgijima 14 not out, Kyle Simmons 10. It's come off 323 balls, including 18 fours and 1 6.
Nicely driven to the mid-off. Fidel Brunt certainly bowling a fuller length than Harmer, really tossing it up, trying to entice the batsman.
One thing's for sure is that they're not going to fall foul of the over rate today. We're operating with 2 spinners for quite a while.
And I think that'll be the order of the day as well. I don't think there'll be much change. Might see a change from Brunt's end. He might allow Bosch to come back after lunch. Another spell. It's run too short, too wide, and beautifully cut away to the cover boundary. It's the longer boundary here at Newlands, but certainly timed that one nicely.
Yeah, that was well played by Ngajima. Positive play. Hitting the bad ball, taking advantage of the bad ball. It's important that they continue that in that vein. I was very impressed with Yves Kamanzi last night as well as this morning. Played some beautiful shots. I think from a coaching point of view, they'll be looking at him as a possible genuine all-rounder. He's obviously in the team for his spinning ability. He's not there to do the job with the bat, but if he can offer that down the order, that'll be a huge asset for the teams that he plays in, whether that's in the academy setup here at Western Province or in the professional team.
He and Guana both have very clear ability with the bat, so the two of them together have potentially a very bright future ahead of them. Both young boys as well, so they've got potentially long careers.
I spoke to Gavin Kaplan as well, and I was, this morning before the day's play, and I asked him about, how was it to open the batting, and he's like, we were keen to just take first strike, and that's what you want to see. You don't want to see youngsters shying away from the responsibility, taking it on, and you can't teach that. That's inbred in you as a professional sportsman, as a young cricketer.
Lovely delivery there by Simon Harmer. Beats the outside edge of Simmons, coming sort of half forward, not fully committing to the shot. But fortunate not to get an edge. This one, no problem for Simmons. Smacks it down towards towards the boundary. It's a dive by the fielder. He got fingertips to it, no more from our vantage point. Simmons clearly wanted to take the attack to Simon Harmer.
That was a little teaser for the captain there. It kept him interested throughout, but he was never really in control of that one, and made a valiant effort, but was never going to get to that one.
Yeah, no more than fingertips.
That is a flick of the wrist from Simmons. That's an excellent cricket shot there.
Lovely shot. Once again, Harmer not quite getting his lines and lengths right to the left-hander. He's had no problems to the right-handers, but the left-hander he's bowled 3 or 4 deliveries, drifting outside the leg stump. Once more, same again. This one going for 4.
I think we saw yesterday. Sibs Makanya and Javishan Pillay, they were rewarded for positive play, and that seems to be what the likes of Simmons can do as well. He's a positive player. He's not going to sit back and defend all day. That's not going to help. It's his natural game to play attacking cricket, and if you can knock a bowler off their rhythm a bit and score runs in the process, that'll be something positive for the Western Province guys.
Yeah, just as we said, that he bowls a proper line, bowling outside the off stump, changing the complexion of the situation. Simmons coming forward, getting an edge, and nicely caught there by the man closer than the offside. A decent innings there from Simmons. He makes 16 of 18 deliveries, trying to take the attack to Harmer, but Harmer having the last laugh.
That's his 5 wicket. That's his 5 wicket haul.
5 wicket haul for Simon Harmer.
We knew that he would play a role in this innings here, and he has done so far, and he's going to continue throughout the game.
That is his 13th 5 wicket haul in 4-day cricket for Simon Harmer. He's got a lot of 5 wicket hauls overall in his career, but that's his 13th playing in South Africa. Moves on to 711 first-class wickets now with that 5 wicket haul, as Bashe Waters comes in, very experienced, 129 matches, just over 1,000 runs.
I think it's
experienced, but not necessarily experienced with the bat. As an out-and-out bowler. Province now 160 for 7 after 55 overs.
I think that's Kieran Kenny actually come in. That's the young Kieran Kenny.
Kieran Kenny. Apologies that the
Coach giving Bashir Walters a little bit longer to keep his feet up. He did the hard yards yesterday after in the field, getting through a number of overs. Yeah, that is Kieran Kenny there. Even though he's a right arm fast bowler, he's a left-hand batsman. Important role here for Aviwe Mgijima now. He's going to have to palm a lot of the strike now. Try and get his team to lunch.
Driven straight up ball towards Bowler. Brunt, well fielded. Brunt will want to get in on the action, having seen Simon Harmer pick up 5 wickets.
5 for 52 from 24 overs. That's a decent return so far from the Titans' number 1 spinner. His captain will be absolutely thrilled with that.
This one too short, too wide, nicely cut, but great piece of fielding there by the Titans. Stopped at least 2 there, quite possibly a 4.
Not elegantly stopped. Hit him in the midriff there. He's taken one on the body there. He's indicating, but he did the job. That's all that matters. He stopped it going through. I think the Titans will want to try and keep Aviwe Mgijima on this end, not give him the single here. There's a single on offer on the leg side there, through the mid-wicket area there. So he's going to try and get a single through there to face up to Harmer. And he does just that.
Bit of bounce there by Bowler, but evades the short leg, but goes through for a quick single.
So Kenny will have 1 ball to Neil Brunt to deal with. And I think that will be the order of the day. Aviwe Mgijima will try and face as many deliveries as possible, especially from Simon Harmer, and try and keep Kieran Kenny to 1 or 2 deliveries per over.
Yeah, a tough ask in the situation, but that will certainly be the plan that Mr. Province have. Last delivery, nice, solidly behind it is Kieran Kenny. Played that as if he's a top order batsman. Came forward nicely, smothered the spin.
He smothered that properly. He was on top. He was playing that shot before the ball had even been delivered. But yeah, he did a good job there. I don't think Simon Harmer's going to allow his captain to give him a break all the way up until the lunch break. There's no chance that his captain's going to get that ball away from him.
No. He's going to bowl out, no doubt about it.
It's going to be interesting to see if Junior Dala is available. We haven't seen him bowl this morning, and we're not seeing him in the field at the moment. And if they get to a stage where they enforce the follow-on, it's going to be interesting to see how, without Junior Dala there, how that's going to play out. There'll be a lot more responsibility on Harmer. That's a beautiful shot from Aviwe Mgijima. It's a maximum. That's a beautiful shot from Mgijima.
Just a little bit full there by Simon Harmer, but a lovely shot. Clears the rope, goes all the way.
It almost went into the Titans' dressing room there.
Mgijima moves on to 25. Province 167 for 7. Swanee plays back, solidly in behind it.
60 runs this morning so far in the session, but it's that 4 wickets that they've lost in this first session, which has been a big stumbling block for them. They won't be happy with that. That's another positive stroke from Mgijima. That's gone for another maximum. That's a second 6 of the over. Some positive play from Gajima, some rear guard action.
This one was slightly better in many ways. It was more of a slog sweep, but timed it to perfection. The sounding of the bat was exactly what you want to hear as a batter goes all the way.
Dala is on the field there, so he is available. Maybe his captain just holding him back, knows that a potential second innings is coming. He's a fit young man, Junior Dala. That's another boundary there from Aviru Ngajima, well swept, playing with the spin. That's a expensive over in the context of the innings, but some positive play there from Aviru Ngajima. He moves on to 35 as the score moves to 177 for 7 from 57 overs.
Very, very good shot there by Ngajima. Got over the delivery, over the spin, so there was no chance of top edge. Played that over rather well against Simon Harmer. Gives Simon Harmer something to think about for his next over. Neil Brunt is continuing. Driven nicely by Kieran Kenny to mid-on fielder. Early doors, but he doesn't seem to be what you would call a bunny in cricketing sense. Kieran Kenny seems to be able to hold the bat. Comes forward to this one, smothers the spin once more.
A lot of chirps in the field from the Titans. Their energy is up. They are sniffing a follow on here.
One would expect that they would put Province in again, but the modern way does seem to be not to bother, but they do have an awful lot of runs, nearly 500. 470 to be exact.
Yeah, I can't see them not enforcing the follow on. They won't be, the way they batted and for how long they batted, they were definitely planning on only batting once in this match. We're in day 3 already, as we head towards lunch on day 3. That's a nice shot there from Kieran Kenny. He gets off the mark as well, which is lovely for him. That's his first run in first class cricket. A nice shot there.
Yeah, as I said, he looks no mug with the bat at all. Maybe that's why that he got the promotion. They decided that he's more of a number 9 than a number 11.
Nicely played by Ngajima as well. But he would have wanted a single there to... Now Kieran Kenny is going to have to face up to Simon Harmer. And this will be a challenge for him to keep this out. Maybe there's a single around. They won't give him that single that easily, that's for sure. Simon Harmer will be sniffing 3 wickets to go. He'll be sniffing around for as many of those 3 as he can get hold of.
There's one thing that he has done in the earlier rounds, he has cleaned up tails. He wasn't able to get early wickets the first couple of rounds for the Titans, but he was able to get quite a few tail-enders in their earlier games. Nice and solidly behind it is Kieran Kenny coming forward again, which is good to see.
Again, that second slip is on his knees. He's just waiting there. We saw them warming up, doing some drills. That's exactly what they were planning for. Aviru Ngajima looking for that single, but unfortunately Neil Brunt came in very quickly there, stifling any chance of a single.
flatter and shorter. This one went straight in with the arm. Nearly had the off stump.
Kieran Kenny will say that he knew exactly where his off stump was there, was right behind that and well left by, he will say. But that was a decent delivery, mixing it up. Ever experienced Harmer.
Flighting that one, but Kieran Kenny getting solidly behind it. Smothered spin. Simon Harmer getting through his overs very quickly. Once again, much flatter that time, and full defence from Kieran Kenny, just short of the slip fielder on his knees.
Kenny would have played on some dusty wickets in club cricket in Cape Town. There's a couple of shaky surfaces around, so he would have played some spinners in his day. So he doesn't look like he's overawed by that, which is good. He did well there to keep that over out. Aviu Ngajima will be on strike. He's on 35 not out. The score is 178 for 7. The deficit is 469. 59 overs gone. They're getting through their overs very quickly today.
Very quickly. But he said that would be the case. Particularly Simon Harmer. He really likes to get through his overs very quickly. And it doesn't let the batsman settle at all. Leo Blunt continuing. Foolish delivery, nicely played. Jima.
From a Western Province point of view, they'll want Aviu Ngajima to be there as long as possible. He needs to be there at lunch.
Yeah, just under half an hour till lunch. Not long to go. But yes, that's imperative that he's at the crease when it does indeed become lunch.
That's a decent delivery. Aviu Ngajima didn't really know whether to go back or forward to that one. Just kept it out in the end. But it was a bit of a quicker delivery there from Brunt. Well disguised.
We've seen Brunt does have his own varieties and pace and balls go in with the arm. He's got his own tricks. He's definitely more than just a part-timer. I think at the start of his career he was definitely more part-timer, but he does seem to be more than just that.
Absolutely, at the top of the order for the Titans in the top 3 or 4, and then being able to bowl 15-20 overs in innings, that's a huge asset for any team. And that's that's something that, and then from a leadership point of view, he obviously enjoys the responsibility in all facets of the game, so he wants to be involved. Oh, that's a bit uppish from Ngajima. That's stuck a bit in the pitch there. He was looking for the single to get off strike for the next over, but unfortunately for him, he didn't get the single, and that's a good over there from Neil Brunt.
Yeah, he's doing good work there, making sure that Simon Harmer has another 6 deliveries to the youngster, Kieran Kenny.
As the famous train rides past at Newlands, the iconic sound, the sights and sounds of Newlands. If we can describe the smell of the brewery, which everyone I'm sure will be looking forward to come the test match, it's part of the sights and sound of this beautiful ground. Normally the train driver gives a bit of a hoot if he knows that there's a match on here. But it's Saturday, the local residents don't necessarily want the noise. But it is a picture-perfect setting here. A little bit of a breeze out there, which might aid the spinner a bit.
Kieran Kenny getting solidly behind Simon Harmer's first delivery.
lot of chatter behind the stumps. Dean Elgar there's never short of a
Nicely driven to full there by Simon Harmer, but well fielded. Kieran Kenny gaining confidence in his little innings so far.
I think Mgajima will be saying to him, don't be too confident. Oh no.
Just as I say that, he loops one up and it goes very nicely caught there by Simon Harmer. Nicely flighted there by Simon Harmer. He saw the confidence of the young man. Kieran Kenny wanting to play a positive shot, getting a leading edge, and he is dismissed. For 1 of 15 deliveries, Western Province find themselves 178 for 8 now. That's 6 wickets in the match for Simon Harmer.
Yes, thanks to David and Tim. Yeah, just describing there how the 8th wicket has fallen for the Western Province team, and as we welcome Tepo Mareki to the commentary team. Great to have you with us again, Tepo.
Good to be here, thank you very much. I wish we were under better circumstances. But yeah, it's good to be here, thanks.
Yes, as you say, better circumstances. 6-gun rule Western Province now 8 wickets down for 178 in the 61st over. Simon Harmer having now taken, I think that's his 6th wicket. He's just taken 6 for 68. And he has been a thorn in the side of the Western Province team in this innings. But that score on the board for the Titans putting the Western Province team under a huge amount of pressure.
Yeah, I think under the conditions as well. I think he's been exceptional today. The wicket's starting to take a bit of spin, obviously, and he's no better exponent of spin bowling than he is under these circumstances, and just applying the pressure through them scoring 600 and plenty yesterday. It's going to be a tough old slog for Western Province.
Early on this morning, saw some, just from a fast bowling point of view, Tepo, we saw Corbin Bosch bending his back quite a bit from the Kelvin Grove end. Is that your preferred end here at Newlands?
No, I actually prefer the Weinberg end, but yeah, I thought he bowled with good pace this morning and with a lot of aggression, and it was a good foil for what was to come in terms of the pressure through Harmer, and they had a good little partnership there to start the day off, and just what the doctor ordered for the Titans, I think, and it's what you want. They've got 2 guys who can bowl, over 140, and I think it's a good balanced attack with Kamani bowling some medium pace as well.
Bashir Waters is the new batter at this time. Fall of that last wicket. A tall figure facing Simon Harmer.
And the talk in the dressing room this morning for the Titans would have been to do pretty much exactly what they've done, I should think. On the Western Province side, it would have been bat long, but just from a team in a dominant position like this, what would the talk be?
I think from both the captain and the coach, and they've got a few senior players as well. It's when you've got your foot on the proverbial throat of the opposition, you want to make sure that you press home that advantage. And so for them this morning, it would have been just this. Try and get an early wicket, then try ball pressure through the spin of Harmer, get men around the bat. We've got a lot of runs to play with, and so they can attack. And that's the unfortunate situation that Western Province found themselves in, is that they can't really put a dent in that deficit, especially under the pressure that's been put on by Harmer.
and the deficit is still 469 after that record score from the Titans, which they amassed over day 1 and day 2. 647 for 7 declared. We'll give you more of those details when we go into the luncheon interval, but for the moment we're in conversation with Tepo Mareki, who's right arm fast bowler for the Six Gun Grill Western Province, joining us here. It's great to have you with us.
It's great to be here, thank you.
Just in terms of your situation at the moment and your recovery, how's it going?
It's just started rehab this week, so it's initially slow progress, but progress nonetheless. And yeah, we're just going to monitor it, go day by day, and see, how far along we can get. I know that I won't be available next week, obviously, but yeah, going forward, trying to get back playing as soon as possible.
We look forward to having you back and steaming in from the Weinberg end as soon as possible. So not too long to go before you're back in action.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Oh my goodness! Oh dear.
Lovely ball there by Neil Grant. Go in with the arm, straightening in on the middle stump, and simple catch there to first slip. And that's the end of Bashir Walters. And Province find themselves now 179 for 9. Bashir Walters was out naught of 4 deliveries. Neil Grant will be glad that he's chipping in with the wickets as well as Simon Harmer.
And we're sitting 20 minutes to go before 25 minutes to go before the luncheon interval. And if you are a Western Province fan, we're chatting here to Tepo Mareki, and Tepo just now in the Western Province dressing room. It will be feeling a bit doom and gloom, or how will the guys be feeling now?
I think the current situation is obviously quite dire. But I think from a coaching and captain's point of view, I guess the opposite to the Titans is we've got to find a way to manufacture some sort of a positive result from here. We're going to have more than likely going to have another crack with the bat.
Yeah.
They'll probably put us in for the follow-on, and it's going to be about survival at that point.
Yeah.
The remainder of today and try and get it to tomorrow. And that's going to take a massive batting effort. The wicket will deteriorate more. Harmer will bowl loads of overs, and he'll apply the pressure. And there'll be men around the bat, and there'll be chat, and guys are going to have to grow up. A lot of young guys in that batting group as well. So the pressure's going to be on, and I don't think it's all over just yet. I think there are a couple of guys in that team who can bat for 2 to 3 sessions and try and save this game.
And we were talking a bit yesterday to Wayne Parnell just around session by session, and that's you were mentioning it now again. Will it be to say, okay, guys, we've had a really bad session here. We've lost so far 6 wickets. Quite possible that the 7th wicket in the session could go down. Might be back on before the luncheon interval. Just bat long.
Yeah, and that's the name of the game. I think the thing that makes it a little bit easier, and none of this, let's be clear, is easy, is that there's no pressure on trying to score.
Yeah.
So for the batters coming in, second dig, it's going to be about just batting. And batting and batting and batting as long as you can. And that's a simple message. I'm sure that's the message the coach will be giving the batting group. Is there's no race to get anywhere.
Yeah.
We're here again tomorrow.
Yeah.
And we've got to try and be at 5:30 tomorrow afternoon. Wicket's still intact.
Right. And on the bowling side, we were chatting a bit now earlier on about what would the Titans be looking at. They can just continue to attack with the platform they've got. Definitely,
and I think I don't foresee Harmer giving the ball up at any point in the future. And I think I wouldn't be surprised if he took the new ball in the second innings. To be fair, the wickets responded quite nicely for him. He's a tall guy, gets a lot of bounce, and he's bowled that really good attacking line. So, that wouldn't even surprise me if he took the new ball second innings with either Boshi or Junior Dalla.
Yeah.
So yeah, they. they're in the catbird seat,
Yeah.
and they're enjoying the advantages of having scored loads of runs, and now the pressure being pulled by a really, really good spinner.
Yeah. Been impressed with the innings here from Aviwa Ngujima, one of the senior pros in the team. He's been looking to be aggressive as well as just good on defence. So that's a positive from a Western Province point of view. You've been around him in the dressing room for some time.
Yeah, no, fantastic team man, first and foremost, and a really good player as well. He's a very positive player, and I'm sure he would have thought the best way for him to negotiate this period of the game is to try and counter-attack and try and put Harmer under a bit of pressure and see how he responds, because I think, if we're honest, we haven't done a lot of that up until Ngujima came into bat.
Yeah.
So I think that gives him a bit of food for thought and something that he can sort of tussle with and see about field changes. And now all of a sudden, I think he's bowling to give Ngujima the single, and that makes things easier for him as a batter.
Yeah.
Just on the cricket, Province are 180 for 9, and Simon Harmer is bowling to Guana, who has come out to bat, and we were told that was probably likely that he would be able to bat, so from the Western Province point of view, that is good to see.
And how is Mhlali Mpongwana? I mean, he had that bit of a thigh strain. Any news from the dressing room?
I've not heard a lot yet about his situation. He doesn't look like he's moving too comfortably at the moment, so I wouldn't expect there to be any quick singles.
No.
But in terms of his batting, I think very talented young batter, beautiful striker of the ball, and yeah, he's no mug, and he'll certainly try and offer up some resistance along with Aviwa Ngujima in this period before lunch.
As a tall man,
yes, very.
Mhlali Mpongwana, and very much in the Morne Morkel height mode, I would think.
Yeah.
So, yes, accomplished the survival in that over very well. Got down nicely and can get forward on fields to those short of length deliveries from Simon Harmer. That's been a feature of his bowling, has been that length that batters have found quite difficult to pick.
Yeah, I think his greatest asset, I'd say, Simon Harmer, is the ability to hit the same length at different paces. So it's difficult to line up, it's difficult to use your feet, and then it becomes quite difficult to sweep as well, because you can slide the ball in there a little bit quicker and you can beat you through the air. So his variation, his skill set has been exceptional so far.
I mean, as a bowling unit in the team, I mean, you looking at your role within the Western Province team, I mean, every bowler has a role they have to play. For sure. And how do you set that up as a bowling unit?
I think it's a lot of the time when it comes to seam, you break it up between seam and spin. I think a lot of the time you use your quicks, your big quicks, to sort of strike, to attack, take the new ball and try and get you wickets. And there's always a guy in the team. I find myself in that role from time to time, and in this team probably Ramani will be in that role where you look to apply pressure, build dots, bowl maidens, and try and get wickets that way. So the field will be a lot more attacking with a guy like Dala or a guy like Bosch, and slightly more defensive for a guy like Ramani, but only because his job is to try and hold the game up a little bit. And once the wicket starts to take turn, like it's done today, then roles are reversed. I think you sort of then use your seamers as sort of the guys who hold the game up, and you let a guy like Simon Harmer attack with an attacking field, and they've got the good fortune of having a batter who bowls left arm spin as well in Neil Brunt, which is an added benefit, and they've even got Dean Elgert for a slip who bowls left arm spin, so they've got a lot of options, and you know their first innings batting has put them in an awesome position.
It has. I mean, you can see 4 men around the bat. That's excluding the wicket keeper. What's that? A very silly mid-off position, forward square, and 2 slips. Second slip very close. That's beautifully played by Mhlali Mpongwana, but equally good fielding in the covers there by looks like Sibs Makanya in the cover region, extra cover, That brings us to the end of the over. 64 gone, 181 for 9 are the 6-gun grill Western Province. We are just 20 minutes shy of the luncheon interval here at 6-gun grill Newlands, and there have been 6 wickets that have fallen this morning, commencing on 107 for 3 this morning. Western Province. We're in conversation with Tepo Mareki, the Western Province seam bowler. Great to have him with us here in the commentary box. Simon Harmer continues from the Weinberg end. That's beautifully swept by Aviwa Ngajima. And yes, so in terms of that, just on day one, up front, from a seam bowler point of view, Western Province weren't able to get the breakthrough. That first wicket partnership really hurt, and we saw similar from Junior Dala and Corbin Bosch as that is swung away into the leg side by Mhlali Mpongwana. Comes back for the second. Similar sort of start for the quicks. And not really able to create the pressure.
Yeah, I think it's one of those wickets where if you, as a seamer, are in and around that off stump area, there'll be a lot of reward for you. But if you miss, and you find a lot with these test grounds, the wickets are pretty good. So if you miss your area, the ball can disappear. And with their additional pace, once it's through the infield, it's forget about chasing it. So, and I think the good fortune of having a guy like Harmer who's experienced, and he can come in at first change as a bowler and hold the game out for the captain immediately, and that creates pressure immediately on what was 2 young players in Kaplan and Smith yesterday.
Yes.
And you know, in their defence, they wouldn't have faced anybody as skilled or as experienced as Simon. So that was good learning for them as well, and he was able to bring that rate down from, I think it was over 5s at one point, down to 3.3, I think it was at the end of yesterday, and now it's below 3s, and that's how you get wickets. You bring that rate down and you ask them to take risks.
The opening partnership of 49 between Kaplan and Smith against Bosch and Dala, they were looking particularly impressive in that spell where they were able to work the quicks around, use the bad ball and put away. I mean, that must have been a positive for the dressing room.
Definitely. I mean, for 2 young guys, I think Kaplan is around 22 and Smith 19. To see 2 young guys on debut go out there against 2 quick bowlers who've played on the circuit for some time, Dala for South Africa obviously as well, to see them acquit themselves the way they did yesterday, in trying circumstances, and having been in the field for around about 5 sessions was really impressive, and it bodes well hopefully for them going forward. And it'd be nice to see one of them in the second innings take that opportunity and try to go as big as they can. It was really pleasing to see them yesterday.
Can you remember a time in your career you ever been in the field for 172 overs?
I was talking to Rory Clayfeld yesterday actually about it, and I think we played a game in Paul where we got a big total up front, and we bowled them out cheaply, the Lions, I think it was against. Bowled them out cheaply and forced the follow-on, and then weren't able to bowl them out in the second innings. And so we essentially fielded for 6 sessions, about 2 days. So it would have been, I think it was just over 200 consecutive overs in the field.
That's a lot.
So that was tough. I mean, slightly different to this because at least we were in the field trying to win the game. Whereas I think you're just trying to stave off defeat as long as you can. So that makes it slightly easier. But spending anything over 100 overs in the field starts to get dark for the fielding team.
One of the features yesterday, which we commented on, was just really how the Western Province team were able to keep that morale going. I mean, it was visible after lunch yesterday that the shoulders did start to sag slightly, which is understandable. I mean, completely understandable in this type of situation. Many of the players on the field would never have faced or been out in the field for as long as that before in a single innings. But we were feeling that was a really positive sign for the energy and that in the team, and it looks like one talks about the dressing room a lot and how happy they are.
Yeah.
Very positive vibe within the team.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, it's a pretty young group as well, led by a young captain. So generally, you'll find that the energies are up, and you're somewhat at that point resigned to the fact that we're going to have to wait for a declaration. So I think you've got to try and enjoy the time that you have out there with your teammates, because if you don't, I mean, the alternative is what, being out there, start fighting amongst each other, and that's never good for the team in an already pretty bad situation. You don't want to make things worse. So it was good to see the spirit out there. Guys still encouraging each other all the way until they were able to get off the field due to that declaration.
Just an update. The cricket province are 185 for 9 after 66 overs. Jima's on 40 and Guane is on 2.
And in terms of the declaration from the Titans, I mean, that was again a source of quite a lot of discussion yesterday. There was a certain amount of consensus that they would get to around 500 and declare, or just over 500. That didn't happen. One experienced batter in Ayak Amani and a youngster in Jivishan Pillay, who went to respectively their highest ever first-class scores with a huge partnership at the end for the 8th wicket. How does that play on your mind as a defending team?
Yeah. I think first of all,
he's safe.
I think first of all, when it comes to that sort of 500 or 550 declaration, it gets quite difficult for the captain, because both those guys are scoring quite quickly.
Yes.
And nearing personal milestones. So it becomes do we, at the expense of the individual, pull them off and try to get bowling soon, or let those guys get to those personal milestones? And I think for a batter like Javesh Pillay, who's a young guy making his way, I think those moments like these, playing at a test ground, getting a first-class 100 against Western Provinces, that's something that he can take. It's almost bigger than the declaration for his career.
Yes.
And that's a fantastic moment for him, and they let him have that moment. And I think that speaks to probably what that dressing room is like.
Yes.
With also led by Neil Brunt, who's a young captain. So it's a good thing, good signs from them in terms of like their team spirit. And then when he gets close, Komane hits a couple of boundaries, and all of a sudden he's in the 90s.
Yes.
And then you sort of got to stay out there. If you're going to stay out there for one, you've got to stay out for the other. And as a defending team, I mean, once you're upwards of past 450, 500, you start to look up at the opposing gallery, and more in hope than expectation. You start to start asking for mercy. And it's a tough place to be in. Having been in those situations before, it's just sort of hoping, oh, please, let that be enough. And they kept us out of the field for a much longer period of time, and it looks like at the moment it was a pretty good decision.
Yes.
You get more time on the legs for the fielding team, and those two young men who opened the batting, who've never fielded that long in their lives, have to go out there now against two really good bowlers who are fresh as well, and go go see up for that new ball.
So, and if they manage to get the last wicket, the last 5 minutes, they won't have to come out and bat.
Yeah.
So they'll have a 40-minute rest, which is rather fortunate.
Yeah, and I think as well, I'm not entirely sure what the rule is, but I think if at 12 we're still 9 down, they can ask for an additional half an hour.
Yes,
so we might
can.
we might be out here for an extended period.
I think
that's true.
I think they will. I think that will be. I'm sure they will ask for the extra half an hour already. It does look that the potential is there. Any delivery, certainly batters are quitting themselves well at the moment. Brunt and Harmer are putting them to the test. Ngijima looking solid for his 42, approaching the highest score of the innings. It was really good to see the way that the Titans batters for that 8th wicket approached their task. You were talking about Ayak Amani, both going to personal milestones, highest scores for both of them. Jirishan Pillay in his first season of franchise cricket.
Yeah.
Also getting his first 100 in first-class cricket. That is something that the dressing room, as you say, would be aware of.
For sure.
Plenty of time left in the game, and already enough runs on the board.
For sure.
So it's good to hear about the conversations that you would be having in the dressing room in that situation, to say, okay, let's stay out there, and it's more than just putting the nail in and making it more difficult. It's about just building that spirit within the team.
For sure, and getting guys in positions where they feel like they're contributing as well. Especially young guys when come into a team. That's the biggest thing. The feeling, the wanting to belong, and the sooner you can get a score as a batter, or the sooner you can get a haul of wickets as a bowler, the sooner you can feel a part of the team. You feel like you belong at that level, and you feel like I'm a part of this group, and I can, I contribute to winning. And that's an important thing for any cricketer, and their confidence.
Yeah. In taking you back to that time when you were in the field for a long time, you would have bowled a lot of overs there.
Yes.
I mean, Bashir bowled, I think, 30 overs plus as the senior bowler. Short of McClally and Pongwana not on the field for a lot of the, in fact, for none of the second day. Do you just keep the same routine? Well, how does your routine work? If you're throwing the ball again, you're asked to keep running in?
I think as a bowler, the test oftentimes is physical, the running around, the coming back for spell after spell after spell. But when you lose one of the attack, especially if you're playing three seamers, you then know that your workload is going to increase because you have to do a bit of bowling for somebody else, in essence. It can play on your mind a little bit, but I think as a bowler, you've got to. There'll be days where you're the guy who's travelled on the day, or you haven't bowled well, or you get injured, and so you've got to bite that bullet and go out there and bowl those overs for your captain. And I don't know, I'm not a superstitious guy really, but I think the game pays that back.
Yeah.
You have a guy like Bashir Walters next week, gets a 5-6 wicket haul, and he spends 50 overs out there.
Yeah.
You bowl a team out cheaply. So you've got to keep trying to look for that good karma, I guess.
And as you say, looking at it positively, giving you a chance to work on those lines and lengths, hitting the spot, trying your best. I mean, conditioning in that situation, conditioning plays a massive role.
Massive role. I think as a seamer, the most important thing, other than the ability to execute your skill, is fitness.
Yeah.
Being able to come back day in and day out, and the Titans themselves will have. I mean, the seamers are lucky in that Harmer's done the bulk of the bowling, but there'll be days where the captain asks you to win the game, like in that last game that we spoke about, where you're going to have to come back for a 5th and 6th spell on the second day of bowling. And you have to find something a little bit extra to try and get over the line. And so I think as a bowler, you sort of bring your hard hat to work and your lunch pail, and you just want to go to work. It's a pretty thankless task at times, but that's the mindset I think you have to have if you're a seamer in 4-day cricket.
And that over, Western Province are 190 for 9, the Jubas on 44, and Grinders on 3. Both batsmen are getting a little bit confident now. They've had plenty of time at the crease to see both spin bowlers. The partnership so far is 11, but they've been there for quite a time. So hopefully from a Western Province point of view, they can bat at least until we do have the lunch break.
And taking time out of the game now, Tsepo, absolutely crucial for Six Gun Grill Western Province.
I mean, you do every old trick in the book. I think you go to now to try and get off the park, try and stay on the park, and make sure that the game isn't sped up. You want to try and get them out there as long as possible, get them frustrated, And I think that's where you sort of get spells of a little bit looser bowling. It relaxes the batting team a little bit, relaxes the batter when when you're able to get the ball away, and that's all just the give and take. The mental side of cricket is they've felt as though they've sort of flown through the batting order. In comparison to what was 172 overs spent in the field by Western Province. And it might be a little frustrating now towards the end, not getting that last wicket. 4 minutes away from the lunch break. They'll be desperate to get that stick and get off.
Good defensive play here from Mpongwana, and despite that injury, he's come out to bat for his team and taking as long as he possibly can at the crease to try and help the cause. And he has looked a bit to be running quite gingerly though when he is running between the wickets.
I think at the moment it has to be a dead certain single for them to take it. He looks like he's moving with a lot of discomfort.
We talk a lot, we talk a bit more about conditioning as a fast bowler as you sort of start your career. I mean, we have seen a number of younger fast bowlers who perhaps from early in their career maybe have bowled a lot of overs. It might be difficult to maintain that conditioning. The routines that you go through when you're starting into either into a net session, particularly, or when you start with your training, how does that work? What's your sort of routine?
I found, just to touch on the point you made earlier about younger bowlers getting injured, I think it might be the opposite problem. I think young bowlers don't bowl enough.
Okay.
So when they get to the game and you're put in, and it's the game now, so we can't sort of manage you through the game, and you're upwards of 20 and 30 overs because you're playing against good batters out there. The body isn't used to that, and then you're asked to play back-to-back games, and you do that again, and then the body isn't used to that either. So I think that's, for me, what I focus on mainly in 4-day cricket conditioning is trying to build those loads in the off-season and trying to bowl as much as I can. So that when you get to game one of a 4-day game and you are stuck in the field for more than 100 overs, you're able to post 100 overs, still go, and still ask for the ball and still have energy, and still bowl with a lot of enthusiasm, and that's what it is. I've always thought for myself personally that the only way I can get match fit or bowling fit is by bowling. I mean, there's no substitute for that for me, and I think that might be the issue with a lot of guys who have
Now fields time, and this time the umpire gives it out affirmative. It's a fast ball by Simon Harmer. Once again, the batsman playing back, the Kachima playing back to the delivery, to the faster delivery. He's in front of the stumps and pretty much plumb. He's dismissed 45 of 76 deliveries. Western Province at the stroke of lunch are 195 all out after 17.2 overs. Simon Harmer finishes off 7 for 76. Pick of the Titans bowlers.
So yes, a very tough morning if you are a Six Gangrel Western Province supporter, losing their last 7 wickets for the addition of 88 runs this morning, 195 all out, and we've had the privilege now of being in discussion with Tepo Moreki, who will be back bowling for Six Gangrel Western Province very soon, talking about a number of aspects of fast bowling and conditioning. That's how many 7 wickets for Simon Harmer in this particular innings. No doubt after lunch we'll see Western Province coming out to bat again.
Definitely, and I think we'll see more of Simon Harmer as well.
Yes, I think so. He's bowled unchanged for this entire session from the Wynberg end, and most of that time accompanied by Captain Neil Brunt. Tepo, as always, it's over the last few days it's been a pleasure to have you here chatting with us. Thank you very much for your insights, and we look forward to potentially having the chance to chat to you again soon. But if we don't, then wish you all the best with your continued recovery, and look forward to seeing you back on the field again very soon.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that, guys.
Thank you.
Cheers.
So we'll join you again after the lunch break, and it's goodbye from us for the next half an hour or so.
welcome back everyone to the post-lunch session. Just a little update on what happened previously before lunch break. Simon Harmer's 7 for 67 is a personal record for him at this ground in 4-day cricket, beating a previous 7 for 89. He now has 308 wickets for Essex and 292 wickets for the Warriors and now the Titans. So he's got a lot of wickets behind him as the players come out to bat. Obviously, Western Province are indeed following on, much as we expected.
Yes, as expected, Tim indicating to you there that the opening batters for Six Gun Gruel Western Province, who are Gavin Kaplan and Daniel Smith, are out in the middle, and they will be looking to build on the runs that they scored in the first innings. 49 partnership for that first wicket for the two debutants, and they'll be looking to bat long here for Six Gun Gruel Western Province, and Titans will be looking to ensure that they don't bat long and that they wrap this game up within the next two sessions, and then can go and have a round of golf tomorrow at Royal Cape.
You picked my mind. I was just going to say, a Sunday afternoon for a round of golf sounds pretty good.
And it will be Junior Dala who will be opening the bowling for the Momentum Multiply Titans from the Kelvin Grove end of this beautiful Six Gun Gruel Newlands ground. It really is looking a picture. Some rain earlier in the week ahead of this, and rain even a couple of weeks ago here in the Cape has really made it look beautiful as Dale is in from that Kelvin Grove end, and Kaplan just defends the first ball and breaks a series of two innings that have both started with a single off the first ball. So now still 452 runs to make the Titans bat again. Looks a very long way away. Survival and keeping that scoreboard just ticking along, working with small targets to begin with Western Province, and Dale is in yet again.
One
That's a good start.
smacked on the offside by Kaplan, too short and too wide by Dala, and it got the treatment, got over the top of the delivery there, so no chance of any thought of a catch, and comes off the mark, as do Western Province for without loss.
So for the right arm over the wicket, Junior Dala, we have two slips and a fourth slip. We have Elgar, Harmer and Mokoena in the slips. Point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg and a fine leg. That's
Down the leg side by Junior Dala.
loosener. Want to give Gian Klutter some running to do to his left, and that was a bit of a wide one. To get something out of this for the fast bowlers, you think that's going to be the surprise ball, maybe once every couple of overs. You're going to be working the batsman out, probing outside that off stump. That's what the field is there for at the moment.
Once again, bringing it in short, hard into the pitch, trying to get whatever life there is, which they have been able to extract better than the Western Province bowlers when they were bowling. But they won't want to repeat the same situation as they did in the Province first innings and just bowl short.
Yeah.
They don't want to give these two youngsters confidence again.
Oh dear. Oh,
This one got too big for Kaplan, got spliced on top of the bat, flew in on the offside, fielder at point running in full speed, and it bounced just in front of him. That was very close to the first wicket of the second innings for the Titans.
Sibs Makanya and Grant McQuena both converging on that one, bouncing probably 2 meters in front of the point fielder, as Tim very nicely described, got very big on Gavin Kaplan and popped up off the shoulder of the bat. Lucky to get away with that one.
He's now looking at his bat. What on earth happened there? Looking at it very inquisitively.
He's probably got that red cherry will have left a very nice red mark on there for him. Two youngsters chatting in the middle. They are both on debut and open the batting in the first innings, and are doing so again for Western Province in this second innings. As, it is going to be Simon Harmer opening the bowling from the Weinberg end, where we are sitting in the South Pavilion, across the way from the standard normal media centre, which is unoccupied for this match, as are the stands here at Newlands. Harmer given the new ball.
No surprises there. He's certainly done it recently for Essex in cold conditions. He's become quite accustomed to taking the new ball if the situation of the game required it.
And I think this could potentially be, let's just look at this one problem, a situation where one bowler, spin bowler, could potentially bowl every single over from this side in a day.
Quite possibly. Quite possibly.
That must be some kind of record at Newlands if that does happen. We've seen plenty of records going down in this match so far. We'll cover some of those for you in a moment, if you are only joining us now for this coverage. Daniel Smith going back. That's a dangerous ploy to Simon Harmer. Harmer getting him leg before wicket in the first innings, with one that just skidded on to the left-hander. This will be a real test for the two Western Province openers. That experience you cannot buy.
Couldn't agree more. But they carried themselves very well in the first innings. Got Province off to a decent start with the partnership of 49. They'll want to repeat that.
Yeah, most certainly. They will want to bat for as long, if not longer, than they have ever batted before in any form of cricket, as Junior Dollar continues the attack from the Kelvin Grove end.
Once again, banging in short. This one, Kaplan getting him just about on top of the delivery, but not at all comfortable with this extra pace from Darla. Darla certainly getting bounce out of this pitch.
Yeah,
He and Bosch have been able to get that bounce, whereas the Western Province pace bowlers were unable to get anything like that kind of life. This one a bit fuller, this one a bit Kaplan getting a bit more confidently behind it and just replaying that shot, replaying the backward to defence.
So we have a two slips next to the wicket keeper. We have a fourth slip, a man at backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, a man at a forward square leg next to the umpire, and a man at long leg as Dala is in again.
Once again, a little bit fuller, just push it up just a little bit there by Dala, and Kaplan following the same process as the previous delivery, getting his body and his bat fully in behind the delivery.
If you are just joining us and haven't been watching this coverage over the last couple of days, the match situation currently is Western Province are following on.
This one, Kaplan works towards the leg side and is able to go through for a quick single.
Titans, who were put into bat on day one, scored 647 for the loss of 7 wickets, a record for the 4-day matches for the Titans in their time as the Titans, surpassing anything they scored in the franchise series as well as in this Division 1. Previous high is 623 for 4 declared. 4 Centurions in that innings. Grant McQueen 154, Dean Elgar 113, and then Jivishen Pillay and Aya Kamani. Both of those two batters coming in later on in the innings and putting together a partnership of 199 unbroken for the 8th wicket, which in itself was a record for the Titans in any cricket for the Titans for the 8th wicket, as was the opening partnership of 233 between Mokoena and Elgar.
Chikitala comes in grounded wicket to Smith. Solid backward defence, puts it in the offside, no run.
Feature of the innings for the Titans, that 8th wicket partnership, Jivishen Pillay, the 22-year-old who has just joined the Titans from KZN, going to his maiden first class 100, and then ending on, I just want to check his score for you, we'll give that to you shortly, ending on a score of 113 not out, and Aya Kamani improving on his previous first class high score of 107, ending on 117 not out, as we watch Simon Harmer from the Weinberg end.
Forward defence by Kaplan, nice forward approach, positive.
Looking very compact forward defensive stroke, nicely in behind the line of the ball.
Oh, this one slightly back of it and goes down the leg side.
Grant McQueen and Dean Elgar having been asked to bat, putting on 231. I apologise, I said 233. 231 for that first wicket, eclipsing the opening partnership record for the Titans, as that one is a bit short from Simon Harmer.
This one too short, and Kaplan gets into position nice and quickly, pulls it backward a square at the leg side for 4. That will give him a bit more breathing space and a bit more confidence that he can play Simon Harmer. Province are 9 without loss, and Kaplan has got all 9.
Indeed, he has certainly capitalised on that short delivery. Talking about the Titans innings, they did capitalise on some rather wayward bowling first up on the first morning from the rather young and inexperienced Western Province attack. Once again, forward defence by Kaplan. just before the match started, Wayne Parnell ruled out with a slight niggle, which it was felt was not worth risking ahead of his return to the South African squad for this coming week's matches against the Netherlands. That series starting on Friday next week, the 26th.
Once again, forward defence by Kaplan. Very solid. Even in defence, you can be positive, and he's showing that positive approach, being definite with his shot making, which is important on a pitch like this.
And with Tsepo Moreki, who we had the privilege of having with us on air before the luncheon interval, Tsepo Moreki out injured, and Andre Berger out with a long-term stress fracture in his back, only expected to be back in action for 6 Gangrel Western Province next year sometime, as well as Buren Hendricks being called up for international duty for South Africa A.
Round the wicket this time from Junior Dala in Daniel Smith. Daniel Smith gets back and across, full and defends it.
The decision was made by coach Salih Nakadin to give the opportunity for Kieran Kenny to make his debut for Western Province, and Bashir Walters were the mainstays of the attack.
This one short and wide by Junior Dala, and that's bread and butter to Daniel Smith. No need to chase that one. Just backs it on the square boundary for 4. Short boundary or no short boundary, that was always going to the boundary.
Well, indeed, these attacking fields giving the opportunity for the batters, if there is anything that is there to be hit. There are runs on offer, as one would expect the Titans attacking heavily, Tim.
That would certainly be the case. They want to wrap this up as quickly as possible. Great ball, the Junior Dala. Daniel Smith will say he got it inside it, but I think that was a genuine plan miss. Not going forward or back, stuck in the crease, playing a bit away from his body, goes through to the keeper.
Yeah, much better delivery from Junior Dala, learning from that one that was short and wide. Very different art, this bowling in a 4-day game than it is to where he excels in the 1-day situation. Outstanding T20 cricketer as well, having represented the Proteas.
Interesting decision. They've got a backward point on the boundary.
Yeah.
So they've got an attacking field, but that tells me that somebody's been watching Daniel Smith. Daniel Smith is a good cut of the ball, but sometimes he lets the situation get away from him and hit it in the air. He does do that on the odd occasion. This one sticked.
Down to the man at fine leg, Jivishen Pillay, who we will be talking a bit more about now in terms of the century that he made in only his second 4-day Division 1 match for the Titans. 1 ball left in this Junior Dala over, and Titans really putting on the pressure on Western Province.
Kaplan getting an inside edge there of Dala's delivery, and they go through for a quick 2 as the ball is fielded by man at the fine leg boundary. Bit of a chase for him, that's why they were able to get the 2. Western Province move on to 16 without loss. Kaplan on 11 and Daniel Smith on 5.
So that 647 for 7 coming on the back of the 231 run opening partnership, a record for the Titans by Mokoena and Elgar. Grant Mokoena eventually out became the second wicket that Kieran Kenny took in the innings. Talking a bit about the selection for Western Province, Mhlali Mpongwana opening the bowling with Bashir Walters, Kieran Kenny coming on first change for his debut in first class cricket, and we're going to see Simon Harmer from the Wynberg end once again.
And Daniel Smith a bit more definite with his shot making this time, which he wasn't in the first innings when it came to Simon Harmer coming forward, smothering the spin. Oh, we wanted to go for the sweep against Simon Harmer against the spin to a foolish delivery. Not quite the shot you need in that sort of situation, but he is a positive cricketer. He likes to play shots. He doesn't like to let bowlers, whoever they are, settle in. Back to this one forward and a backward defence. Much better from Daniel Smith, much more confident in that particular shot.
To be facing one of the best off spinners in world cricket at the moment on your debut on a third day pitch, which we have seen take some turn, particularly from Harmer here from the Wynberg end. It really is something that these two are not going to forget.
Nicely driven, 2-4 there from Simon Harmer, but well fielded by the bowler.
As we were saying, Tim, they're moving on to 292 four-day domestic wickets, Simon Harmer, with those 7.
Indeed. Just 8 short of the 300 mark.
Together with a... how many did you say you got in for Essex or in county cricket?
308 for Essex.
Wow.
At the moment. When you consider he's played more cricket in South Africa than he has in Essex, I think at this point.
Yes.
Just about.
Yeah.
Yet his record in England is something very, very special, averaging just over 20.
Yeah, which a man who has learnt so much about his craft, and he's displaying all of that here today at 6 Van Grill Newlands.
This one a little bit too leg side by Junidala, and Kaplan is able to work it to the man at the far leg boundary for a single. Of the two batsmen, Kaplan definitely looks the more confident and more assured at the moment.
He's been able to pick off the bad delivery virtually every time he's been bowled. One has been bowled to him, that one down to Corbin Bosch, who's now protecting that backward point boundary for Daniel Smith.
And inside edge there from Daniel Smith, away from the fielder, so they're able to get another single. Province moved on to 18 without loss.
So the field for the right-handed Gavin Kaplan to Junior Dala hasn't changed in the last couple of overs. Still the 2 slips, first, second slip, a man at 4th slip. It's Elgar Harmer and McQueen accompanying Jehan Kluter behind the stumps as Dala is in once again.
Nicely driven, beautiful shot by Kaplan. 2 full this time by Dala. Pierces the inner ring and races towards the boundary. A fist pump between the two batsmen, telling each other to keep going on with this approach. Kaplan moving on to 16.
It's so far a very positive start from the debutants for 6 Gun Grill Western Province, and Gavin Kaplan taking his toll on anything that has been short, anything wide. He's been able to pick them off, and run rate at the moment which is probably of academic importance to Western Province survival, while still keeping the scoreboard ticking along, is what they're looking for. Run rate 3.3 runs to the over. Batting out time here is absolutely crucial for them.
A loud appeal there by the bowler and the slips. Simon Harmer's got his hands on his heads.
Yeah.
The umpire says not out.
Maybe an inside edge. We can't see that from this side. But it looked to me like even with the inside edge, it may have been a little bit high.
I think the height would have been the issue in that case, certainly. But as you say, it's difficult for us to give a strong opinion from the angle we have.
Looking at it again on the delayed feed, it did look like a little bit of an inside edge onto the pads. Umpire Dennis Smith, who has switched ends with his partner Abdullah Steenkamp, his umpiring partner Abdullah Steenkamp, who is now at the Weinberg end, was not interested at all, which says to me, yes, it was definitely not anything that was going to be anything like a decision that he was going to give in the favour of the momentum multiply Titans. Opening bowler from this side, Simon Harmer. Not often you say that, would you?
Simon Harmer just hoid his hat.
Senior pro, can't you? The one area, we'll talk a bit about that after this delivery.
And Daniel Smith brings out the sweep. They're able to bring out the sweep because it was drifting towards the legs and smacks it towards the square boundary.
As he executed that one much better, he chose the better delivery to execute that too. Nomination certainly is, I wouldn't think, an option here. Every ball on its merits. Simon Harmer not happy with the ball now.
No premeditation in that shot. That was he saw the legs and he pounced on it. This one a bit shorter, very similar to the dismissal that he had at the first innings. Daniel Smith playing back once again, trying to force it on the leg side, going through and hitting the leg, his right leg. The umpire saying not out.
Yeah, it looked a little bit high, was a lot shorter than the delivery that got him in the first innings, as he's able to play that very nicely, the next delivery, a bit wider outside the off stump, and gets through for two. That'll make him feel a lot happier, I'm sure. Previous delivery, not able to whip it away onto the leg side. Coming back to that Titans innings, just to finish off what we were indicating, if you weren't with us, a good 48 from the captain, Neil Brunt, and 117 from Dean Elgar, with 154 for Grant McQuarrie, but really the highlight as against a wilting attack was Amani and Pillay.
This one, it's a good ball by Simon Harmer. Again, Daniel Smith's playing back and it's bouncing in front of the slips and it goes through to the boundary. Slightly fortunate there for Daniel Smith. Whole victory for the bowler, but Daniel Smith will take it. Yeah, bouncing well in front of first slip, and he will move on to 16. So both batsmen are on 16, and the score is 32 without loss.
It's for the mathematicians out there and the people who like symmetry, that's very nice. Two batters on 16, total on 32. The only disappointment is that the bowlers have gone for 18 and 14 in their 4 overs each, not for 16 and 16. So
Neil Brunt is coming into the attack. So we're going to have spin from both ends. Junior Dial has been dispensed with. I thought Junior Dial bowled quite well, but decision has been made. 4 overs of his is enough.
Perhaps just the fact that he didn't really beat the bat necessarily. He had a couple of nice shortish deliveries. Nothing that showed that necessarily that there was going to be something there for him. Neil Brunt has been economical in the first innings, as well as being able to get a couple of wicket. You're not going to get anything out of that except a boundary.
Yeah, that was not economical by any stretch of the imagination. That was half volley outside the leg stump and dispatched with elegantly by Gavin Kaplan to the boundary. He moves on to 20.
Score is 36, and again a good start. I'll probably just put the mockers on them completely.
This one
not.
again a little bit too much down the leg side, and a big chase there by the bowler, and the bowler evades. He did a partial stop, but not enough to stop the ball hitting the ropes. So consecutive boundaries for Gavin Kaplan. He moves on to 24.
Nice and positive against the left arm spinner as he just gets a bit of that stiffness out of his action. We'll go through the field placing for you after this delivery.
Short and wide, and cut away on the offside in front of square by Gavin Kaplan, showing a full array of shots. First 2 off his legs, this one punched forcefully on the offside. The 2 batsmen tapped bats. We had tapping fists, we now have tapping bats. With the Province 44 without loss, and Kaplan so far is running away with it, batting very well so far.
Yeah, Neil Brunt it really is just struggling to get his line and his length going. That's a far better delivery from him. Gavin Kaplan has been dominating Junior Dala from this side. Anything that has been there to be hit, he has made sure that he's played it with a degree of circumspection, but played it with the flowing bat rather than forcing the shots, which has been really good to see. It looks like a technically very correct batsman. 1 ball left in this over.
This one driven on the offside, but well fielded there by...
That's Junior Dala in there at mid-off, and that will be the end of Neil Brunt's first over in this second innings, the second 6-gun Grill Western Province innings, and that over an expensive one for the Titans. 3 boundaries for Gavin Kaplan off the first 3 deliveries as Neil Brunt came into the attack for the first time in the second innings. And it will continue to be Simon Harmer from this side. I think we're going to be saying that a lot in this afternoon.
Nice ball, nice drift in towards Daniel Smith's pads, but Daniel Smith making sure he gets the bat in front of the pad and meeting the ball. Ooh. This one stretching forward, making sure he counters the spin of Simon Harmer as much as he can. But there's 2 slips. This one back of a length again, beautifully swept by Daniel Smith, getting on top of the ball, rolling his wrists so there's no chance of a top edge, and all the way along the ground, all the way to the boundary once again. 2 beautiful sweeps in the last 2 overs by Daniel Smith.
picked that length really well on both occasions, and the ball just drifting a little bit down the leg side from Harmer. So Harmer's bowling to 2 slips, the second of which very close in. That's Grant McQuena under the helmet, a backward point, almost a shortish wide third man.
This one a bit flatter, but didn't turn quite as much. Daniel Smith not entertained in playing, take a shot at that one.
Deepish cover point, a man at extra cover, and a deepish mid-off.
This one nicely drifted in again from Simon Harmer, clasping his hands together. He knows he's bowling in a reasonably good fashion at the moment.
Yeah, good decision there from Smith to leave that. The leave had not been a shot that has necessarily been employed much against Harmer, and that one was wide outside the off stump and turning away a little bit more, and these 2 young batters from Western Province, 1 run shy of the partnership they put together for the first wicket in the first innings, and 2 away from a 50 with a very fast run rate, 4.8 runs to the over. Achieved a sign of just a little bit of wayward bowling from the Kelvin Grove end.
Down the leg side once more by Neil Brunt, and Kaplan is again able to get through for a quick single, and they do move on to 49.
First extra of the innings as well, and Daniel Smith will face up to Neil Brunt for the first time in the second innings, and left-hander will be looking to maybe work that ball more onto the leg side. It's going to be interesting to see the line of attack. We have a leg slip, a forward short leg, a man a deep backward square, mid-wicket and a mid-on the leg side for Neil Brunt.
Daniel Smith playing back to this one, but the slowness of the pitch helping in that regard, and the ball comes nicely onto the bat.
Brunt not getting anywhere near the amount of turn as Harmer.
Quick single there for Daniel Smith with the mid-on reasonably deep, and they get a 50 up for the Western Province, 50 partnership between Kaplan and Smith of 63 balls. That's good going. So it's just a fraction under 5 and over. It's been a positive approach by Western Province so far.
As a really positive approach, and something that they would have spoken about in the dressing room. As Teppo Mareki was talking to us before lunch, just saying that this is it's all about the opportunity to spend time at the crease, just bat long, just bat and bat and bat, and just get that first innings out of your mind. Take the total that the Titans scored out of the equation and just bat for as long as you possibly can.
Again, Daniel Smith playing back to a delivery, but Brunt not able to get the purchase or the bounce that Harmer was in the first innings. So it's a lot easier for Daniel Smith to play back to Neil Brunt. 51 without loss at the end of the 11th over.
Kaplan at 29 not out, Smith on 21. Kaplan, who scored what I thought was a really accomplished, I think it was 17 was it in the first innings that he got, now on 29, 3 boundaries off the previous Neil Brunt over, and then played out an over from Simon Harmer, who will be continuing to bowl one senses all afternoon from the Wynberg end. He's been unchanged for the entire day so far from the Wynberg end. This one tickled around the corner by Gavin Kaplan. So for the right-hander, there's a leg slip, a forward short leg, a man at 45, backward of point, backward of square, forward square leg, a mid-wicket and a mid-on.
Kaplan comes forward to that one, making sure he covers any movement, any spin that Simon Harmer was looking for.
Solitary slip, a man at backward point, deepish.
This one flatter, shorter, quicker, much quicker from Simon Harmer, and unfortunately Kaplan seeing it where it was pitched, thinking he could work it to the leg side, and missing it altogether, hitting the front pad, and pretty much hitting flush on the leg stump.
Yeah. Yes, was actually given out by the umpire leg before wicket, before the ball went onto the stumps, but that will be bowled. So bowled will be the dismissal form 29 of 33 balls for Gavin Kaplan, once again showing some good form. Unfortunate for him not to be able to carry on, and an 8th wicket in the match for Simon Harmer. He has hit 6 fours with a very good strike rate, Gavin Kaplan, and he looks rather disconsolate as he makes his slow way back to the pavilion. And Captain Zubair Hamza will be replacing him at the crease. He will be joining Daniel Smith as he did in the first innings. Gavin Kaplan, the first wicket to fall as well in the first innings, and he has been again the batter that has fallen first in the second innings. That was certainly, it looks a very competent young batsman, but unfortunate. Yes, you're looking at Zubair Hamza's record, and we have him 4,993 runs. Yeah. That includes his 39 from the first innings. Yeah. So
7 short. Miscalculation. Apologise.
So yes, we're probably going to need to speak to the guys on the scoreboard just in terms of the strike rates they are putting up. It's probably 69.7. I think we've got an extra digit in there. 697.7 strike rate would be probably the best in world cricket ever. So, but we will have a chat with them. So Simon Harmer gets his first wicket in the second innings. He's in now to Zubair Hamza.
Hamza coming forward, blocking that one.
So the Ozmaster Otto Simon has been sending messages out. A friend of ours up in Gauteng, a Bulls and Titans supporter, keeps reminding us here in the commentary box that as every wicket falls, that's only 9 more that the Titans have to get to win the match. That is true. So yes, first wicket has just gone down for the Western Province, and that was
very nearly a
second one. Yes,
very nearly a second one. Simon Harmer boarding that wide, enticing the expansive drive by Zubair Hamza, and fingertips past the first slip.
Dean Elgar just feeling that shoulder as he moved very sharply to his right hand side to try and snaffle that one up from Zubair Hamza, and not able to effect the catch. Couldn't really go down as a drop, I don't think, Tim.
No, but it definitely went to the boundary. So Zubair Hamza moves on to 4, and Province on to 55 for 1.
It's been a very positive 40 minutes in the post-lunch period for Western Province. In the last over from Harmer, losing the wicket of Gavin Kaplan for that 29 runs, now his highest in first-class cricket. And we have a change of bowling at the Kelvin Grove end. It's going to be Corbin Bosch replacing Neil Brunt. Captain looking a little bit stiff in the 2 overs that he bowled so far. And so Hamza is the non-strikers end. Daniel Smith facing Corbin Bosch.
Daniel Smith, streaky drive, thickest outside edge. A little bit fortunate there, but he'll take it.
Yeah.
He'll take the runs as he moves on to 25.
Yeah, on top of a well-played 43 in the first innings. He's certainly will want to see if he can add a lot more runs to that tally today, and will need to if Western Province are going to get anywhere near saving this match.
This one a bit shorter by Corbin Bosch. Smith works it on the offside and scampers through for a single.
And the field changes around for the right-handed Hamza. Zubair Hamza being called up along with his Western Province teammate Wayne Parnell to the South African one-day international squad. They'll be assembling on Monday for their series against the Netherlands, which is starting on Friday next week, the 26th, up on the Highveld here in South Africa. Hamza being recalled.
Short one there, Hamza getting on top of it and smacking it down the square leg boundary. Corbin Bosch will want that ball to have risen a lot more than it did. It barely went above waist height.
Yeah, well responded to by Hamza, as it wasn't as high as he thought it was going to be. He still managed to get plenty of bat on it, and he gets his second boundary of the second innings, and with that will have
we've seen a lot of boundaries, in this innings so far, and Hamza drives this one from Corbin Bosch to the mid-off and goes through for a quick single.
Yeah, really good fielding from Neil Brunt there at mid-off, and well backed up in the mid-wicket region as that throw was rifled in by, well backed up by Jordan Herman. Field now for the left-handed Smith. There's 2 slips, a gully, backward point on the boundary, a extra cover and a mid-off.
This one driven too much width there by Corbin Bosch, driven on the offside. Another boundary.
Sure.
Boundaries are flowing here for Western Province as they move on to 69, and Daniel Smith moves on to 30.
They are fairly rollicking along at a rate of 5.4 to the over. Corbin Bosch going at 14 of this, his first over, when his captain went for 12 in his first over from the Kelvin Grove side.
It's got a better line, a better length by Corbin Bosch, keeping it straight. Daniel Smith just dropping his hands at the last minute, letting it go through to the keeper.
No pressure at all being created by the pace bowlers in this match, either by the momentum multiplied Titans pacemen, whether that be Junior Dala, Corbin Bosch or Aya Kamani, who had a few overs in that first innings. What we have seen has been a masterclass in off-spin bowling by Simon Harmer from the Wynberg end. He's bowled unchanged today, and he's going to be continuing the attack from this end to Captain Zubair Hamza, who plays very positively.
Smacks it down the boundary on the offside, on the mid-off area, and taking the attack to Simon Harmer, not letting him settle. That's clearly the way that Hamza, at least, is the way that he's going to be going. Harbour, they won't mind that. He likes a batsman who challenges him.
Yeah, it's going to be a fascinating contest. Hopefully we'll be able to see a fair bit of this during the afternoon.
This one swept excellently, partial stop there by
That's Jurgen Pillay at a sort of just, I think, forward of square position on the leg side. That had 4 runs written all over it, and he managed to dive athletically to his right to prevent the 4, and that brings Daniel Smith onto strike against Harmer.
This one's driven confidently. A partial stop by Simon Harmer, but not enough to prevent the single. And they quickly run through.
It's good to see the Western Province batters looking to rotate the strike when they can.
These two batters have been in here for 5 minutes, and the partnership is already 24.
It has been just going on really quickly with that 14 of Corbin Bosch's first over.
The end of that over puts the Province 75 for 1 after 14. Hams's got 14 and Daniel Smith's got 31. And we've got David back.
Afternoon, gents.
Afternoon, David.
I feel like I'm watching a one-day cup match, which is, but it's good to see the guys coming out positively, not stepping back. Nothing to lose, as you guys said earlier on. Interestingly enough, I remember the opening match, 4-day match last season was between the Titans and the Cape Cobras, and the Titans won that match, but George Linder took 9 wickets in that match.
Wow.
So Newlands historically hasn't been a real haven for spinners like in the past, but in recent years the spinners have done pretty well here. The likes of Dane Pitt as well has had serious success at Newlands. Obviously conditions change over the years, etc., around various stadiums, but the spinners are seeing some good lively pitches for them. And attacking spinners, the likes of George Linder, Simon Harmer, really test match quality spinners. If you get it in the right areas, you can find success here. I mentioned earlier about Daniel Smith sweeping, and it was nice to see him. Yeah. He's known for his sweeping in the white ball cricket, but good to see him come out really positive. I thought Gavin Kaplan was excellent for his 29 as well. Yeah. Lovely to see the youngsters once again stepping up, and they will learn from this. They will learn from this occasion. There's no pressure on the likes of them. Daniel Smith, he's batted well through in both innings. He's just he would want to kick on here, possibly get a milestone next to his name. Zubair Hamza will be looking to carry on from his 5,000 first class runs. He's now at 5,014. It's an easy one to add up because he needed 39 to get there in the first innings. He got 39. He wouldn't have been happy with that 39, knowing Zubair. He wants to go big, and he'll look for a big one in the second innings.
The paceman once again, David, struggling here over the last couple of days to get anything out of this wicket, just not consistent enough.
I think both Junior Dala and Corbin Bosch, they don't do too much with the ball in terms of movement. They hit the crease very hard. They're at you, but there's not much swing in or away from the batsman to work with, and it's a challenging pitch for postmen.
Yes, it's not. Haven't had the carry. Isn't a quick pitch. Probably seen it at its quickest today. That one straying down the leg side.
Poor ball, another poor ball by Corbin Bosch, and it's down the next side for 4. Triple Mariki was saying that he thinks it's enough of this pitch. It's just about keeping economical with the line of lengths, not trying to do too much, like Corbin Bosch was doing with the previous delivery. If you keep within a good line, a good length, there is enough in this pitch. I just think maybe I think maybe the pace bowlers just haven't been patient enough.
We saw that with Bashir Walters early on the second morning yesterday. Really did manage to apply some pressure by just keeping good line and length, and managed then to get his first wicket of the match, and that was a better spell from him than we've seen probably from any of the pacemen throughout this match.
I think with Corbin Bosch, Corbin is one of the quickest bowlers in the country. But what's always been his thing is that he hasn't been able to have the control, and that's something. If you not that we like to compare, but if you look at a guy like Anrik Nokia, over the last few years, Anrik has been able to use that pace and be able to control where his deliveries are going as well. That's a lovely shot.
Lovely shot there. 4 runs, and
that was a sign of a seasoned professional.
That's very apt, considering that this is we're at 6-gun Grill Newlands. I mean, one would expect everything to be seasoned here.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. That was a spicy shot. Simon Harmer won't like that. He'll have 1 or 2 words, that's for sure.
Comes in again to Daniel Smith. This one, Daniel Smith gets in behind it and gets full defence.
He similar stature, a bit of a laid-back stature to actually the batting consultant for Western Province, Andrew Patik. Everyone will know Andrew Patik as a legend of Western Province cricket, a legend of Cobras cricket, a one-man club in the old sense. We don't see many of those these days. Played here all his life, and he's now giving back as a batting consultant to the union as a whole. I could see a little bit of Andrew Patik in Daniel Smith, and if he has a half a career like Andrew Patik had, he'll be an extremely good cricketer.
Back and across this one by Daniel Smith.
Yeah, he's just looks like he loves batting. Just enjoys being out there in the middle.
This one too full by Simon Harmer, once again whipped off his legs, and Daniel Smith is able to go through for a quick single.
Rotation strike, good. Rotation strike has been good. They've been able to pick off the bad ball, of which there have been a lot more in this first part of the Western Province second innings. The Titans have not been able to apply the kind of pressure that they were able to apply on Western Province, particularly this morning. Simon Harmer, very accurate this morning, probably helped by that early wicket of Zubair Hamza this morning, when he was well taken by Jordan Herman at forward short leg. Probably the wicket that precipitated the fact that Western Province were bowled out for 195 in reply to the massive 647 for 7 the Titans amassed on day 1 and day 2.
I think that the Titans batsmen showed that once you're in, you can really cash in. But unfortunately for the Western Province guys, nobody cashed in. Zubair Hamza had a good start, and as you say, his wicket would have been the catalyst for the downfall of the innings. He would have been upset with himself for that. Somebody needed to go big. Him, Carl Verona, Abiu Ngajima had a bit of fight at the end there, but out of those 3 or 4, 2 of them needed to score hundreds to at least get to somewhere close to even avoiding the follow-on. Oh, that's a
Lovely
Beautiful.
drive there by Daniel Smith. Again, Corbin Bosch straying his lines and his legs, and good piece of fielding there on the boundary. But Province is still able to get a 2 there. Daniel Smith moves on to 41.
Yeah, highlight of the Western Province innings really being the inability of the batters to be able to keep Simon Harmer out, playing back and struggling when playing forward to that back of a length line that he was able to employ so well. As one would expect from a top quality spinner like Harmer, really ripped through the Western Province batting this morning. 7 wickets for him in what was his best ever bowling performance at Newlands and in domestic 4-day cricket.
In 4-day cricket. In 4-day cricket.
Yeah.
The his best numbers, best bowling figures on this ground, beating the previous 7 for 89.
He does like playing here. I remember a couple of seasons ago when he was playing in the MSL for the Josie Stars. Daniel Smith taking advantage of a little bit of a misfield there. Should never have been a single there, but he'll take it nevertheless. But Simon Harmer does like playing in Cape Town. Most cricketers do, to be fair.
Yes, they do. Yeah, they do.
But there's certain players that like it for the conditions more than the Cape Town itself. Corbin Bosch is building up a bit of steam here.
He is.
And you know that unfortunately can lead to a little bit of loose deliveries at times. But it can also lead to some success as well.
Yeah, the consistency on the pace bowlers we've mentioned just not there at the moment. And one thinks that a wicket may come more from a false stroke from the batter's side, or just a surprise delivery potentially that is very well directed. Short spells, no doubt, for the seamers if they are going to bowl anything at all. Bosch into his 3rd over of the spell from the Kelvin Grove end, not taking the new ball with Junior Dala this afternoon.
This one worked to the next side, scumpering his fielding. That's 90 for 1 after 17. Western Province are going at 5.3 runs and over. But that's it's not a bother to the Titans when the deficit is still 362.
It will take some heart if the captain Neil Brunt is forced to rotate his bowlers, which means that they wouldn't have let any bowler settle into a rhythm, and they will take some heart out from that. Especially a guy like Daniel Smith, a young guy, to be able to force the bowlers to change things up. Will be a little feather in his cap.
Nicely driven, close to the fielder, no run.
Still have this attacking field which one would expect from the Titans, a forward short leg and 2 slips with Grant McQueen on his knees at second slip close to the batter. And we then have that man at 45 on the offside, short wide 3rd man cover point, extra cover, mid on, deep backward square.
Bullish delivery. Was in the air a little bit, a misfield, but backward point, and Daniel Smith's able to come through for 2. Again, another misfield by the Titans.
Field placing,
not the best fielding.
The field placing reminds me of a bit of backyard cricket back in the day amongst friends on a Saturday when your mate was on his knees on the field there at backward point. You had 3 guys and a dog around the bat.
That's right.
So we're going a bit old school here, which is nice to see. A bit of innovation.
Yeah, very close in at second slip. And that position there is think we did have one catch taken at that second slip position by Grant McQuena. It's the one that just goes off the face of the bat, almost down very low to him, and nothing to report of that last delivery.
Just the 2 off the over.
It's almost time for the Leicester-Chelsea kickoff
It is
in
almost
30 minutes.
time, yeah. And some comments coming through from my fellow Leicester supporters. Confidence for today's match is mixed, to say the least.
Apparently your manager has been house hunting in Manchester. There's rumours of that.
There have been rumours of that. Yes, so yeah, I think they are just rumours.
All Liverpool fans want to sign him if he does that. They will all disown him.
They will definitely. All that his history there will be completely wiped out of the record books. And during this week, on the international break, David, your team in Glasgow Rangers have lost their manager Stephen Gerrard to the Premier League. And
it was always going to come.
It was,
but I didn't think it would be Aston Villa. To be fair, I thought he would go straight into the Liverpool job. So I thought we still had a couple of years left with him as Rangers.
Yeah.
But Giovanni van Bronckhorst, the former player at Rangers, Dutch international, he's now the manager there. So, but Gerrard, it's gone for.
Yeah. Down the leg side, another poor delivery by Corbin Bosch. Hugging that leg stump a little bit too much. And Province move on to 96, just 4 short of 100. Hamster's on 22, got out.
And Daniel Smith moved to his highest first class score of 44, eclipsing the 43 he made in the first innings. That was the Ayad Kamani warming up at extra cover, which he may well be coming on in place of Corbin Bosch from the Kelvin Grove end. The potential is there if they are going to rotate the seamers from that side. Giovanni van Bronckhorst, from what I've seen, got as a very good signing as the manager. Appointment, very good appointment, should we say?
Rangers do like, club legends coming back. There's a certain history with certain players and an affinity with the fans, which Rangers are very, they've got a massive fan base, one of the biggest fan bases around the world. Obviously, the rivalry with Celtic is one of the greatest rivalries in world football. The Scottish League obviously is not the strongest, but everyone knows that, and there's been always talk about the top 2 teams coming over to England and challenging, and where would they land up? So. Would be amazing to see one day. You never know. Stranger things have happened. There was a Nations League or a European Super League that was touted at one point, and they got into trouble. So you never know. That might be the next shift in football. But losing Stephen Gerrard, it was inevitable, I suppose. But at least we won the title last year.
That's right. Taking Rangers to their first title for a number of years, wasn't it?
Absolutely. They had all that financial mismanagement and got penalised, dropped down to Division 3. Took them a good few years to come back, but their supporter base stayed strong throughout, and now they're back at the top of the game, and hopefully they can stay there.
Bosch in towards Hamza, nicely driven. Steps into that, does Hamza. Good piece of fielding in the covers.
It's the kind of pitch that, a thinking bowler like a Vernon Philander or something like that would have, and that's where Vernon Philander's skill really came to the fore at Newlands, where he would know how to play bowl on certain wickets at Newlands. This wicket is not for the pace bowlers that don't really do anything with the ball. Somebody like Ayad Kamani maybe a little bit, but that's a lovely shot from Zubair.
The one down the leg side, spending a lot of time down the leg side is Corbin Bosch at this over, and Hamza collects another 2 runs.
Yeah, that will be drinks, gentlemen. One can't see Corbin Bosch coming back after drinks. 4 overs for 28 in this innings so far, and run rate is 5.2, 98 for 1. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back with you after the drinks.
Welcome back after the drinks break. Western Province on 98 for 1. They'll hope that the drinks break won't have disrupted their concentration, because the two batters have played exceptionally well so far. Simon Harmer, on the other hand, will want to get another couple of wickets, show his boss, and he comes to Daniel Smith. Daniel Smith comes forward, blocks it with the offside. In he comes again. This time Daniel Smith plays back. You see the slowness of the delivery and the fact that it's coming off the pitch still quite slowly. This one a bit fuller by Simon Harmer, trying to get those revs going, trying to find the extra bit of turn for an edge, but no such luck so far. This one short and down the leg side by Simon Harmer, and not punished by Daniel Smith. Once again, Simon Harmer on the money, getting it right, getting a nice drift early on in the session. But Daniel Smith is right on the money as well, getting batting behind it. This one is too leg-sided by Simon Harmer, and Daniel Smith is able to work it towards the leg in front of the square and get 2. Western Province with 100 up, or for 120 balls, with 18 boundaries, and that 100 for 1 after 20 overs.
Just lowering that symmetry on the scoreboard as well. I mean, 100 after 20 overs, a nice 5 runs per over that Western Province are batting at. This partnership now is on 49, so it's one away from the second 50 partnership of the innings, and it's come at a really fast pace for Six Gun Grill or Western Province. And, Neil Brunt is it who's back as we expected from the Kelvin Grove end. First 2 overs not the best, it must be said, as Gavin Kaplan took full toll of some looseners that he had in his first over.
You know, I think from a Western Province point of view, to be having the likes of the youngster like Daniel Smith facing a Simon Harmer, that's what we need in our system. We need our young SA under-19 players exposed to international standard cricketers opposition from the outset. That's the only way that they're going to learn their trade, to improve their trade. Yes, there's merit in playing in academy, Colts, club games, but ultimately if we want our players to develop and get to the national level and play international cricket, they need to be exposed, and to be able to expose them to this level early doors, it can only be good. They're going to sometimes get found out. That's why certain players are at that international level. You don't just get a career of over 700 wickets from nowhere, but that's what we want to see.
Couldn't agree more. Something that we hadn't seen in recent years, enough of that sort of happening. There seemed to be a break in relationship between the club cricketers and the professional cricketers, but hopefully with the new structure they'll bring the two closer together.
Opportunity certainly here for these younger players when we have got a number of players who not only from injury point of view but also from a call-ups to the national team with a chance to play in a number of these 4-day games. There's a bit of excitement there.
Yeah, you hear the loud voices from the cricket ground. There was a bit of a yes-no between the two batters at the crease, but they saw the single off fairly easily in the end. But there was a moment when it looked like there was a possibility of a run out, but problem averted.
First bit of frustration, a little shriek from the wicket keeper as well, and that the Western Province guys will take heart of that. The Titans have been on top for the entire game basically, but the first session after lunch, the first hour after lunch, has been all Western Province.
Yes.
And they'll be looking to continue that before tea.
Yeah. 50 partnership for Hamza and Smith off only 57 balls, and both scoring 25 of those runs each. 8 fours in that partnership, so they've been going along at 5.5 and over in this last period of time. 9 overs they've put together, 9.5 overs they've put together that 50 runs. It has been thanks to some wayward bowling from Corbin Bosch mostly.
Simon Harmer comes into Hamza. Hamza works over the offside, go through for another quick single. So Hamza moves on to 26. Daniel Smith is on 46.
Sorry, Tim. We can already see that Simon Harmer's going at just under 4 and over in this innings, and that's a direct result of what's happening on the other end. That he's not able to keep it quiet on his end and the other end.
He's also not able to bowl to the right or left-hander on a consistent basis. Both of them are getting runs off him, either through runs or boundaries, so he's not able to work into a rhythm. It's one thing the spinners like; they love to have a rhythm when they're bowling.
It was noticeable in Carl Verreyn's innings that he spent a significant amount of time only facing the bowling of Simon Harmer as Daniel Smith, and I'll leave this one up to Tim.
Daniel Smith moves on to his first 50 in first-class cricket in his second game of 67 balls. No, 70 balls, I apologise. 8 fours, strike rate of 71. Hits all round the ground, both sides of the field. Well-timed innings. He deserved a 50 in his first innings, and he's got one in his second. Well played, Daniel Smith.
That is really great for this young talent from Western Province, and going to his 50, and just the acknowledgement, giving that to the dressing room, that he got to this milestone in his debut first-class match.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see. He's deserved it. He's played, we can argue he deserved a half century in the first innings as well, but he'll be absolutely chuffed with that. The coaches will be chuffed with that. Tony DeZorzi in the previous game scored 129, and when you're replacing an opener that scored a century, you need to deliver. And he's done a fantastic job for his captain and his coach, and that can only stand him in good stead. I'm sure you'll get another opportunity next week with Tony DeZorzi still away with the SAA side to continue in that role against the Warriors.
So, and you say, David, I mean, we haven't spent much time talking about the call-ups to those two national teams, but DeZorzi's call-up to the SAA team, really a feather in his cap, having moved down to the Cape from the Titans in the last couple of seasons, and making his way back into into the frame from a national point of view. Certainly was considered, I know, amongst the guys in the know up in the north, that he had a potential to be an international cricketer.
Absolutely. A couple of seasons ago, while he was still representing the Titans, he scored a double century here at Newlands, and he is the kind of batsman that doesn't shy away from a challenge. He specifically said that he wanted to come down to Cape Town. Ashwell Prince was the coach that signed him. He a similar kind of brand of cricketer, a batsman like Ashwell Prince, a fighter, doesn't shy away from a challenge, doesn't give his wicket away easily, and he's really learning his game here in Cape Town. He's improved drastically. He was on that SAA tour to Zimbabwe as well, and he's now been picked for this. It's a big tour against India A.
Yes.
If you do well against India A, that could lead to bigger, higher honours. They're definitely looking at him for that, and he scores quickly as well. His innings against the Rocks was one of the better ones I've seen. It was a tough grind, but it was proper first-class cricket, and Test match level, if you want to call it that. It was one of those innings that could be the making of him as a cricketer in this country.
Harmer continuing to the captain Hamza.
That is a huge six by Hamza. Dances down the wicket, not allowing Simon Harmer to settle, and first ball of the new over goes all the way. Hamza moves on to 33.
Definitely trying to unsettle Harmer here. That has been so far quite successful in this second innings for Western Province, with Hamza and Smith now taking their partnership to 62 after a good first opening partnership. Another glorious shot through the cover field, and that one goes straight through extra cover down to the boundary on underneath the railway stand area there, which, as David so very nicely described earlier on today, as the trains do go through that area on this picturesque Newlands ground.
I think that first that six off the first delivery epitomised the new, let's say that the new and improved Zubair Hamza, and that's exactly how positive he plays. When he first started his career, people kind of boxed him in as a red ball cricketer, and he's developed his game over the last couple of seasons to really be an all formats player. And that, a couple of seasons ago he might not have gone for a shot like that, but he's confident in his ability now to clear the fence in four-day cricket. Absolutely.
Too short and down the leg side there from Harmer. And that completes that over, which is the 25th. Western Province are 127 for 1, 117 for 1.
And this broadcast is being brought to you by Cricket South Africa on the YouTube channel of Supersport, the Supersport YouTube channel. We have just received news that the SA team matches that we've been talking about now, and the India A matches that are going to be broadcast and streamed live on Supersport YouTube channel will have live coverage and commentary. And so that just heard that news now. So we look forward to having you with us for those matches which commence next week in Mangaung, at the Mangaung Oval in Bloemfontein. The three matches between SAA and India, coverage on the Supersport YouTube channel under with the official CSA broadcasts that are coming through Supersport on YouTube. We look forward to having you there for what is going to be a very interesting series.
This one's hit on the offside by Daniel Smith. Flutter delivery there by Brunt. They go through for a quick 2. He moves on to 52.
Yeah, Peter Milan. He's had serious success at the Cobras, and he's now captain at the Rocks. He'll be captaining that SAA side. A bit of experience in that side. I think it's a great call for him to captain that side. He hasn't given up hope on representing the Proteas at Test level again, and he's one of the hardest working cricketers in not only in South African cricket, in world cricket. One of the fittest. He prides himself on his fitness, and he's taken on the leadership at the Rocks to brilliant shot there by Daniel Smith. Another boundary which takes him to 56 not out.
Wow,
that's a lovely shot. Just keeping the bowlers on their toes. No, not one of the bowlers are settled in here into a rhythm, into a spell.
And the partnership now up to 72, and it's very much around with the batting that's happening at the moment, very much around what both Wayne Parnell and Tsepo Moreki were talking to us about over the last 2 days, which is about not getting too far ahead of yourselves, just batting through setting small targets, looking to bat through an hour, maybe looking to bat through half an hour, bat through an hour, extend that into a session, and just build the partnership. And the more the partnership is built, the more that you can ensure that the fielding team are continuing to be out there in the field. Without success, the stronger the case will be for you to be able to see out these 5 sessions which the Western Province have been asked to bat to save this game over the next day and a half.
I think if you look at the
what a catch.
Great catch there.
I did that, didn't I? It was my fault.
Lovely delivery there by Simon Harmer.
Yeah.
Getting the right-handed Hamza, stretching for the ball outside the off stump, and diving short leg, full length with his right hand, and catches it beautifully. And Hamza is dismissed for 37 of 40 deliveries, and had 6 4s and 1 6. Really well played innings, but a little bit too short in the context of the game. From Western Province point of view, they now find themselves 123 for 2, and we have 41 overs left in the day. That could well be open up the door for more wickets. From a Titans point of view, you feel well played innings, but too short.
That's a hammer blow for Six Gungrel Western Province. They would have wanted to have their captain there at the tea break, and so great catch there. And Simon Harmer, just at a time where the Titans Brain Trust, they were out in the middle trying to decide. They were looking a little bit, I wouldn't say rattled, but they were looking like they were searching, and Western Province had arrested something back. But that's a big blow for Province, and Kyle Varane comes in at number 4.
Yeah, David, I think 100% reading that correctly. We did see out in the middle, and certainly that's what I was talking about. Is you could see that they were seeing this partnership building. They were seeing something happening. Western Province were in charge of the session, this post-lunch session at that stage, and just that wicket may have changed the complexion of the afternoon's proceedings. A very good catch from Jordan Herman. It must be said, brilliant catch, diving forward on his back, maybe on his heels a little bit at that forward short leg position. His catch earlier on today, equally good to get rid of Zubair Hamza when it was played it into Herman, and he held on to a really sharp chance on that occasion. This time diving forward inches off the ground.
This one outside the off stump, a little bit too short, and worked on the offside for a single by Kyle Varane. Gets off the mark.
It's 9 wickets now for Simon Harmer in the match. He'll be looking for that 10 wickets in the match. That's for sure, and more possibly from his point of view.
Yes, it's one almost sees that as a certainty that he is. Looked like to me like he was in.
Taking a little bit leisurely there, Kyle Varane. But a big shout for a run out at the bowler's end.
Yeah, well,
but he
have a bit more of a look at this one. Well in. If one we look at a bit of a delayed feed there on our side, and well in with his bat. But yes, he did turn a bit leisurely, David. Few hearts in the mouths in the dressing room for Western Province.
That's the last thing that Western Province need right now. But Kyle will claim he had it all under control.
And it was that no
need to panic.
That man Ayad Amani who hit the wickets directly from his position at backward point, or sort of shortish wide third man. Some really good fielding from him. Live wire in the field. You were talking about him yesterday.
Yeah, that's what a wicket does as well. It's changed the mood of the of the Titans straight away. They felt like they had been for the last hour and a bit. They were, they were dominated a bit for the first time in the match. We talk about sessions and winning sessions. That was, so far, it has been Western Province's session. The first session that they've dominated in this whole match. But a wicket that just pulls that back again in favour of the Titans.
The end of that over, Western Province are 125 for 2. Daniel Smith's on 57. Carl Verena has just come in with the crease, he's on 1.
The two batters now at the crease, looking to now consolidate, build another partnership. Already had 2 partnerships of over 50 in the innings so far from Western Province. It's looking like a wicket on which you have that confidence, you are able to bat, although you might feel like you're never fully in.
And all of a sudden, the youngster Daniel Smith now takes on a huge responsibility for his side. We spoke about the bowlers having the experienced guys around them and learning on the field, and sometimes you don't get that. As a batsman, the same applies. Sometimes you have to take on the role of the senior player. You're the in man, and you need to go big.
And he'll be past. Sorry, Karen.
I was just going to say it is a slightly different complexion, but he did make 100 on his club cricket debut while still at school, so he knows a thing or two about responsibility, even as a youngster.
He did also lead SA under 19, so that comes with a certain responsibility as well. So he obviously doesn't shy away from that. He does look pretty relaxed. He's got the old teapot on the non-striker's end, which tells you that he's not too nervous.
Oh, nicely played by Carverena.
Lovely.
Down to the third man boundary for 4. Thickest edge there.
Yeah.
But a controlled edge. He played that nicely. He knew that there wasn't a second slip in place, and if he just got it past, a very nice stroke. He knew straight away that he was in for a boundary there.
And Carverena really at stage in his career, he's got a good number of first-class matches under his belt, but by no means is he sort of well towards the middle of his career. Very much at the start of his career still, if one looks at it in terms of the number of years one would expect him to continue batting.
Umpire giving the signal when he looks down. He's not giving anything out.
He's not giving anything out.
That's his trigger movement. The bowler looks around looking for the finger, but he just gets looking down at the floor, and the umpire was having none of that.
And that is something that umpires do. As much as batsmen have their signature moves and bowlers have their signature appeals, umpires have their signature way of which they either reject or uphold appeals, or look at things in a certain way. Some might sort of move their head slightly to the side and give you a little bit of an eye and then let you know what they were thinking. Dennis Smith, his movement, it just doesn't like it, his head goes down. So then, okay, no, we're not going to get that one.
I think Kyle Verona, there's no doubt that Kyle is one of the best young talents in this country. He's already made his test debut, his ODI debut. But he knows that Quinton de Kock is still around, and that if he's going to become a regular in the test team, he needs to justify his spot as a batsman. And he knows that he works on his game extremely, extremely well. If he keeps one day, that's almost an added bonus. He knows Quinny's not going away anytime soon, and if he wants to become a regular, he needs to score big. He scored a double 100 in the final 4-day match of the season last season, so he can go big.
Yeah.
And he's going to need to go big in order to get a regular spot in that. That just looked like it was drifting down leg side. A huge shout, but from up here we could see straight away that was going down leg side.
Take a brave umpire to give that one out at first class level without the hindsight of any kind of Hawkeye technology. Certainly did hit him in front on the front foot. The amount of turn that Harmer's been getting, one would feel that Abdullah Steenkamp not able to give that with any kind of certainty from a dismissal point of view.
Harmer looking like he had just been given the rawest deal, but I suppose that's a sign of a good spinner, is that you always look like you've been hard done by if you don't get the decision going your way.
It's a teapot definitely out there as well from Simon Harmer's point of view.
According to him, it was hitting the middle of middle.
Yes, halfway up.
Halfway up.
Yeah, halfway up the middle. Nowhere else. There are starting to a bit more pressure being applied now with that wicket. One can sense the mood amongst the Titans, which is understandable, is a lot more upbeat. 2 overs ago, they were looking a bit jaded in the field, not looking like that at all now.
I think Daniel Smith mustn't go back into his shell.
No.
I think he's played positively throughout this innings, and that's been his strength. He needs to continue doing that. I think that's what Kyle Verona will be saying to him. Just keep playing your game. You've succeeded so far. You're in 58 or at a decent strike rate. Continue in that vein. Don't go into your shell, because against the likes of Simon Harmer, you're not going to keep him out all day. You need to play positively.
So, David, just talking a bit more about that SAA squad, as we will do, talk a bit more about that as Neil Brunt goes through his over. 2 other players from the Western Province in that squad.
Yeah, George Linder and Buren Hendricks. George Linder hasn't actually played a lot of cricket of late. He was with the World Cup squad as a reserve, but not in the 15 and the 18 extended squad. But the problem with that is that you don't get to play a lot of cricket. But that's just the nature of what COVID has created now, is that there are extended squads. George is he's in Bloemfontein at the moment with the SAA squad, and he'll almost certainly play those games. Buren Hendricks is one of the Proteas contracted players. Also didn't make the World Cup squad. Has played 2 weeks ago for Western Province against the Rocks, but he'll be looking to get another opportunity in that Test squad. If I'm not mistaken, the last time he played Test cricket, he took a 5 at the Wanderers. So he'll be looking for a good run against India A. Because there's some big series coming up.
Yeah, there are. I mean, with the 2 of the 3 tests against India taking place on the Highveld, one feels there is an opportunity for him, adding a little bit of that variation in the attack with his left armers.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got the likes of Anurag Nokia, KG Rabala, Lungi Ngidi, all right arm fast. It's nice to have that variation in your attack, especially on the Highveld. You're not necessarily going to be looking to play 2 spinners there. Keshav Maharaj is obviously the first choice. Then you've got the likes of George and Tabraiz Shamsi in red ball cricket. So Buren Hendricks will definitely be looked at. He's obviously a nationally contracted player as well. But I think the SAA squad is a crucial one, because if you do well in that series, you never know what can happen. Peter Milan, as I said before, hasn't given up hope of playing Test match cricket again. I think the selectors, by selecting him as the captain, they've also not closed that door on him. A guy of that talent and that ruggedness, he did damage against us when he played for the Rocks a couple of weeks ago. Scored a century, could have had 2 centuries in the game.
94 in the first innings.
He deserved a century in that first innings as well. He's one of he doesn't give his wicket away easily. And in Test match cricket, that's exactly what you need from an opening batsman.
Simon Harmer continuing from the Weinberg end to Carl Verena. I want to keep Carl at the end and give him a nice time to bowl, rather than have Western Province rotate the strike.
Yeah, try and just keep one batter in your sights, try and work a bit of a plan out against him, Tim, and just make sure you're, has happened there, is just mixing it up a little bit.
He's bowling, he's getting into that rhythm now. He's bowling outside that off stump, getting that ball to drift in towards the stumps, looking to bring the short leg into play once more. He's just looking now for that extra bit of bounce to get the top edge or glove. That one a bit too short, but lucky to get away with that one. Simon Harmer, not timed by Barada.
Bowlers have done well here to pull back the run rate.
Yeah.
And that's going to create pressure.
Bounce just in front of the short leg. Carl Verena choosing to play back and across to Simon Harmer. The majority of this over so far, which does create its own problems. A bit more forward that time, and well fielded by Simon Harmer.
Sign of a good spinner is the cleanliness of his pants.
Yeah.
And Simon Harmer's pants look like they've been played throughout the entire season.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
But I think that's a sign of success. That's
He's just now as we have the changeover at the end of the over, just to look at that SAA squad: Peter Malan, Cyril Ervia from the Dolphins, Dominic Hendricks of the Lions, Reynard van Tonder from the Knights, Sinetembe Aishile from the Warriors, Senran Muchasamy now playing for the Northwest Dragons. And let's watch Neil Brunt.
Daniel Smith with the reverse, putting out the reverse sweep. That's,
we saw it for reverse sweep in the first innings. He's not afraid to bring it out. He won't let the bowler take charge. That is one thing that is known about Daniel Smith. He won't let the bowler settle in for too long before he tries out his shots, like the reverse sweep. He's not afraid to bring it out.
No shot offered there, and that's why batter's not going through for the run.
Brings out the reverse sweep again, times it, hits it properly this time, and comes through for a single.
Looking at that SAA squad, I think the likes of Cyril Ervia and Peter Malan would be opening the batting. Cyril Ervia is kind of next in line. According to the hierarchy there, that will be a good foil. That will be Peter Malan is a solid player, can bat the entire day. Cyril Ervia is an attacking player, and that mould keeps the run rate going.
We'll continue with that squad as we see here with Marco Janssen from the Warriors, which he's been in good form lately as well. Michael Pretorius of the Knights, Björn Hendricks, we've been talking about, Luto Sipamla of the Lions, Glenton Stearman, George Linder, Jason Smith, who the people in the Cape know a lot about, and Tony DeZorzi as well from Western Province, who we were chatting a bit about earlier. Beautifully played by Carl Verena. Equally good fielding here at 45, just down towards short third man by Ayo Kamani, who's been a live wire in the field. On top of that career best century that he scored yesterday, 117 not out for him.
Talking about Jason Smith there, he scored a century. He's now moved up to the Dolphins. He scored a century at his old stomping ground a couple of weeks ago. Kaya Zondo scored a double century. Kaya's been called up to the one-day squad.
Right. Rewarded for that.
And it's good to see our domestic cricketers. I always believe that players are in form, should be picked. That both squads are littered with guys that are in form, not necessarily picked on reputation. There's some, we've been waiting for Jason Smith to produce the centuries that we need. He offers an amazing all-round ability in all formats of the game, and he's really looking to take his game to the next level now. It's nice to see Marco Jansen in there as well. Nice left-arm bowler. He's had some Indian Premier League experience as well, which will stand him in good stead. But with the red ball, he's extremely effective as well. Luto Sipamba's done very well for the Lions at the start of that season. So it's a very strong side, that.
And we'll look at that. We will look at the South African one-day international squad to take on the Netherlands as well, and chat with David a little bit more about that after Simon Harmer has got through his over. He got through his overs exceptionally quickly.
Nice little shot there by Kyle Verreynne, too wide from Simon Harmer. Goes through the extra cover for 4.
That takes the Western Province wicketkeeper batsman into double figures, 11 now, Kyle Verreynne, and he will be wanting to stay out there in the middle for as long as possible.
We're playing back to this one. Of all the appearances we've had in the last couple of overs, that was probably the closest.
Yeah. Possibly just drifting down the leg side. If we see where Kyle was actually playing that, and that one was, I think, going down leg side slightly.
Kyle just making a little bit of an exaggerated movement down the leg side to show the umpire.
He definitely did that.
That he was definitely going down the leg side there, using all his experience, even at a young age, to display to the umpire. No, miles down leg ump.
I was going to say, David, you're calling him an old pro now, definitely.
He is an old soul. He is an old soul. He's got a mature head on him for his age. I've known him since he started out his professional career here, and he came in very confident, not arrogant, confident, and that's a big difference. And I knew that he was destined for higher honours from the start, and he's delivered on that as well. Fantastic young man.
We at the end of that over, Tim, what are we sitting at now?
137 for 2 after 32 overs. Verreynne is on 11 and Smith is on 59. We have 35 overs left of the day.
And
partnership of 14.
20 minutes is it to the tea interval? With the South African squad now versus the Netherlands, David, a couple of well-known names to both the Western Province and Titans listeners and viewers on this broadcast.
Reverse sweep brought out again by Daniel Smith. Third man is able to field that, so they'll just go through for 1.
Keshav Maharaj has been given the opportunity to captain that team with Timber Bavuma and some of the senior players being given a rest. But there are some significant senior players still in the team. Reza Hendricks, there David Miller, Lungi Ngidi, Dwayne Pretorius, Andile Pehlokwayo, Lizard Williams, Zubair Hamza, Darren Dupavillon. Oh, beautifully played.
That's one thing about Kyle Verreynne's game, is that he plays the ball beautifully late, and he's got really good hands. So the sign of some of the best batsmen in the world play the ball very late, such as Tendulkar. Not that I'm comparing, because if Kyle hears that I'm mentioning Tendulkar and Verreynne in the same sentence, he he will love that conversation. But some of the best batsmen always play the ball nice and late as well.
Sisanda Magala, Yanama Milan, Wayne Parnell, we've spoken to over the last couple of days. It's been a privilege to have him here on commentary with us. Ryan Rickleton, Tabrei Shamsi, Kyle Verreynne, and Kaya Zondo. And as Chelsea go 1-up against Leicester at the King Power.
More importantly, of course. So I mean, Wayne Parnell, it's obviously fantastic to see Wayne back in South African cricket. I don't think he would have expected to be back in the national team. That's a great shot from Kyle Verreynne. Going all the way to the long boundary there under the oaks. A lovely shot, and Neil Brunt kicks the ground in disgust there. And Kyle Verreynne, that was a top class shot.
Yeah.
And
up to 15. Yeah.
What was I saying about
Wayne Parnell?
Oh yes, Wayne Parnell. So Parney, wasn't obviously expecting to be back in the national setup so soon, but I think we all know Parnell as the young cricketer who's had a long career, had success early on in his career, but he's come back into the domestic structure a much more mature cricketer. He's learned his game around the world. He knows his game absolutely to the T. And he's come back in a leadership role. I was very impressed with him. He was named the captain of the CSA T20 Challenge team for the Blitz, and his leadership was spot on. He took control, and he almost pulled out a victory for the Blitz against the Knights. Unlikely victory, which was a huge effort. But it's the off-field stuff which I think has been most impressive, which not everyone sees. It's at the nets where he's working with the younger cricketers. And maybe he didn't get that early on in his career, and maybe he's seen that as something that he needs to now give back. He comes back into the national team with huge experience, and that can only stand them in good stead. Ryan Rickleton has just come from a century for the Lions. I see they pulled off an innings victory over the Rocks, and even though I think it was 350 in the first innings, but they rolled the Rocks in both their innings. Obviously, the Rocks didn't have Yaneman, both Milan brothers, so that would have held them back a bit. But Sisanda Magala also took some wickets there in the first innings. So he's been there and thereabouts.
This one is swept. It's a full toss out of the off stump. Lovely play there by Daniel Smith. No danger there for him, and he moves on to 64. 150 for Western Province of 199 balls.
And so in the team, so you talk about Yaneman Milan, a man who is potentially on the cusp of history in the one-day international arena in terms of the amount of runs he scored, in the number of innings that he scored, already up there in the record books in the amount of runs he scored in the least number of innings. Stands a chance of being the highest run scorer, or the batter to got to 1,000 runs in one day international, the fastest ever at international level. Absolutely, and once again, I mean, this is just a personal opinion. I believe that Yaneman should be playing all three formats. I think he has the potential to play Test match cricket. Maybe I see he's been batting at number 4 for the Rocks. He opened the batting for a couple of years with his brother here, but they've got Ismail Khafieldin at the Rocks, who's a opener. So he's been batting, but Yaneman's been coming down the order. He scored a century, and the thing is with Yaneman is that he gets the game moving forward, but not necessarily overly aggressive. It's proper cricket shots. In white ball cricket, he can be absolutely devastating. We've seen it in the first 2 years of the Mzansi Super League when he opened the innings with Quinton de Kock for the Cape Town Blitz. They were the most destructive partnership for the first 2 years, and I would like to see them try that combination a little bit more on the international scene.
Nicely bowled there by Simon Harmer.
And I'm sure that if Chris is listening to us today. He'll be sending me the details through, but Janeman also with that 170 odd that he scored in one-day international, the second longest one-day international innings in history of one-day internationals in terms of number of balls faced, as far as I'm aware. I stand to be corrected, but already a number of records under his belt after having got a first baller, I think, in his first ever one-day international.
I remember telling him after that, I mean, I said to him, you've just got the best ball that you'll ever face in your international career, so it can only get better from here. And the next game, and it shows his character, the next game he scored his first century.
That's right.
In one-day international cricket. So he's really, he's arguably I've never seen a player in all my days that has got an eye like Janeman Malan from ball one. I remember during the MSL, we were playing up at the Wanderers, and he dealt with Kagiso Rabada, and not many people deal with Rabada, and I've never seen shots like that at the Wanderers. He was obviously in the high felt, it goes a bit further, but he was playing, he was hitting sixes over cover, and that's a sign of a world class batsman.
So it's with many people, I would guess, again a lovely shot from Carl Verreynne down into the vacant third man area.
They come through for 3.
That's good running. Omani chasing that one all the way down to the boundary. He's really bustling after that one, managing to prevent it going down to the boundary for 4. Neil Brunt not been able to peg this run rate back at all. Bowling from the Kelvin Grove end has been quite expensive in this innings so far.
The Titans bowling unit has been expensive, as this time Daniel Smith drives it to the mid-off. There's no run.
Yeah.
They haven't been able to hit the straps at all, find the right area to bowl to restrict Western Province at any time in this innings, bar an over or 2 here and there.
And typified by the fact that Simon Harmer is going about 4.5 and over.
Whipped to the leg side by Daniel Smith to the square leg boundary with the utmost ease, and he moves on to 70. The Western Province of 159 for 2. Good little partnership here between Carl Verreynne and Daniel Smith. They are not letting the bowlers settle at either end. Good rotation of strike, both through singles and through boundaries.
It'll be interesting to see if they make a change on that end. Maybe bring back Junior Dalo, who hasn't bowled much in this entire match. Yes, we've seen Simon Harmer and Neil Brunt bowl the majority of the overs, and we might see Aya Guamani just to bring a bit of energy. Aya will always have a smile on his face no matter the match situation. He's a lovely guy, and you need those kind of guys in a long day in the field. It's good for the team.
A man you would have also seen a lot of, David Lizard-Williams, who's in the national team, has been now for last season. He got his first call up into the national team, national setup. Huge amount of enthusiasm, just the most humble chap that you could possibly hope to see.
That guy would run through a brick wall for his team. He's we call it white line fever.
Yeah.
When he gets it, he's the loveliest guy off the field, but on the minute he steps over that boundary rope, he's one of the most competitive guys around.
Yeah.
He's a real team man. You can throw him the ball and tell him to bowl for 45 overs, and he'll give you the same energy.
Yeah.
He'll be in the batsman's face, and he's also been one of those guys like George, who has been in the squads, but hasn't necessarily played a lot of cricket.
Yeah.
In the last while, and guys like that, they are rhythm bowlers. George likes to play regularly. If he could, George would go and play club cricket every weekend just to play if there wasn't a game on. So Lazard is the same. He loves to play. He wants to play. He's done really well since his move to the Titans. He was always, at the Cobras, he was always under the likes of Vernon Philander, Björn Hendricks, Rory Kleinfeldt, and never was able to kind of get a regular spot in the side.
Full toss there by Simon Harmer. Carl Raya not able to dispatch it to the boundary.
But yeah, hoping that he'll get a bit of a run and to show how good he can be.
It does have a really good look to this squad. I mean, despite not having Captain Bavuma, not having Quinton de Kock in the team, Kagiso Rabada, Lungengidi, none of those players in this squad for these matches against the Netherlands. Has a very strong feel to it. The experience of a David Miller, Lungengidi isn't there, I do apologise. The experience of a David Miller and Dile Petwai, who's been in and around that team for a long time now, and adds also a different dimension.
I think looking ahead, it's the 2023 World Cup, the 50 over World Cup,
Yeah.
so the selectors and the national team need a group of players that can play, and they need players with maybe 10 or 20 caps already under their belt by the time you get to a World Cup. And if you can choose a squad with extremely experienced guys like David Miller, and mixed in with a few of the younger guys that maybe have 10 or 15 caps already, that's a good combination. That's something that England have really set the benchmark for as the kind of formula that works in white ball cricket. They've seen the likes of Liam Livingstone, who we saw here in Cape Town.
Yeah.
Ashwell Prince knew him from Lancashire days, knew that he was a talent. Everyone thought Ash was a bit crazy to get him in the auction at the time, but look where he is now. He's one of the world's top T20 players, and not just T20, he can play 50 over cricket as well. So I think it's important that we build up a group of players that can potentially play international cricket.
It's very good to see, as you say, some of the players that may have been on the fringes for a period of time, but have stuck to their guns and built their craft over a number of years, that are now getting the opportunity to really show their talents at international level. And
Titans make a bowling change. Komani is on. At the first delivery is given too much width there. If you give Daniel Smith that kind of width, he will make you pay. Cuts it on the offside and is able to come through for 2.
yes,
Moves on to 72.
bowling change was certainly necessary for the Titans. Really not finding the breakthrough with Neil Brunt, something they did do in the first innings, and he has gone for 47 in his 10 overs so far in the second innings.
It looked like a bump ball.
Bump
Did,
ball,
yes,
Yeah,
did
there
definitely
were-
look
I
like
was
a bump
wondering
ball.
what all the screaming was about. I saw it from up here, but I think there maybe a little bit of flutters. But Daniel Smith wasn't budging there. He knew
Yeah,
that
no.
he hit it straight into the ground.
Yes,
But as I said earlier, before we know it, Carl Verona's on 22 not out, with not having done anything too fancy, and that's what he does. The partnership is sitting at 38 at the moment.
yeah. And
A lovely
Daniel
shot.
Smith
It was,
drives that
yeah.
to mid-on. Good cover defending, fielding.
important time now, one feels, for Daniel Smith, 3 minutes before the scheduled tea break. Just needs to see out this period of time. A dangerous time, perhaps. He's probably not even thinking of the tea break, although he's looking across the scoreboard, so maybe he is. Just really batting out now the next few minutes to get into the hutch.
This one is driven on the offside by Daniel Smith once again, and the man on the third man boundary just runs around and stops it, and they go through for another single.
interesting field positioning for Daniel Smith there with and for what looks like for Carl Verona, just off the pitch at a short mid-on nuisance. Let's call it a nuisance position for the batsman and for the batsman on the non-striker's end. But obviously, looking, there's a couple maybe that we've seen that have stuck in the wicket a little bit. Aya Gomani can mix it up, and then maybe tried a few things. He's not as quick, but sometimes can get it in a little bit quicker, and you can miss time one.
Not the type of, not an attacking fielder. That is an attacking position, as you said, David.
This one down the leg side, and Carl Verona works it to the fine leg. There's a fielder there, so that's just a single. Carl's looking very, very solid so far. As you say, raced fairly quickly to 23.
Carl Verona showing some experience here, looking at the clock, and it says 2:59 as he just does a bit of gardening on the pitch. Carl Verona is a very old school cricketer. He knows how to play the nuances of the game. I like to see that. The youngsters know how to work it. I love it.
Daniel Smith just surveying the field, doing his bit, making sure he knows what all the fielders are.
One ball left in the 37th over, and the clock is not yet at 1500.
And squarely on the offside by Daniel Smith, they go through for another single.
And
they move on to 164 for 2 after 37.
And Carl Verona's gardening looks like it's come to fruition. Just ensuring that the pitch was in good order as he quickly walks off with a tee interval.
That is indeed tee. So we have Daniel Smith on 74 and Verona on 23. Partnership, good run by Western Province, sitting on 41.
I think they'll be very happy with that session. That will be the first session that, despite losing the wickets, that was a session dominated by Western Province, and Coach Salak Nakadin will be very happy, especially with Daniel Smith sitting on 74 not out.
164 runs in the afternoon session, 37 overs bowled, very good over rate as one would expect with spinners on most of the time in those 2 hours and 10 minutes, and a partnership of 41 as Tim was mentioning. To go with the partnerships of 72 and 51 for the first 2 wickets. The loss of Gavin Kaplan and Zubair Hamza both falling to Simon Harmer, and it's goodbye from us, and we'll join you after tea. Welcome back to Six Gun Grill Newlands, where we are about to start the third session on the third day, and surprisingly it's going to be Simon Harmer from the Wynberg end for the Titans. He's going to be continue his unchanged spell from the beginning of play this morning, bowled unchanged from the Wynberg end, and he has taken today. He's taken 7 wickets today, 7 in the first innings in total, but 2 of those last night, and additional 5 today, and the first 2 to fall in the Western Province second innings, being asked to follow on after the massive 647 for 7. Western Province replied with 195 being bowled out on the cusp of lunch, and in the post-lunch session of 2 hours and 10 minutes, Western Province going to 164 for the loss of 2 after 73 overs. So a productive session, batting at 4.4 runs and over. And with me is David Brooke from Western Province, from the Western Province Executive. David's been giving us some fantastic insights into the team, what's been happening here at Western Province, and been good to have you with us over the last 3 days, David, and welcome once again for the last session of the day today.
I'll be hoping that I'm here tomorrow as well, as will the Western Province team. This is going to be an important session. If they can get through this session relatively unscathed, they'll be confident going into day 4 and making the Titans fight for it. That's something that they weren't able to do in the first innings necessarily. They gave Simon Harmer was able to take advantage, and he really took advantage. He took 7 wickets in the first innings, as you said. This is going to be a very important session for the likes of Daniel Smith in particular. He's making his debut this game, scored 43 in the first innings, 74 not out in the second innings, and his team need him to go big now. He's the man that's in. Even though Kyle Verona is the senior player, Daniel Smith is the settled player, and it's going to be restarting as such, even though it was a short break for the tea interval, but it will be a restart for him as the day goes longer and longer. The mental side of the game will come into play. The over rate has been incredible today, obviously bowling a lot of spin today, and there's only 28 overs left, so we'll be finishing the day probably around 5:30, somewhere around there, maybe even a little bit before. 28 overs, they're looking at normally 15, 16 at worst to go through, so
they'll get a few extra overs in potentially today, with the close of play 104 overs minimum for the day, and close of play scheduled to be at 5:30, and one senses there'll be probably between 104 and 110 overs bowled in the day. A couple of bonus overs for those viewers that are there. Joining us on this broadcast, brought to you by CSA on the Supersport YouTube channel, with visuals provided by Pitch Vision. It's going to be Amani who has continued from the Kelvin Grove end, and Kyle Verona. That one is going to the man who's at a wide-ish mid-on. Just coming around, and that's Junior Dala at wide-ish mid-on, is indeed. And the field is quite widely spread now, where as it had been incredibly attacking in the first hour and a half after the luncheon interval at the beginning of the second innings, Western Province second innings. It's Daniel Smith, the debutant, on strike to Amani.
Just straying onto the legs of Daniel Smith, easy single.
Is that it's Corbin Bosch down here, I think it is. Yes, pretty much an interesting field. It's an interesting backfield placement that we have a man that you call that a shortish straight mid on, just in
termed
front.
at the nuisance position.
Yeah, the nuisance position, just a little bit in the batter's eye line. So keeping him honest, not popping that one up on the leg side. Man short in at a gully position. It's probably a very short backward point. That's Simon Harmer. Dean Elgar at slip. I think quite deep at slip actually.
I think unnecessarily deep. We haven't seen too many go through to the slips from the medium or fast bowlers. We've seen a couple of slip catches from the spinners, but nothing's really flown through the slip cauldron there.
With Jean-Claude standing up to Ayad Kamani's medium pace, just to make sure the batters are not taking advantage and coming out of their crease. Just the potential for a smart stumping. We have a man on the deep cover boundary or deep point boundary. That's Corbin Bosch. An extra cover mid-off, a wide mid-on, because we have that man in at a short mid-on position, mid-wicket, conventional on the edge of the square, and then man at long leg.
I think what the Western Province batsmen need to do is maintain that positive play that they showed in the session after lunch. There was intent from both Gavin Kaplan and Daniel Smith, and Zubair Hamza was also very positive. He'll be upset that he didn't kick on from his 37 after getting a good start. But now the responsibility is on Daniel Smith to get through to that first century. Would be a huge milestone for him. For Western Province as a whole to be able to call on a youngster like that to score big, I think will be fantastic. Not only for him but for the season ahead as well. The depth is going to be tested. It has been tested already with the SAA guys and the Proteas guys. The Proteas guys will be missing next week's game. So for the coach to be able to call on a Daniel Smith will be crucial. David Beddingham will come back into recognition into contention for the next game. So that will be a boost for the side. John O'Bird, slight groin injury, might be also come back. So we look at the guys like John O'Bird who sitting on the sideline. There's a lot of youth in this Western Province side.
We've heard already from Tepo Moreki that he does think he won't be available for the Warriors game, but may well be back here for the home game against the Lions in December. Is that the next home game,
That's
David?
the next. After the next 4-day game, there's a bit of a. That one was given a bit of an air and a bit slow delivery from Simon Harmer. He's obviously got all the experience in the world. He's going to mix it up a little bit to the youngster. But so there's a match next week, and then there's a bit of a break for the SAA games against India A, and then there's a game.
Shot.
Oh wow, that's
Too
a lovely
short,
shot.
too wide there from Simon Harmer, and lovely play there by Daniel Smith. Lovely cut shot. Moves on to 79, and on his merry way, looking every bit apart a professional cricketer.
Simon Harmer not being able to get the kind of breakthroughs that he had in the first innings. Daniel Smith has shown a lot of patience in this innings, really waiting for the bad ball and been able to punish it, which is something we have seen as a feature of certainly the Titans innings, where when they were given the bad ball to punish, they were able to put that away. The wicket still playing very well, is a bit on the slow side, and we have mentioned that quite a bit over the course of the past number of days, but when you're in, you have to make it count.
Absolutely, we saw that with Sibs Makanya and Pillay both scoring centuries. Once they were in, they'd really let loose. They didn't really have much pressure on them, and they could just play their natural games. But it's for a young guy like Daniel Smith, wouldn't have played too many of these long format games. At under 19 level, it's normally the 50 over white ball cricket that they play. So these guys need to be playing long cricket. They need to be playing 4-day cricket regularly, and that's what this system is now allowing.
Carl Verena, his partner, who's facing Ayat Kamani at the moment, no stranger to batting for long periods of time, and his highest score 216 not out. A testament to that in the final game of the last season, and ahead of his recall to the South African national one-day international squad. You really want to make sure that he spends a little bit more time at the crease, just gets that eye in ahead of the series against the Netherlands.
And it looks like he'll probably keep in that series as well. So that will be an important role for him.
Oh yeah.
Down the next side, Baron Kumali, and that's 4 buys. Another set of extras against the Titans. It's 5 buys. It's now 5 in total. As we see on the left-hand side, a couple of cameramen taking some pictures of the action. May not allow fans in at the moment at Newlands, but the cameramen are here to give you a good pictures of the action, which I'm sure will be all over social media in the coming days.
That's the 50-run partnership as well, just from 92 deliveries, including 7 fours between Carl Verena and Daniel Smith. Verena contributing his 24 runs and Daniel Smith 23 runs with 4 extras in this 50. And it's important that they build on from the partnership between Smith and Hamza. And they're, in the first innings, the Western Province guys were not able to build on the starts or get any sort of partnerships together. That looked like the keeper was drifting already down leg side. It does look like that was more of a hopeful one.
It was. Yes, so another 50 partnership for the Western Province in the second innings. That is the third successive 50 partnership. They've posted 51 for the first wicket between Gavin Kaplan and Daniel Smith, 72 for the second wicket between Smith and Zubair Hamza, and now 51 unbroken between Verena and Smith, as it's Ayat Kamani from the Kelvin Grove end.
It was really that partnership of 199 between Pillay and Gamani, and those are the kind of partnerships which take games away. And Western Province will need something similar to that, and it looks like they're going to need it from these two batsmen to really try and survive in this game. I don't think the weather's looking like it's doing anything drastic like it did on the last day against the Dolphins, where to be fair, Western Province were probably saved in that game. The rain saved the draw, but it's going to be a tough day and a session to save this game.
Kumani is showing the lines and lengths that you need to bowl on this pitch, keeping it nice and tight against the batsman, particularly to Verena.
41 overs gone, 174 for 2, and batting at a good rate, 4.2 runs to the over. I think the big thing for Western Province is the deficit down now to 278. Probably not the big thing, but it is reducing with every run that is scored, and scoreboard is moving ever closer to that first innings total. And Western Province will be feeling that they didn't bat as well as they could have done in that first knock.
This one left alone confidently by Daniel Smith, wide of the off stump.
Something we haven't seen so far in this match is the possibility of a Dean Elgar turning his arm over.
No, we haven't.
We've seen this pitch not doing much for the fast bowlers. In this innings alone, only 8 overs have come from the fast bowlers, with another 3 coming from Ayat Kamani. Simon Harmer's going to get through a lot of overs. Neil Brunt, it might be an opportunity to bring in a third spinner. And looking around the Titans team, Dean Elgar would be that third option.
He would be, especially considering Simon Harmer has been through. He's bowled unchanged from the Weinberg end from the beginning of day's play today. Took the new ball in the second innings for the Titans.
This one left behind. Bit fidgety there by Daniel Smith. Nice drift going in towards the stumps, spinning away there by Simon Harmer, getting decent purchase and getting a planned miss there by Daniel Smith.
Yeah, I think he might well realise he didn't make the commitment to that shot that he perhaps should have done, and
this one driven straight to cover along the ground. Low full toss. He'll be disappointed he wasn't able to punish that delivery.
Sis Makanya getting behind that one nicely at extra cover, and that's a much better committed leave from Daniel Smith to end another Simon Harmer over, which another maiden over from the accomplished off spinner from the Titans, a man with over 700 first class wickets. We were talking before tea with David Brooke just around how this is a great baptism of fire for a youngster like Daniel Smith, like Daniel Smith, Gavin Kaplan making their debut in first class cricket in this match to face a bowler of that stature.
Yeah, absolutely. He wouldn't if he wasn't in this team, he'd be playing the Colts game against Boland. And he wouldn't be, with respect to the Colts players from Boland, he wouldn't be facing a player, bowlers of a Harmer quality, which can only stand him in good stead.
This one, bit fuller this time by Kumani. Again, the umpire says not out. Carverena not getting in behind that, and so far, bit of luck there.
Yeah, we know Dennis Smith was certainly considering that, because his standard sort of trigger movement of putting his head down and looking at the floor wasn't there. He sort of looked a little bit askance, folded his arms after he'd taken the decision not to give that one out, and certainly looked like he was considering it. Carverena probably getting the benefit of the doubt there.
Yeah, Verona wasn't looking anywhere near the umpire. He didn't want to see that finger going up. That was a tight one. That's probably been one of the tighter ones from appeals that we've had over the last couple of hours.
And Ayat Kamani making sure that Carverena understood how lucky he was still to be there. Making sure that his post-appeal run was all the way down the wicket. To have a chat to his wicket keeper about how good that was and how he certainly should have been given out. There's a man out in the deep cover region. That's Corbin Bosch, who has been patrolling that area for a while. It's a position the Titans have been using quite a bit in this second innings and towards the end of when Zubair Hamza was batting actually in the first innings. Use that quite a bit as we see Daniel Smith, the left-hander, now going to face up to Kamani, who is halfway through his fourth over, by far the most economical of the seamers that the Titans have used so far. Nicely in behind that one, so indication of the way in which this second innings has started to move is that we have one slip, Harmer at slip, we have Mokoena at a sort of fourth slip position, a man deep on the boundary at backward point. That's Jivishan Pillay, Sibs Makanya in the covers, Junior Dala at mid-off, and he gets some action now. Junior Dala goes around to his right to prevent the single. For Daniel Smith, we have a man at mid-on, that's the captain, Neil Brunt, that fielder in at that rather unconventional sort of nuisance position, as Dean Elgar standing in front of the non-striker in that sort of shortish straight mid-on position. Jordan Herman in at mid-wicket and Corbin Bosch at long leg to the left-handed Daniel Smith. Much better bowling from Kamani in terms of lines and lengths so far.
Yeah, he's been impressive. He hasn't given away anything. Just four bars down the leg side and a couple of overs ago. But he's been really tight. I don't think he would have bowled that much in this game if it wasn't for the fact that the pitch wasn't doing much for the fast bowlers. They would have wanted Junior Dalla. Junior Dalla can run in all day. He's a fit man. But with nothing coming from the pitch for the fast bowlers, the likes of Guamani is getting a few more overs than he probably would have expected to.
So
the other bowler that they could think about is bowling a few overs of Sips Makanya. If Guamani's bowling as well as he is, that might be an idea when he's done to give Sips a chance. As this one is too short down the leg side by Simon Harmer and easily pulled away to the boundary by Kyle Verena, who moves on to 29. That was a well-played shot, making sure that slightly bad ball is being treated down to the boundary.
For those of you that perhaps are just joining us, we will at the end of the over just run through some of the highlights of the day. And we're here also in conversation with David Brooke, who is on the executive here at Western Province Cricket. It's been a pleasure to have David with us over the course of the 3 days that we've been describing this match here at Six Gun Grill Newlands. Simon Harmer gets through his overs very quickly. Tim, the first time you've seen him live, Harmer?
No, seen Simon Harmer live many times. Oh, lovely drift in the air there by Simon Harmer, getting the Carverena stretching for the delivery. No, I've seen Simon Harmer live quite a few times.
And county cricket, you ever had the opportunity to watch him in county cricket?
Only once for Essex, but that was only a half a dozen overs. Couldn't really give a proper account on that day.
He's an all-action cricketer, really. He loves the big stage.
Yeah.
I remember in the Vitality Blast a few years ago, Carl Verena does well to play that one with very, very soft, moisturised hands, like a good wicketkeeper should do.
Yeah.
That was a decent delivery though by Harmer, and that's where he's got a few of his wickets in the last day or so, down that leg side, leg slip.
So match situation at the moment, Titans scoring 647 for 7 in their first innings, batting through the majority of day 1 and day 2 with 4 Centurions, Mokoena, Elgar, Kamani and Pillay. Pillay and Kamani both going to their highest first class scores and a maiden century for Javeshan Pillay, the young Titans batter, and that score highest ever in 4-day cricket for the Titans, 647 for 4, and the highest score that in 4-day Division 1 cricket that Western Province will have conceded. Just
playing that shot a little
wicket,
bit early there by Daniel Smith, not quite getting the getting to the pitch of the delivery, of the lack of pace of Guamani, trying to force the issue. Was in the air a little bit on the offside.
partnerships in the Titans innings of 231 for the first wicket, and Titans record between Elgar and Mokoena, and 199 unbroken for the 8th wicket between Amani and Pillay. Saw them to that score, which Western Province then bowled out on the cusp of lunch today on the 3rd day for 195, with Simon Harmer getting his best haul in 4-day franchise cricket. Oh, it's beautifully played.
At Newlands, that's ripped down the leg side.
His best haul at Newlands, sorry, yeah.
At Newlands, that's
Newlands.
an important...
Yes, at Newlands. Seven wickets for Simon Harmer in the first innings, bowling unchanged from the Weinberg end most of the day, most of the innings yesterday evening and this morning. And in their follow-on, having been enforced in the luncheon interval, Western Province are now 180 for the loss of 2 wickets, with Smith on debut on 80 after 43 in the first innings, Kaplan out for 29 and Hamza for 37, both victims of Harmer in the second innings. David, just in terms of Newlands and the development that we've seen at the northwestern side of the ground, we're just going to talk a bit about that for the viewers and listeners on the YouTube channel. Massive development for Western Province cricket, and should be ready. The building and the facility should be ready for a huge event happening in the new year here.
Yeah, it's been a number of years coming. It was planning for a number of years, and then eventually we broke ground a couple of years ago. And it's going to be the reality is that in world sport stadiums, there's not enough cricket to sustain a stadium throughout the year just on cricket alone. We've had a few concerts here over the years, the likes of Elton John, Tina Turner. There was Heart FM, the radio station, they had their music festival here. But again, those have been too sporadic. We needed something that was going to sustain this organisation, our cricket in this province for many years to come. This development is part of that plan. At the moment, Varsity College have relocated to the precinct. It's a beautiful development going on at the back here. It used to be empty land, which we've gone into a joint development with Sanlam, and it's going to be incredible. As you can see in front, described to the viewers, there's a whole new building where the snake pit, old Castle Corner used to be. The grass has now come back, and once the whole thing is completed, it's going to be a whole flow from the public transport from the station over the bridge. It's going to be a full kind of 360 view of the stadium, and there's going to be restaurants in there, coffee shops, office blocks. There's office blocks available in there. So it's going to be something that will help sustain Western Province cricket for hundreds of years. Hopefully,
yes.
That's the plan. And that's we get one Test match, one ODI, and one T20 a year from an international cricket point of view. But that's not enough for to become a world-class facility, and that's what we need to become. We're hopefully leading the way for other stadiums around South Africa. I hear there's a couple of others around the country that's starting to talk about developments at their ground and on their land. Obviously, the Newlands area is quite not as sparse as you're not dealing with a lot of land here. So the developers have used whatever land was available extremely well to try and maximise the opportunities there. But it has been a long process. With any of these kind of property developments, there's always a lot of expenses as well, but those have been dealt with really well. Having partners like Sanlam has also been incredible. And there's going to be opportunities to really see Newlands become the arguably the best ground in the world, multi-faceted ground.
So
We've just had a maiden over there by Simon Harmer, keeping Daniel Smith in check throughout the over. Daniel Smith responding with positive defensive strokes. They are now 180 for 2 after 46. Daniel Smith's on 80 and Carl Rayner 29.
and certainly an impressive looking building, which at this beautiful stadium, one that is renowned as being one of the finest in terms of world cricket, not just in South Africa, but in terms of world cricket. Some famous landmarks at the stadium. I mean, the Oaks, which is off to our right-hand side here. We're at the Wynberg end of this ground at the moment. To our left, the railway stand, and with the railway and the brewery behind it, as Amani once again straight down that leg side, and Kyle Varane is not going to miss out on those, is he?
He isn't. Amani's got his hands on his knees. He knows he's missed his mark there. Easy runs for Western Province.
And David, I mean, to partner with a prestigious company in South Africa like Sanlam is a big thing for Western Province. A large life insurance company. I mean, one of the big two from a South African perspective, and well respected and huge financial institution. Can only bode well for the future of cricket here in the Western Province.
Absolutely, and I think the faith that they've shown in this stadium as well has been second to none. So the future is bright for this organisation. What we're creating now will bear fruit, not in probably in my time even. It will be for the next generation, but that's part of development. That's part of serving the game. You don't necessarily serve the game for rewards or instant rewards. We're playing the long format game here. We're not. We don't necessarily specialise in T20 cricket. We like the long format of the game here, and we're looking at that development as a long-term vision to sustain cricket. So the next kind of, if you look around the country, some of the best cricketers at other franchises come from this region. We're blessed with a strong school system, a strong club system, and we want to make sure that we have commercial stability over the next 50 years. That can't just come from cricket and sponsorships, etc. There has to be another form of revenue stream, and that's what this development is going to create, hopefully, for us.
Yeah, I mean, there have been challenges from in the Western Province that were reported extensively a number of years ago, which we won't go into on this broadcast. But this really is a wonderful looking development. The area, if you do know Newlands, and I'm sure a lot of you listening will know Newlands very well, is that area was very much a fallow area on the ground, not that real estate not particularly used in terms of spectators. Sometimes temporary pavilions put up there for the large games, and it has been the home of Castle Corner, referring to one of the major sponsors, but also a sponsor of Western Province cricket.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I remember growing up at Newlands. Some of my greatest backyard games weren't. I can't even remember what happened on the field. I was playing at the back in that old tennis court there. So they took away my childhood dreams, but I think there's a bigger picture at play there. But yeah, some of my best memories growing up here was playing with the tennis ball there with my mates, grabbing one of the bins there as wickets. And we want to, obviously, but I mean, you need to kind of maximise your commercial space, and we had a cricket centre there, which was the home of the cricket side of things, where the coaches' offices were, where there was the players had their kind of centre. There's going to be hopefully a more modern, other than squash court, there were old squash courts that were converted into a cricket centre as such. That was taken down early doors.
Right.
A division of CPUT is coming in there, if I'm not mistaken, sports management division. So we're going to have, education has always been a big part of Western Province cricket. So it's nice that we've got educational institutions, Varsity College, CPUT in there, which kind of fits into our DNA here.
Yeah.
But obviously there's going to be the traditional kind of commercial space that's going to be taken up. Obviously, COVID had an impact.
Yeah.
The commercial rental space took a knock, not just in South Africa, around the world. People were moving away from the traditional offices, but we're starting to see that it's coming back. And you just got to move with the times as well. You've got to adjust.
Yeah. Those of you that may not be familiar with the geography of the area around Newlands and in Cape Town particularly, and some of the local institutions here, the CPUT, Cape Peninsula University of Technology, has a campus in town, in the city centre, close to the city centre, and the sports, sports management, sports centre here. There will be an extension of that offering that they have, which will be very good. Varsity College, a well-known private education company here in South Africa, and both prestigious institutions that will be partnering with Western Province Cricket to provide that development and opportunity for young people. It's good to see those partnerships in place, and the geographically Newlands is and the area in which it is situated is not far away from the city centre of Cape Town, and in the area here there are a number of retail head offices. One of the large retail chains has got their head office very close by here in the Cape, and very close to the centre of town, so a prime location in which offices and other facilities are here. And this will provide, as you're saying, very much needed revenue generation for the union.
And in the role I'm in this space is it's about being able to tap into that captive audience, if you can call it that. The students that are here, and we want to convert those into cricket fans as well. So for me, it's about on a potential match day. Let's say there's that's a bit of a rash shot there from Daniel Smith, a bit of a quicker one. The keeper's up at the stumps there. Gomani almost finding the edge. But for me, it's about being able to take advantage of the masses that are in this, the commercial development, and converting them into supporters.
Yeah.
Obviously, on a match day, the business park is it's not going to be a free-flowing business park into the cricket ground, etc. But it's about that's a nice shot down the ground from Daniel Smith. That's just bounced over the bowler's head, going down to the boundary. Some good fielding there. I think that was Neil Brunt there. Smith coming back for a couple.
There's round about the final leg boundaries, lots of conversations going on between Corbin Bosch and what I suspect is the 12th man. It's been going on for at least 2 overs now. Very demonstrative gestures between the two of them. Perhaps disagreeing on plans that Corbin Bosch should go towards when he does once again get a chance to bowl.
Aaron Pangisa there with the Bourbon. He obviously captained, if I'm not mistaken, the Titans in the T20 competition. So he's obviously got all the experience in the world. Maybe seeing something from the sidelines that maybe the guys in the heat are not necessarily seeing.
He's literally on the field as if he's another fielder. It's literally on. It's like having 12 people on the field.
The bib is a bit of an afterthought.
Yes, I'm actually surprised that no ball hasn't been signalled by the umpire. Pangiso actually on the field as the bowler was running in at that time, not picked up by the umpire.
Certainly it's a distraction.
Yes, it is. That is.
Daniel Smith is
yeah.
on 83, so he's 17 away. He's on that nasty number for Australians.
He's still 4 away from that one. Oh, the total is on 187. So there is an 87 somewhere.
187.
87, yes.
Oh, 83. Apologies.
13 short of 100 is what I believe it's supposed to be. But Omani has been keeping it quite tight here, which is something that the other seamers have not been able to do. His nearly finished his 7th over.
Nothing for 15. He's bowled over and around the wicket, so he's bowled different lines, different angles. He's given both batsmen something to think about. He certainly, as you say, kept things economical.
You can see why he's effective with the white ball
Yes.
and limited overs cricket is because he is a very economical wicket-to-wicket bowler, and he does a job, and he can get through his overs very quickly without too much damage, and can bring a lot of pressure on the batsman.
It's something that the Titans have been missing. In fact, Western Province were also missing that in their innings until Walters on the second morning was actually fulfilling that role for them, just plugging up one end, letting the batters think a little bit while Harmer toils away as he is doing now from the Weinberg end, bowling with the breeze for the entire day here at Six Gun Grill Newlands. And great having David Brooke here with us. We've been chatting a bit about the new development on the northwestern side of this famous stadium under the mountains, under the shadow of the Table Mountain Range here in Cape Town. A very picturesque ground, probably one of the most picturesque grounds in world cricket. Harmer is in again, as he has been for the entire day, away from us at this end.
Toiling hard, Simon. Toiling hard, giving it his all for his new team, the Titans.
Yes, doing what he's done for a number of teams over the years. Man from spent a lot of his career at the Warriors in the Eastern Cape, and on the county grounds at Chelmsford, is the main county ground at Essex. But he would have been playing a lot of his cricket there.
Alistair Cook's there, if I'm not mistaken, at Essex. Legend there at Essex. And Ryan Tendushat also is at Essex, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Just retired, but yeah.
Just retired.
Yes.
He's a local boy at UCT. I think he was at UCT the same time as I was at UCT. He obviously did a lot better at cricket than I did. I'll say I was more academic. Let's go with that.
Well played by Kyle Verena there, down to the third man boundary of Simon Harman. That's gone through for 4 down into the third man region. Total 191 after 50 overs. Much better performance in the second innings here from Western Province.
Indeed, the teapot has come out from Simon Harmer after that delivery. He knows that he let himself down, so went down for 4.
I think at the start of play, when they were 103 for 3, they would have been thinking that, see through the first session, but losing all 7 wickets in that first session was disastrous.
It was.
The catalyst obviously was the captain losing his wicket even before the night watchman lost his wicket. So they'll be very bitterly disappointed with that, but first 50 overs have been really impressive. in the second innings.
But I would say that the first 50 are nothing to be sneezed at.
Nothing to be sneezed at.
Yes, very, very much so, David. It's been a far better batting display from Six Gun Grill Western Province team, led by a very mature innings from debutant Daniel Smith, who is in the what is there a term for the 80s? I don't know, the nervous 90s. I'm not sure about the 80s, but
I think the youngsters these days don't actually get nervous.
No, right.
You know, in some of the warm-up games, Gavin Kaplan was smashing the bowlers to all parts.
Yeah.
So, which is nice to see. You know, sometimes players, when they come into the system, they can get overcoached.
Yes.
Rugby is quite always gets accused of that when they come into the system. They get overcoached and they lose that natural flair that they've succeeded with leading up to those moments. But Daniel Smith has just got about his business really nicely, looking very mature. But taking it to the next level now is going to be key.
This could be a tough period for him now. What I like to see at the moment is he's just taking his time, pulling away. I'm sure it must really help him to have Carver at the other end. They will have chatting between overs, just talking about building that innings and making it work for him.
Kumani comes in again, round the wicket.
And
Something behind this once more from Daniel Smith.
Daniel Smith also knows that next week he might be wearing the gloves for Six Gun Grill Western Province. David Bedingham is the backup keeper on paper for Western Province, but he picked up a little bit of a thumb injury. So with Daniel Smith now batting now like this, he might get the gloves just to protect Bedingham and let him rather concentrate on his batting. Daniel Smith was the under-19 captain and wicket keeper. So he's no stranger to that. He won't shy away from that responsibility.
Short wide, Daniel Smith has a flash and is caught. He's caught at Gully region.
Good catch, I must say. That went really, really quickly. And Grant McQuaina, I think, that took that in the gully. He's been in that region for virtually the entire 50 overs.
Daniel Smith's gone for 83 off 156 balls.
That really rocketed off the back.
It did.
12 boundaries, good strike rate, but the flip of the coin is Kumani probably deserved that wicket. He kept things tight the spell right throughout, restricted the runs as much as he could, going for around 2 runs and over, and that's an end of a very well played 83 by Daniel Smith.
A really good innings.
He'll be disappointed, but he'll be very, very proud in his opening game for Western Province in 4-day first-class cricket.
Yeah, I can be very proud of that performance. Obviously bitterly disappointing to miss out on that 100. It was actually a really good shot, to be honest.
It was a good shot.
He connected with that shot. It was an excellent catch, straight to him.
Yeah.
Put your hands out, hope that it sticks. Sounded excellent from up here. But unlucky for him, there was a man in that gully position. And it's an important period of play now. We saw that Western Province were 3 wickets down this morning, and they lost the 7 wickets for 92 runs. So they will be hoping that won't happen again. They want to take this game into day 4 and long into day 4 towards 6:01, preferably tomorrow tomorrow evening. Aviva Ngajima comes in at number 5 for Western Province.
And it's good innings in the first innings. Aviva Ngajima he was looking pretty good. Batted all the way down the order to get through also to the 10th wicket, and he'll be hoping that he can carry on with that good form that he had. Daniel Smith, really good innings, and we were just talking about how this period will be difficult for him. 50 overs, he wouldn't have batted much more than that in any of his matches previously. Just a time when the bowling was getting tighter, and Amani, as Tim mentioned, probably deserving that wicket. He's been by far the most consistent of the seamers from the Titans team, and that breakthrough.
Yeah. 8 overs, 1 for 15, so it's
Almost
going
a bonus
under
wicket.
2 runs an over.
Yes, yeah.
Almost a bonus wicket for the Titans from one of the seamers. Obviously relying heavily on Simon Harmer and Neil Brunt possibly to take the wickets from the spinning point of view, but to get one from their fifth bowler is a huge bonus for them, having not been able to get much out of Junior Dala and Corbin Bosch as yet. But if they do get to another new ball, they could come into play, especially if they're able to get another couple of wickets, and Corbin Bosch and Junior Dala could then have a go at the tail.
Yeah. The ball was there to be hit by Daniel Smith. He just picked out the fielder who held on to an excellent catch.
Lovely shot there by Carl Verena. Just leant back and rolled us just over the widest delivery from Simon Harmer through extra cover for 4. He moves on to 41.
Carveran is easy on the eye from a cricketing point of view. He doesn't look to overhit the ball. He's got beautiful hands in terms of being able to play the ball relatively late, and he doesn't look like it's too much effort, and somehow it gets to the boundary at a rate of knots as well, and that's a sign of an extremely good cricketer.
Simon Harmer in again. This one, Carverena plays back, goes behind square. There's a fielder there, so there's no run.
David, you've been talking a lot about the youth cricket in the Cape Town area. We chatted a little bit to Nazri Alexander yesterday, and he was mentioning a lot about the junior cricket setup, club cricket setup, and United Cricket Club Montrose, the Primrose Cricket Club. Talking about Kieran Kenny, one of the other debutants that has taken 2 wickets took 2 wickets on debut, and just around how that pipeline is there within the region, and looking at Daniel Smith and Gavin Kaplan and Kieran Kenny on their debuts in this match. Tough match it's been for them, but great to have that the youth coming through.
Absolutely, and that's been communicated to the clubs as well in terms of the opportunities. Back in my day, I actually played for United Cricket Club as well. Most people won't know that. I quickly identified that I wouldn't actually come through the system, so I decided to work for the organisation rather. But I was more of a social cricketer back in my day. We are blessed with a very strong club system here. We've got a very the Premier League is very strong. I think it's the strongest in the country to be with respect to the other provinces. We've got a strong school system. Some of the private schools in Cape Town are some of the best in the country. But we also have an organisation from Western Province Cricket that led by Clinton Dupree and his team that really run cricket, the amateur side of cricket in this province brilliantly. They've got a dedicated team. These guys are having late evening meetings with various committees, strong governance, which I think is key as well. And the development has always been something that we as an organisation have taken pride in. Our women's cricketers, some of the most outstanding cricketers around. Sitting in the Proteas team at the moment, we've got ladies like Laura Goodall, Laura Wolford, Nadine de Klerk, Faye Tunnicliffe, Andri Steyn coming through as well, Leah Jones on the emerging side of things as well. Claire de Blanche is a head coach, a former Proteas women's player as well.
Recently, I mean, Sinola Jafta is also recently
Sonala Jafta
joined,
as well, yeah,
joined here at
absolutely.
Western
She's one of our
Province,
Proteas contracted
Yeah.
player,
Yeah.
also hugely talented and an amazing young woman
Yeah,
as well.
she is,
she does some fantastic stuff.
Great leader as well, from great leadership capabilities. With SA
Absolutely.
emerging captain for their tour to Bangladesh, I think it was.
And she's not one for public coverage and stuff, but she does a lot of work in various communities as well, which
Great.
she doesn't necessarily publicise, but you know, it's important to notice that as well. She's an amazing young lady and does some good stuff off the field as well as on the field. And we pride ourselves on that as well. You know, the ladies team bring a lot of pride to this organisation. It's fantastic to see that the ladies are now from a provincial level now, they're at semi-professional level now, which
great.
is something that has been with the men's game for a number of years, and it's been coming for a number of years on the ladies side of things. It just was, you know, a commercial aspect to it. You know, from a national point of view, the women have been contracted, but there was nothing professional down at provincial level. So there was too much of a gap between the professional side of things and the amateur game, and there was too much to play for at that level, and not enough incentive down the pipeline. So that bridge is now being that gap has now been bridged a little bit, which can only be good for women's cricket. I mean, from an international level, the women's cricketers are doing some amazing stuff. You know, they've competed in World Cups, almost, you know, getting to finals, semi-finals, and that's where we want to be playing. We have the talent in this country. You know, we see Danae van Niekerk and the likes playing around the world in these T20 leagues. In the Big Bash, Laura Wolfart's there at the moment.
That's right.
So, and a couple of the ladies are there.
I mean, Laura, top scorer when I last looked at the stats probably 3 or 4 days ago. Laura Wolfart, top scorer for the Adelaide Strikers in that league, and she is one of the top batters in the world at the moment, coming from here from the Western Province. Through and through from a very young age, 13, 14, she was already in the Western Province setup, and guided by players, people like Alexis Liberton, who's been the captain for a number of years, people like Chandra Fritz, who is now a match referee,
absolutely.
And played a number of games for South Africa in her career. I think still holds or has held the record for the highest T20 score for South Africa. So it's wonderful to see that that has been recognised, and that the players have been rewarded here in the Western Province with that ability to move to a more semi-professional level. And the future looks very exciting for cricket for the women in Western Province.
And I think credit must also go to Cricket South Africa from a mother body point of view. They've been able to, you know, get commercial partners involved, and ultimately they need those commercial partners involved. Momentum have come on board, have always been supporters of the women's game, and that, you know, that will result in more TV coverage and more money flowing in, and ultimately, you know, the game needs to become more professional, and at all levels. We've got the Women's Super League, which often gets played at Six Count Grill Newlands as well. One of the sessions gets played here, and the quality of cricket is top class.
It is.
And you know what's nice about the players is that whenever Laura Wolfart is in Cape Town and available, she will play for Western Province.
Yes.
And that's something that we see in the county game quite prevalent. Back when Alistair Cook was still international cricket, every opportunity that he gets, he would play.
Yes.
Stuart Broad plays for Notts, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, he does. Yeah.
So there's actually a game going on the field.
Lots of oohs and ahs going up, but more out of wishful thinking than anything else. But Simon Harmer is looking for his third wicket in this particular innings, which would be his 10th of the match.
It's just under 13. That's carbon.
Rank for toss and gets the treatment it deserves. by Carver Rayner.
There's just under 13 overs left, but I think due to the time they will get, they'll probably get maybe 16 or 17 overs in. The scheduled close will be at 5:30 in all likelihood. It won't need to go to 6 o'clock, that's for sure. But if they get through the scheduled 12 overs now left, they will get a couple of overs in if it's before 5:30. And Carver Rayner and Abiu Mbijima will be adamant that those two men, that they are the men to resume tomorrow morning.
And 201.3, so West Province have got to the 300 mark. Rayner is on 46, and Mbijima's just come in. He's got 1 of 5 deliveries.
That's will be a change of bowling from the Kelvin Grove end, as we say. Just a brief goodbye to David, and we are going to see that change of bowling. Dala will be wanting to try and keep it quite tight as well on the field, having seen the success that Ayat Kamani has achieved from that particular situation.
I suspect he will do exactly the same as Bosch. He will go with the pace. He should hold it back.
He should.
You're right. He should be holding back and bowling cutters and trying a bit of variety. But there we go with the short one.
Yeah, no, he didn't hold it back.
Sort of a toppish edge, but didn't really go anywhere. Nothing bowled and nothing shot really there by Mbijima. No, Judadala only knows one way.
Yeah, you're
and
right.
that is pace.
Attack.
And attack and full on as fast as he can.
Definitely a bonus wicket there really for the momentum multiply. Titans, Daniel Smith looking very good for a maiden first class century on debut. And 83 good innings from him when it was really needed for Six Gungrel Western
this
Province.
One,
and
toppish edge,
lucky.
bounced just in front of the fine leg fieldsman. Wasn't in control of that Mbijima in any way whatsoever. Ball got a bit big on him, and he wasn't able to roll his wrists over it, but he does manage to get a quick single.
Does Jewish and Pillay doing the fielding down at long leg, probably bounced 20 metres or maybe a little bit less, 15 metres in front of him. Mbijima will want to forget about that shot straight away and focus on making sure that he bats out the hour and 10 minutes that we have left in this session. Another short one from Dala. And what happened to that, Tim?
4 runs. Rank and long hop, and it got the treatment it deserved. Didn't get up at all. This one, not much above the waist high, and it's the 50 up for Carver of 90 deliveries and 10 fours. So 40 of his runs, 40 of his 50 have come in boundaries.
So 80% of his runs in boundaries, and quite a large percentage of those would have been quite a few down that leg side, as now he flashes at one outside the off stump, and head goes down and he's caught behind.
Nothing shot really, and nothing shot. Allowing the situation to get ahead of himself rather than just see himself out the day. Way away from his body, feet stuck in the crease, not moving at all. That's a real soft dismissal there from a Western Province point of view.
It is.
He is dismissed for 53 of 91 deliveries. 50 of 91 deliveries. Western Province are now 206 for 4. Not long to go now before the close of play. But that's a hammer blow of a wicket for Western Province.
Yeah, that on the drinks break, players are taking drinks. We're also having a little bit of light refreshment here as they take their drinks break, and it is coming into bat now. Kyle Simmons is coming into bat. We have heard that Mo Valley may well not bat today for Western Province due to a personal issue, and so we do see Kyle Simmons coming in to join Aviwa Mgajima. It may be that only 9 wickets may need to fall for Western Province for them to be all out. We shall wait and see if that is to be confirmed, and so Simmons will be joining us after the drinks break, which in fact is going to happen. So we'll stay on air. It was probably enough to talk about during that time, and yeah, now one feels with those 2 quick wickets, it might only be a matter of time now for the Titans to wrap this up. Mgajima we know can bat, Simmons we know can bat, but we know that Palmer will probably be licking his lips at the prospect of bowling to 2 new batters as well.
Yeah, the situation may dictate the way things go rather than batting ability.
Yeah.
It's a long way to go for Western Province. A lot of overs in this game,
Yeah.
rather than in the day. But from a Western Province point of view, they would like these 2 to stay in and then just make this the day and the game itself last as long as possible. You don't want to let things slide and let things slip like they did in the first innings after the good start that they did have when they were 49 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, it was so three really good partnerships for the first 3 wickets, 51, a 72 and a 68, and just the 4th wicket falling not long after Mgajima came in, and Junior Dala now has his tail up, that's for sure, and coming in with renewed vigour. He's had his feet up most of the time today. So his feet up, they haven't been up, they've been patrolling the mid-on and mid-off region, but not had been asked to do too much work, just 4 overs with the second with the new ball at the start of the innings.
In he comes again to Carl Simmons. This time Carl Simmons gets in behind it solidly, and that is the end of that particular over. So Province are still 206 for 4 after 55 overs. 2 new batsmen at the crease.
And it will continue to be Harmer from the Weinberg end. Pacemen will be doing their job from the Kelvin Grove end. Neil Brunt, who was not particularly successful from the Kelvin Grove end, not bringing himself back on again in this post-tea session. Continue with Ayad Kamani, which proved to be a very good call, and the wickets of the wickets of Smith and of Verena in the last couple of overs from the seamers have proven to be very, very bad from a Western Province point of view, and for the Titans means that their grip on the match tightened significantly, no pun intended.
Armour in again, this one down the leg side, and it evades everybody. I suspect it's going to be 4 byes. Evade the batsman, wicketkeeper, leg slip, pretty much everybody.
John Clitter not able to get around to that one on the leg side. Probably a little bit unsighted, but not being able to move across and take that one high up. He's practicing that take again down the leg side. We've seen a couple of those today. And a bit of turn on offer still for Harmer. He's searching for his 10th wicket in the match. And Ngajima just
making sure he gets the non-striker.
Yeah,
that's what he's doing.
That's where he wants to be spending a lot of the time for the next hour and 10 minutes, or hour until the close of play. And reminder that the close of play is at 5:30, scheduled to be 5:30. Only 11 overs left in the day for them to be able to close play at 5:30. So we're not going to have any overtime today unless the Western Province team are 8 wickets down or more at the scheduled close, when an extra half an hour may be called for. Is our understanding. We can confirm that maybe later, but that's the understanding if and when that does happen.
Simmons is solidly in behind the penultimate ball of this particular over, coming forward. Showed some ability in the first innings. There was no Mike with the bat. Harmer in again. This one's a bit fuller. Simmons is able to drive it, but good piece of fielding by Simon Harmer. That's the end of that over. 211 for 4.
And it's getting late in the third on the third day from a commentary point of view, when I start thinking about throwing in things like when David was talking about the development earlier on, and maybe previous performers that have managed to assist with revenue generation, that this might be simply the best thing for Newlands to have a new development here on the northwestern side of the ground. Sorry, I couldn't resist that. It's going to be Junior Dollar to continue success in his first over when he came back for his second spell.
And good bouncer there, but Mikajuba gets his head out the way and it goes through to the keeper.
And just like we were saying, he's going to focus on line and length, definitely. So the Titans will be looking to get these last 5 wickets. We understand 5 wickets will be, with Valley potentially not batting today. And Dollars in.
This one short and wide.
That was in the air for quite a while before it bounced in front of Corbin Bosch, who is at a backward point position to the right-handed Ngajima. So field we have Harmer at a slip. We have a slip. We have a gully that's Mokoena, or sort of a 4th slip than a gully, I would say. We have a man at point, extra cover, mid-on, short mid-wicket and long leg, and a man at deep square leg on the boundary. It's the man at long leg that's called into action, and that looks like who is it down there? It is Jivisham Pillay there, and Sivs Makanya is the man who is was at a deep square, and that's all changed for the left-hander. Carl Simmons looked pretty good in the first knock.
Yeah.
If one thinks of the overall how difficult it was for the Western Province batters.
Province have got 2 youngsters and Carl Simmons, who have shown at different times this season ability with the bat. So we've got Carl Simmons, Mopukwana and Kamanzi, all you would say that their primary job is a bowler, but they all have shown at different times this season in the opening 3 rounds of this 4-day series definite ability with the bat. So it's a very good prospect for Western Province going into the rest of the series. This one driven slightly in the air off Junior Dala. Didn't move his feet enough there. Simmons just allowed his bat to do the talking and nearly got himself into a bit of trouble. But it bounced well short of the cover fieldsman.
And a feature of the match so far has really been how the younger players, we have obviously the experience of Elgar and Mokoena, who have came to the fore of the Titans from a batting point of view as well. But one looks at players like Jivish and Pillay, 22-year-old Gavin Kaplan, 22-year-old Gavin Kaplan, 19-year-old is it, or 20-year-old Daniel Smith, Jordan Herman, who perhaps didn't get as many runs as he perhaps would have liked, but has been a bit of a live wire in the field. The younger players that are playing for both of these teams that have shown that they're not overawed at this level.
Yeah, and that's a good thing that they're showing that the talent is there, and with this new structure, the new talent has to be picked, which is a very good thing for the future of South African cricket. Just between overs there, Carl Simmons asked for a top.
Yes.
It's obviously getting a little bit chilly out there.
Yeah.
The last hour before close.
Yeah. It has been a windy day, and those of you that perhaps are not that familiar with the Cape, the southeaster this time of the year, it certainly can be chilly when you're out in the middle, getting later in the day, that wind whipping through, and it can just feel a bit of that chill in your bones.
Simon Harmer into Mikajima, and Mikajima drives it squarish on the offside behind square. They go through for 3 runs. A good piece of fielding to stop the ball going to the boundary.
Yeah, Junior Dala chasing that one all the way down to the third man region, and prevents the ball from going over the rope in front of that impressive new building here at 6 Gun Grill Newlands. Simon Harmer, 2 balls left in his 29th over of the innings.
Bowls it into Simmons, and Simmons comes forward. No run.
He has been bowling unchanged from the Weinberg end for the duration of the Western Province second innings. That will tell you that the end of this over, it will be 58 overs bowled, of which he's bowled exactly half of those. So that is it's quite something, actually. Not something that you're going to see in every day, particularly in South African first-class cricket. But Harmer, a professional in cricket in every sense of the word, plying his trade in the UK, in England, Essex, played for a number of seasons here, represented the national team in a handful of test matches. As we see a little bit of a change to the field, we've got a leg slip, Dean Elgar, slip now in Harmer as Dala is in.
This one worked towards the leg side, man on the square leg boundary. Another single for Mikajima of Junior Dala. quite a lot of
Yeah.
sitting at the non-striker end the last couple of overs, Jima, asking Carl Simmons to take the strike.
He's going to do that again, and Simmons, I think, is going to be judging by the field. I mean, this is going to be bowling Yorkers at him, definitely.
We can assure you that's not going to happen. Rather, we get added wayward down the leg side.
Well, it was that maybe that was the surprise ball. Field is set up for the short delivery from Junior Dala. We have what, 5-4 leg side field for him. We have two men behind square on the leg, so we've got a leg slip, a man at deep fine leg, forward short leg, mid wicket, and a mid on. And on the offside we have a slip, a gully, a man patrolling the fence at deep point, and the only other man on the offside is at a straightish mid-off position, the man shining the ball vigorously at the moment, and that looks like that's Komani who's doing that, or is that no, Komani is at mid-wicket. That's Makanya who's just shining the ball for the bowler.
Nicely driven there by Carl Simmons, but fuller that time for a change by Junior Dala, and Carl Simmons is able to come through for a single.
Makanya, the man doing the fielding out in the covers. Interesting, because he'd set the field up for the short delivery, but he actually didn't bowl it at all in those two deliveries. I wonder if his captain would be happy with him around that for those three deliveries that he just bowled. I'm not sure it was a 3-card trick or whatever they were calling it, but it could have been.
Possible.
Yeah,
it is possible. This one is back to type for Junior Dala.
Hurts him.
In at the ribs, catches Kajima on the hands, and he walks away in pain, takes his gloves, both gloves off, throws his bat to the ground. He's clearly been hit on the hand quite hard, clearly in some pain.
Yeah, like
the medic is of course coming on
looks like that hit him where there is no padding, just on the forearm. He is in distress, isn't he, Tim? He's hurting badly there. Just going to put the glasses on him and see where that has hit him. It is on the forearm, on the right forearm. So for the right-hander, it looks a bit nasty.
Out comes the magic spray that doesn't work.
Yeah, Shane Jabbar, looks like Shane Jabbar out in the middle there. The two umpires are also having a look to see and ask him, how are you? Doing all right? Supremely experienced physio Shane Jabbar, been with the national team. He is putting some of that spray onto the arm. The umpires are standing, just making sure that everything's okay, and Titans players just having a bit of a conversation in the middle. 45 minutes or so to go in the day's play. Tim, it's been a day that the Titans bowlers have toiled hard. First session this morning they were able to make the breakthrough. Just match situation at the moment. Titans 47 for 7 in their first innings, and then bowling out the Western Province team for 195 on the stroke of lunch today. It literally was at lunch that they were bowled out for that 195, and Mahlale Mpongwana, the last wicket to fall, if I remember correctly, and coming out to bat with a little bit of a thigh strain, looked a bit of discomfort when running between the wickets. We hope that injury is not too serious. Did not bowl more than 10 overs and 4 balls in the innings of the Titans, which was a mammoth 172 overs that the bowlers, Western Province bowlers, did bowl, and all out 195 Western Province. Following on after lunch, they have reached a total of 217 for 4, with 1 ball remaining in the 59th over from the Titans on a day that has been once more one of dominance from the Titans. The first session completely belonging to them, and the afternoon session between lunch and tea, perhaps some moral victories for Western Province.
A bit more even, which for the neutral is which is pleasing. A bit more competitive in nature. Province have batted a lot better at the second innings, not just individually with Daniel Smith and company, but as a team they've been a lot more proactive, not willing to just allow the bowlers to settle in. Even now they are going at 3.7 runs an over, which in any game of full-day cricket is a very good run rate. So they'll just hope that these guys can last out the day, and hope that they can last out the entire day tomorrow. We're back on. Ujima is being attended to. He seems to be all right. He blocks that ball from Junior Dala. That is the end of that over. 217 for 4 after 59.
And, still a beautiful day here at 6 Gun Grill Newlands. The shadow of the floodlight pylon, which is just making its way across to the edge of the square, which is quite a large square of pitches that they have here at Newlands, a little bit more akin to sort of English county cricket or county cricket grounds than on most of the grounds across the country. So a large selection of practice pitches that you'll be able to bowl on when you have a middle practice, which is always good for the players to get out and bowl on a pitch.
Lovely delivery there by Simon Harmer as he continues by the Weinberg end. He's starting to get to his rhythm to bowling to the left hand, as he's bowled quite a few in this game. And holds this one back, and good solid defence there by Kyle Summons.
So it's all attack on the offside and all defence on the leg sides. We've got a 7-2 offside leg side field, and to the left-hander, not going to be much that's pitched anywhere near middle and leg, one feels, to the left-hander. Switching around to the right-handed Mgijima, just a slight change, though we now have leg slip and a forward short leg in catching positions, as well as the slip. That one
bounced just in front of the short legs fieldsman. Good turn there by Simon Harmer, but not quite the bounce that he was looking for to get the top edge or the glove of the batter. And this one is nicely driven by Mgijima to the man mid-on, and he's very, very deep, so they are able to come through for a single.
Corbin Bosch, whose 4 overs went for 28 in the second innings, trying to attack probably too much on a pitch where Amani has shown that line and length was something that, and strangling the run rate is something that was going to eventually force the error, which did come from Daniel Smith after a very good innings of 83 for the debutant to go with his 43 in the first innings in what looks like it is going to be a losing cause for Six Gun Grill Western Province. And the momentum multiply Titans, who are looking for their first victory of this season. In fact, both teams looking for their first victory of the Division 1 season in the first year of season of Division 1 cricket in South Africa, back after the franchise system.
This one, solid in behind it, is Mikijima. Just on that about Corbin Bosch, we had noticed that the conversation he was having with Aaron Bankiso a few overs ago. That gave me the impression that he was going to get a bowl. I'd like to know what that conversation was about, but it clearly wasn't anything to do with him about to come on to bowl, because we haven't seen him.
And at the moment it looks like it possibly wasn't around which golf course they're going to be playing on tomorrow either. This game, possibly with only 40 minutes to go to the close, does look as if Western Province have a strong possibility of taking it into the fourth day, which in itself one feels with the position they were in at lunchtime, they would be they would take that as some kind of
positive.
Well played. Yeah, positive. It is a positive.
Nicely played there by Mikijima. Got on top of the bouncer from Junior Dala. They played it in that West Indian fashion with the one leg in the air. Goal was just over the delivery.
Hoping that maybe some of those cameramen you were talking about earlier on, Tim, was still around the ground, but it doesn't look like it at this stage. We have got a few, looks like construction workers perhaps, that taken time out to sit in front of the new building on the far side of the ground at the Kelvin Grove end.
It's a thickish outside edge there from Carl Simmons. Lots of oohs and ahs by the Titans fielders, and we could keep up, but wasn't really any danger there or any chance for the fielding side.
Just squared him up a bit there as he was trying to play that one, and Dala has been far more impressive in this spell than he was when he opened up with the new ball earlier on. His first 4 overs going for 18. His second 4 at this stage, 2 balls short of his second 4 overs, have gone for only 10 runs, and he has taken the wicket of Kyle Verena, caught behind by Gian Kluter, thin edge, wafting at one, it must be said, wafting at one outside the off stump after he'd just gone to his 50. And that's a big turning point, probably the turning point in this innings, maybe the dismissal of Daniel Smith just an over before of Omani.
This one,
really well
Jima hits it in the middle of the bat. You heard the sound of the ball of the bat, and it was a lovely sound for a batter, and goes behind square to the boundary for 4 runs.
It is just one of those iconic sounds, isn't it, that you hear, that where the bat connects absolutely perfectly in the meat with the ball, and it just races away to the boundary. And to describe that going down to in front of the railway stand for 4 here at Six Gun Grill Newlands, it's just what cricket is all about.
indeed. So now Mikajima is on 14 and Carl Simmons is on 3. Both still fairly new to the crease.
So Simon Harmer into
That was a very close court and ball chance.
close.
That was very, very close. A little bit risky there from Carl Simmons. He does like to play positive cricket. He does like to take the attack to bowlers, but he was never really in control of that shot. And Simon Harmer was diving to his left to take the court and ball chance. Didn't really get any more than the fingertips, and it went through the boundary for 4. Follow-up delivery, driven again by Carl Simmons and well stopped this time by Simon Harmer.
Yes, no spinner likes to be hit back past themselves to get to concede a boundary, and Simon Harmer he took a very good caught and bowled earlier on today to dismiss Kieran Kenny in Kenny's first innings in first class cricket, diving forward to get yet another wicket. He certainly has displayed that energy to try and field off his own bowling.
Simon Harmer coming in once more. And lovely
That
purchase there from Simon Harmer. Teased the batsman pushing at the ball away from his pad, and that was inches away from the close-in fielders.
Jordan Herman perhaps feeling that he should have taken that one. It was a glorious off-spinner's delivery. Air, drift, turn, bounce, you name it. How many of those things you describe? But
On the replay, you can see Jordan Herman slip it off there. As the ball comes in, he's coming up. He's pushing up on his heels, and in that position, you've got to stay low down. If he stays low down, there's a chance he catches that. So that's a learning curve there. Not always easy to stay down in those situations, but it does give you a better chance to catch those low catches.
And that's exactly what the position he was in this morning when he took that catch off Zubair Hamza. He stayed down, ball nestled, in fact, almost in his elbows, it looked like, when he took that catch. A very sharp chance off the Western Province captain. Not the same when he took his second catch to dismiss Hamza in the second innings off Harmer, which was he was a little bit on his heels and then managed to dive forward and take an excellent one-handed catch to remove the Western Province right-hander. He's just been called up to the South African national team for the one-day international series against the Netherlands, starting next week, the 26th of November, the first one-day international. I think that one coming from Supersport Park in Centurion. It's Corbin Bosch who's taking up the attack from the Kelvin Grove end.
So we are indeed going to see Corbin Bosch coming back for a last spurt before close of play.
Only the 4 overs for Junior Dalla and Bosch, who will have about half an hour to bowl tonight. Should the 6-gun grill Western Province not lose any more wickets, and then he probably will have a 4 or 5 over spell now, 4 overs maybe, probably no more than 4 before the close of play, and we will no doubt see Simon Harmer bowling the rest of those overs from the Weinberg end.
Driven on the offside by Carl Simmons, gaining a bit of confidence in his innings, much like he did in the first innings, but well fielded close in on the offside.
The task now in this last half an hour before the close for Mgijima and Simmons is to be there at the close, not to expose the lower middle order or tail of this Western Province batting lineup, and at this stage not looking too uncomfortable against the pace of Corbin Bosch.
Not indeed, as he punches that to the man on the point boundary and jogs through for another single. He moves on to 8, and Mgijima on 15. Bosch coming in, digging in short once again, not getting the pace or bounce that he would like later in the day here at Newlands. But he's always a try, as Corbin Bosch always gives 100%.
Yeah, and we have a slip, fourth slip, point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, square leg and a long leg for Mgijima.
And left behind through to the keeper, and that's the end of that over. Province are now 231 for 4, and we've had 63 overs in this innings.
So there's been a slight change in terms of the overs left in the day. We were under the impression it would be until the close at 5:30. Looks now like we're going to be going a little bit longer than 5:30. 12 overs left in the day. Simmons that's a beautiful shot.
Beautiful shot there from Carl Simmons. Once again, he's coming at Simon Harmer. He's coming down the wicket and he's driving him through extra cover, piercing the fieldsman all the way to the boundary. Growing in confidence now as he moves on to 12. This one a bit flatter by Simon Harmer, and Carl Simmons not entertaining the idea of coming down the wicket again, just playing back and forward defence.
Harmer just trying to get that drift and bounce working again for him. Delivery in the previous over that nearly got the wicket of Carl Simmons. That was the one that just managed to toss up there, and he's got a bit of a loopy run up now that he's following, and that hit very firmly, that only as far as Omani at that backward point position. He does a good job there in the fielding. Hit hard, that was, by Simmons.
He's had a busy day, Omani, after his performance with the bat.
Well,
this one is driven straight down the ground with both mid-on and mid-off up. That was always going to be all the way to the boundary. Another classy shot there from Carl Simmons, and as he finds his way onto 16, and Province on 239 now for 4, giving Simon Harmer something to think about.
Yeah, he's continuing with this sort of that's a much straighter run up from him, much straighter delivery as well. Well dealt with by Simmons. Looked to be quite comfortable out there so far. Having a chat with his batting partner, that's Aviwa Mgijima. And Mgijima will be facing Corbin Bosch, who's into now the second over of his second spell in this second innings of the Western Province here at Six Gun Grill Newlands. It has been a very windy day. The oaks are rustling to our right, and
Both commentators are in long tops. As we give you this broadcast, we feel the air coming through it into our faces.
That one just down to long leg off the pads, and Corbin Bosch now will have a chance to bowl at Kyle Simmons, and from the field one senses that he's going to be getting an off stump or wide of off stump line that he's going to be wanting to pursue here. He's got 2 short extra covers, and that's a little bit too straight to be able to bring them into play.
And also a bit too short as well.
Yeah.
Easy to get in behind the delivery. It's funny how, particularly in this game, how the round the wicket to the left hander has become almost the go-to position. Going over the wicket has not been something that we've seen a lot of in this match. Talking about coming around the wicket, that was a beautiful delivery, bowling it in that sort of 4th stump channel, and I think you can say that Kyle Simmons most definitely played that one.
Yeah, he did.
Way away from his pad, and sort of fending it with a nothing shot, really.
Yeah, it could have only got him into trouble. Very good delivery from Corbin Bosch, probably one of the best that he's bowled in the second innings.
This one is not particularly good delivery because it was too short, but Kyle Simmons once again deciding he wants to cut it and getting underneath the delivery, could have easily got a feather through to the keeper. Rather fortunate in the last 2 deliveries is Kyle Simmons. He's got to realise that from the province point of view, they want him to be there at the end of the day's play.
That's right.
Not make a quick 20 odd.
No, he's on 16 at the moment, and he needs to stay out there in the middle. He needs to keep batting. Certainly the only feather that Western Province will want to see are the ones on the non-existent pigeons now that were here earlier, but no longer with us. There's no Harry the Hardy-Dar at the moment, a bit early for him in the season, and we don't want, they certainly won't want Kyle Simmons to be wafting at those outside the off stump. He's not going to waft at that one, that's for sure. But
Corbin Bosch digging it in really short.
Yeah.
But Simmons not entertaining the idea of having a go at that delivery and just letting it go through to the keeper as he ducks. Province 240 for 4.
Yeah, you're wondering whether perhaps as we see Chris Morris come on for the Titans, just to bring some water on, have a chat with Corbin Bosch, maybe give him a little bit of advice, just chat to him. He's tossing the water bottle he's brought on with him up into the air, and just being able to chat to his. As we see a change of bowling.
Simon Harmer has been taken off.
This is this is earth-shattering, groundbreaking stuff from the Weinberg end. After having bowled 32 overs unchanged in this spell, and unchanged from the beginning of play this morning, we have Captain Neil Brunt, who is going to be bowling to the right-handed Abiwe Ngajima, and he's bowling here from the Weinberg end. That is a surprise, I think.
Yes, I certainly wasn't expecting Simon Harmer to be taken off this late in the day. Maybe early on,
Maybe, yeah.
for a couple of overs, but not this late in the day. Be that as it may, he is in, and it's a right full toss down the leg side, and Mikajiba smacks it to the boundary with greatest of ease.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Neil.
Yes, that is exactly. That's easy pickings. As Mikijima finds himself into 19.
Deficit is 208 still for the 6-gun Grill Western Province. Much better delivery from Brunt that time. He's using the full width of the crease as he's bowling his left arm around the wicket, and he's really giving it coming from a wide angle, Tim.
He has changed the angle that he's bowled and changed the trajectory of his arm. He has got ability to change things up himself. Neil Brunt is certainly more than a part-timer.
He's going to go over the wicket to the left-handed Carl Simmons now, after Kojima goes through for that single into the offside, and the offside field just spreads a little bit wider. We've got a 4-5 offside leg side field for Brunt to Simmons, as that ball will be turning naturally into the legs of Simmons, and it does indeed turn very little. It does go into the leg side, and it's that hard down to Aya Kamani down on the boundary. That is Aya Kamani on the boundary there in front of, no, it's Junior Dala, I apologise, Junior Dala in front of the railway stand.
Oh, whoa, nice bounce there from Neil Brunt, and but fortunate there from Kojima, trying to cut the delivery, but getting the extra bounce going through to the keeper. The end of that over, it's 246 for 4.
So 9 overs left now in the day's play, and still think we may well get a slightly earlier finish than 6 p.m. But it is Harmer that is now on helmet duty. He's bringing those down to put them behind Gian Kluter, who's going to be standing quite far back actually for Corbin Bosch. And 3 helmets there behind the wicket keeper from those close-in fielders. And 1 slip the gully as it's Bosch in again. Working up a bit of pace.
Yep, working up a bit of pace as you say, but Simmons gets in behind it. Has no problems with that particular delivery, and apart from that last over when he played away from his body, he's looked very assured of this innings, apart from those, as I say, last couple of balls, the last delivery, the last over. This one's driven and straight to the short cover, and reaches the short cover on the bounce.
We've got 2 men in at those short extra short cover positions. So the slip, a 4th slip, a man at point, 2 short extra covers, about 3 or 4 meters apart, a man at mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep fine leg on the boundary.
Again, playing away from his body. But it is that sort of length where you want to play forward, but he's not moving his feet. There is Carl Simmons, and again, fortunate not to get something either a thin edge or a thumb, a glove through to the keeper. Corbin Bosch has brought a nice channel now from around the wicket.
Much better.
Does seem to have Carl Simmons' number.
Not with that one.
This one is driven square at the offside, and just as I said it, 2 full and smack for 4. That's 250 up
Yeah.
for Western Province of 400 balls, and we've had 44s and just the 1 6.
Today's been fantastic for anybody who's a mathematician. Just the symmetry of some of the scores that we've had come up. 250 of 400 balls with 44s. I mean, that's lovely.
Corbin Bosch in again.
Oh.
This one dunked in short, and it bounces in front of the keeper.
Yeah.
That gives you an indication that there just was nothing in that particular delivery. Corbin Bosch gave it everything,
He
but
did. Yeah,
it was very tennis ball bounce.
Was very much so. Very much would have been all at home. I'm sure very much at home. That delivery with the matches that David was telling us he would played in the old Snake Pit back where the impressive new building is here at Six Gun Grill, Newlands, and where many a test match would have been played on those tennis courts, one feels, with players all around the bat, loud appeals as the ball would hit the youngster in front of the black wheelie bin, or maybe in those days the old no hot ash in here dustbins.
Oh, and a wild shot there from Carl Simmons. Lovely delivery. Bowling wide of the crease there. So changing his line a little bit to Corbin Bosch. Enticing Carl Simmons, who does indeed play the expansive drive. But fortunately for him, he doesn't get an edge, goes through to the keeper. That's the end of that over. So Province are now 250 for 4 after 67. We have Simmons is on 21 and Mikajima 20.
It's Neil Brunt is going to be starting his second over from the Weinberg end, and he has looked nowhere near as incisive in this in the second innings, going for nearly 5 runs and over. There's been a ball to punish in every single over so far that he has bowled, and that's another one.
Rank leg side full toss, and in a similar fashion as from the previous over, Mikajima hits it cleanly in the middle of the bat. It goes down to the boundary on the leg side, through the sort of car corner region.
As this partnership goes to 48, too short of what will be yet another 50 partnership here for Western Province.
As this one is hit to the point boundary by Mikajima, and they jog through for a single. Not a good start to this over by Neil Brunt. Hasn't particularly bowled all that well in this innings. He did get a nice into nice rhythm during the Province first innings, but not so much during the Province second innings.
Yes, taking the wicket last night of Valley with a ball that got turn and a bounce, which was particularly difficult delivery for him to handle, caught it slip by Elgar. It looked a shadow of that bowler in this innings.
He's now bowled 11.3 overs, and nothing for 58. So that gives you
Yeah.
an indication of how wayward he's been. This one is inside edge by Carl Simmons, and goes through down behind square on the leg side and goes through for a single.
And that is the 50 partnership for the batting pair of Umgajima and Simmons. We'll get those stats for you shortly on this 50 partnership. A little bit short again from Simmons, not as short. But it is a day in which it's been really what should have been a batting day for Western Province.
Which they have shown that,
Yeah.
just a little bit too late.
Yes, yes.
In the back end of the day, they showed that this pitch is a good batting surface.
Yes, and that going back to earlier in the day when Zubair Hamza was caught in that short leg position, that really was the sort of catalyst for the collapse that happened in the Western Province first innings. The captain going, Yves Kamanzi, the night watchman, not able to stay for too long with him. After that, with Kyle Verreynne soon losing his wicket after that, and it then was a more of a procession with only a viewer Ingwajima showing the fight that would have been needed from all those batters to be able to put Western Province in a position to even think about saving this game. It's going to require a monumental effort from these two as Simon Harmer changes ends here. Oh.
And there could be a chance of a run out here. No. Mukajima is quick between the wickets. There was a bit of miscommunication. Carl Simmons never wanted the single. Mukajima did. Came down about a third way down the pitch. Had to turn around and go back. It was a good piece of fielding. Simon Harmer behind the stumps. But Mukajima did manage to get back safely. Not the sort of thing that you need from a Western Province point of view. It's late in the day. You don't need quick runs.
Not when your last two really recognised batters in this innings are at the crease, and Simmons whacked that one, didn't he?
He's dancing down the wicket with glee at Simon Harmer. He is enjoying himself against the premier off spinner. This one again getting to the pitch, smothering the spin, and with the mid on and mid off up, all fielders in, clears them along the ground all the way to the boundary.
Yeah, hit that one really hard. The field to the left-hander is two slips. The second slip is really close in. We have a man at backward point, a man at cover point, extra cover, mid-off, wideish mid-on, long leg, and a forward short leg. That's Jordan Hammond, who's been in that position for a lot of this innings. Grant McQuena praying for a catch at second slip, been on his knees there for most of the day as well, with Simon Harmer normally operating from the Weinberg end. Has just changed ends for his first over of the day from the Calvin Grove end, bowling into the wind.
Do you often see that though, spinner to spinner? When the spinner's bowling to another spinner, the batsman does have the upper hand, is able, does know the spinner, the one who's bowling, what he's thinking, and the plans that he has.
It's true. It's true. Whether one can execute your plans to be able to keep him out is another thing. and your protagonist will always be looking at the opportunity to catch you out in one way or another. Corbin Bosch then changed ends. He's replacing Neil Brunt at the Weinberg end. Is the preferred end, the Weinberg end, for the right arm fast bowler? First time today we'll actually see a pace bowler from the Weinberg end. He's into Aviwa Ngajima.
Lets it go through to the keeper.
Yeah, not
Once again, not getting the bounce that he would like. Not quite bouncing twice to the keeper, but just about.
The carry not there. I thought maybe now let's see if Gianclut is going to come in a little bit from where it doesn't look like it. He thought that he might, but it doesn't look like it at the moment.
This one is caught short and wide one to Mikajima. Doesn't get over the top of the delivery. There was the extra bit of bounce there. That was the issue. The Titans had a deep point waiting for that particular dismissal, and it came about. Not particularly good delivery, but they did have the man in the deep point area for that particular reason, and that's Mikajima gone for 25 of 43 balls, and he hit 3 boundaries. So now Profits find themselves 260 for 5 after 69.2 overs.
And with the understanding that there is a very strong possibility that Mo Valley will not bat in this innings. We do see is that Eve Kamanzi or is that Pongwana actually coming out to bat now, the right-hander, and does, we believe, have a little bit of a thigh strain. Hopefully that won't restrict him too much. Just taps gloves with Carl Simmons as he comes out, and he will be facing this delivery. The batsman did not cross while that ball was in the air. In fact, Aviwa Ngajima just watching the ball as it went into the hands of Jivashan Pillay, was it, down there on the boundary?
You might not have been able to see it on your screens in the visuals, but Deep Point did not have to move.
No.
He literally did not have to move. He just kept his hands, waited for the ball to come into them, and gleefully took the catch. Yes, with the probability that Province only have 4 wickets left, there is now a chance that it all could be curtains today. Province, of course, will hope that that's not the case.
Yeah, they will indeed hope that that's not the case. And Mpongwana, what do you think the instructions would have been to him, Tim?
What I was pleased with him when he did bat in the first innings, even with the injury, is that he did come forward. He wasn't afraid to play forward to the delivery, so he wasn't necessarily restricted in his shot making. It's a loud appeal by the bowlers, natural fast bowling action and fast bowling reaction. Corbin Bosch can't understand why it's not given, but it's probably because it's missing 6 stumps.
It looked like it was going down leg side. Mpongwana's stance very much outside the leg stump to begin with, and that one hitting him when one could see all 3 stumps still.
Yeah, so what I was saying earlier, Mpongwana did not seem to be restricted in shot making, which is important. He was restricted in his running a little bit, which is perfectly understandable, but he was still able to play his full array of shots, which is important.
Corbin Bosch got a spring in his step here now. He's trying to get through these overs quickly so he can get more in.
this one is a bit closer.
Yeah,
Still no. The umpire says no as the ball crashes into the left pad of Mgwana.
Oh, he must have known that that was too high. One thinks he's really is running in quickly, perhaps knowing that the end is not far away and he won't have to be bowling too much more tonight. But Mgwana's a tall man. That one crashing in above the roll and going to be going well over the top of leg stump. It's going to be Simon Harmer to Kyle Simmons. He's got a very attacking field to the left-hander.
Oh, I think it's outside edge. Was bounced just in front of the second slip.
And so those two slips, the second one in very close, man at backward point, man at deep point on the boundary, an extra cover, deep mid-off, deep mid-on, a forward short leg, and a man at about 15 metres off the boundary at long leg. That's Corbin Bosch. And
Province won't think much of it because of the situation, but the deficit now is under 200.
Yeah.
The deficit is now 192, with at least in theory 5 wickets left.
And 5:30 here, just turned past 5:30 with 5 overs left in the day.
Forward defence by Kyle Simmons, playing a bit more of a conservative approach in this over to Simon Harmer.
You have a man now in at silly point to Harmer. For Harmer, should I say, to Simmons, and that man is Sibs Makanya, who's in at silly point. He's got included to dispense with his helmet behind the stumps to give that to the silly point. And
nice.
That one goes through that silly point.
Yeah, nicely driven there by Kyle Simmons as he goes through to the non-strikers end for another single. Moves on to 27. A very well played 27 as well so far.
Yeah, he's looked very comfortable out there, Kyle Simmons. He's taken the attack to Simon Harmer, which has been good to see. Played very straight, which has also been nice to see. And not really looked in a lot of trouble. Maybe a bit more against the paceman. He's looked in more trouble than he has against Harmer. And that's the end of another Simon Harmer over. And does it look like the end of the day's play? It actually does look like it's the end of the day's play. And so we are a bit confused by what's happening on scoreboard, but that is the end of day number 3 here at 6 Gun Grill Newlands, and with the score Tim on 261 for 5 after 71 overs in Western Province's second innings. They remain 191 runs away from making the Titans bat again, with what we understand may only be 4 wickets left in the second innings. So we'll all be coming back tomorrow to see if they can hold out.
It will be interesting to see how the situation unfolds tomorrow. There's still a reason for Western Province to keep fighting until the very end. But until then, we will say good night and goodbye.